You ready? Is it 5 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Need one second. Okay.
Okay. Turn
I'm ready.
your videos on. Yes. Everyone turn the video on. Mike, can I turn your video on?
Oh, sure.
Mike.
Video on.
Here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the December 16th, 2025 meeting. We are going to go into an executive session, and after executive session, we'll come out and we'll start the meeting at 5:45. So I look for a motion on the executive session.
Move that we recess into executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding pending litigation and state and local laws pursuant to KSA 754319 subsection B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:45 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Commissioner Pullian. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll be in recess until we return at 5:45.
I'm ready.
I'll bring the meeting back to order. We are back from an executive session, and we have nothing to report. Welcome, everyone, to the December 16th meeting, and we'll start by having Sherry read the rules of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, please select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Item B is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do we have a motion on the agenda?
Mayor, I motion to approve the agenda as is.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Devo, seconded by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Next is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments on those items pulled from the agenda. Would any member of the commission like to pull an item from the consent agenda?
I would.
Okay.
Got a couple. Some of them are just going to be real quick questions, but C4A, which is the purchase of the Dodge Durangos, C.5 Bid, second reading on ordinance 1017779, et cetera. C7.
Hold on a second. That was
Sorry.
Or A's no.
C6B. The second reading of 1011.
Yeah,
C6.
yes, well, I have C5, maybe
I
my,
think it's C6B. You're talking about the Oyad neighborhood?
yep.
Okay, C6B. Okay?
Mayor, real quick, the first I heard, was it C4A or C5A?
I think it's C5A.
I'm sorry, you guys, I have the wrong number.
Yeah, no,
I
today
apologize.
we amended it and added some advisory appointments, so it moved everything down one number.
So
So,
my apologies.
no, that's good. C5A, C6,
C5A,
C6B,
C6B, C8, let me see, C8B. I've been asked about C8A as well.
So C8A and C8?
Correct, C8A and B. Guys, a lot of these are going to be real quick. I apologize, I know we have a long night ahead of us. I think that is sufficient.
sufficient.
Half of-
Okay, there are no quasi-judicial items, so I'd look for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the 4 exceptions mentioned.
Move to approve consent with the exceptions of C5A, C6B, C8A, and C8B.
Second that?
Motion by Commissioner Sellos and a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. So we'll take those in order. C5A, which relates to the Dodge Durangos. Go ahead.
Just a very quick question for staff. I assume we have a fleet management system, our asset management system that is telling us when we are to be replacing these vehicles. Is that something that I can see in the future and how we're booking those, like PD's typically going to have a shorter lifespan, their vehicles, et cetera? Are you picking up what I'm asking, Mr. Owens?
I just moved Robert Aaron over to answer that question. It's Robert's item.
Okay.
Good evening, Robert Aaron, Fleet Manager. Sorry, I was trying to start, just trying to get in. Can everybody see? Answering your question, yes, we have a fleet management system that we use. The current data based on mileage, maintenance costs, and repair costs to make those decisions from life cycle cost, from basically cradle to grave. So.
Okay. Side note, I may have further questions that Mr. Owens can pass on to you. Thank you. That was all I had for that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners on that item?
No, sir.
Okay, since we pulled it off consent agenda, is a public hearing item. Anyone in the public like to speak on that particular item? Anyone online?
No, Mayor.
Seeing none, I'd bring it back to the commission for discussion or motion.
Move to approve the purchase of the 9 Dodge Durango Pursuit replacements from Davis Moore Automotive Group utilizing the State of Kansas Contract 51156.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Sello, seconded by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. The next one was C.6 Bid, which relates to the rezoning of 1430 and 1432 Louisiana and Ohio Street. Commissioner Pulliam.
We unanimously approved it last week. I'm still comfortable with the approval, but some questions have come up from public, and I would like to drill down a little bit as we talk about infrastructure supporting this project. Do we have somebody from MSO that can talk about the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure, confidence level, and being able to support a large project like this? If I may.
That's another planner's on, it looks like.
Yeah, I just moved Avery in, but I'm not sure about anyone from MSO, but we'll see what Avery has.
Maybe Avery can start, and then we can bring him so Avery can talk about the process or the relevance of, the timing of the infrastructure.
Yeah, so, hey, Commissioners, Avery Kerner, Planner 2. There was a little bit of a brief pause, so I hope I caught all of the question. I'm not sure if anyone from MSO is online that can speak to this specific project, but typically for infrastructure and those types of improvements, those would be reviewed through public improvement plans as part of a subdivision or platting action. And so this property is, or all 4 of these properties are unplatted. And so in order to develop them, they'll have to go through a major subdivision process, which would include public improvement plans for any improvements like sidewalks, improvements to adjacent streets, and things like that.
So just to confirm, we still have the public improvement process that we need to go through. So these, I want to make sure that the public is confident in our process in terms of understanding what infrastructure we're coming into, obviously traffic, parking, et cetera. And we still have an opportunity at that point, or is all of this done administratively?
For the most part, with the review of public improvements, they would be reviewed administratively. The major subdivision process is a 2-part process. It includes an application for a preliminary plat, which would require going to the Planning Commission for their approval. And then once the preliminary plat is approved, then the applicant can submit an application for a final plat. And that application or for a final plat would be an administrative review process, sort of with the caveat that that final plat is substantially in conformance with the approved preliminary plat. Any identified improvements would be discussed as part of the preliminary plat application and that item going to Planning Commission. But in terms of the review of those specific improvements for compliance with the standards and the public improvement standards for subdivisions, that would be reviewed administratively.
But typically, there would be a requirement, depending on the project, but generally speaking, a downstream sewer study, a traffic study, those sorts of things would be requirements of the submission that then would be reviewed by the staff.
Correct. And some of those studies, if not reviewed as part of that subdivision plating action would be reviewed as part of a major site plan for a major development project.
And just a question, as I'm hearing this, and part of that downstream, would that take a look at, what having this many people in a dense space will do for existing water, trash, sewer? Is that part of the PIP process?
My understanding is that would look at fixture counts and the impact on the sanitary sewer infrastructure, but I would defer to MSO staff for specific details about what that study or what's reviewed with that study and the impacts from it. Things like trash service, off-street parking, that would be reviewed as part of the site plan process, which is an administrative review process.
Site plan review is not just administrative, correct? Ultimately, Avery, I'm just trying to identify a way to for the commission to kind of keep track of it. Certainly, I know we can speak with staff about it, but I think the public does have a vested interest, and I'd like to keep them as apprised as I can. So site plan, is that it? Part
It would be entirely administrative.
Okay.
And so there would be notice requirements that would go out. There's posted notice on the site, I believe, and then there's mailed notice that would go out to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property, notifying them of that site plan application submittal and that it's in the review process. And so that would be an opportunity or there would be the opportunity for anybody within the community who's interested in what's going on. They could reach out to the planning office to request those plans and see what those plans are and then provide comment. And as staff, we can only require what the land development code standards are, what those are. But certainly there's always opportunity to have conversations between the applicant and neighboring property owners if there's concerns. Sometimes compromises can be met where a site plan actually exceeds what the code requires.
Okay.
And finally, I'd say in some of those situations, Avery, am I correct, there's an appeal right by affected parties?
Correct. Once the site plan is through that administrative review process and a determination is issued, I would have to look up code to see what that specific process looks like. But yes, there would be an appeal process.
Different processes have different appeals.
Yes. Okay. Avery, thank you. You were put on the spot. I appreciate your assistance in this matter.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay. Any member of the public like to speak on this particular item?
Yes. Tim Hamilton, Lawrence, Kansas. Let's talk numbers. In the Orient area where this is, the rents are about $1,000 per bedroom. And I know this personally because I have a property that's probably going to get the notice for that to come out. And $1,000 per bedroom. These are luxury student housing apartments. So the proposal is 200 four-bedroom apartments. Four-bedroom apartment at $1,000 a bedroom. And you guys have computers open? Check me, see if I'm wrong. Zillow's, apartment.com. And it's probably, at the time this would come out, probably more like $1,200 or $1,300 per bedroom. But let's say minimum of $1,000 per bedroom, four-bedroom apartment, that's $4,000 a month. That's luxury apartments. The idea that there might be some low-income or middle-income housing benefit from this is total fabrication. Total fabrication. Those are two entirely separate markets. This is a niche market. So this is the equivalent of 200 four-bedroom houses. Or, to put it in more Lawrence congenial neighborhood talk, it would be 300 three-bedroom houses and 54-bedroom houses. So in Lawrence, Kansas, we have about 12 lots per block on one side of the block, so 24 houses per block. That's what we kind of average around here. This is the equivalent of 10 city blocks in one square area. 10 city blocks. That's a lot. That's 10 city blocks of sewage, of trash, of foot traffic that hasn't been there yet, of traffic with cars. That is a lot of density. It is bad policy on the part of this commission to allow that kind of density in luxury, high-income areas of the city. It's not bad if you want to do this at 23rd and Harper, or you want to do it on the outskirts. In the dense area of city, it's a windfall, and what we're really, really doing is we're making this town more and more elitist. So if that's the goal, that's what we would be doing. You have to believe in trickle-down economics in the real estate world for this to make sense. Because, and I would ask, when we did the big debate on the zoning to begin with, it was this will have infill and we'll have more affordable housing. My question to you is, how in any way does this change in zoning assist affordable housing? Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item in the room? Any online?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Will you?
Good evening. My name is Lance Adams. I'm with Adams Architects. We are one of the architects on record for this project. We are not looking anywhere close to 200 units for this site. So I think the numbers that you just heard were 200 units times 4. That's like 800 beds. We are nowhere close to that number. So we are less than half of that number. So way less than what the numbers are you just heard. So just so we're clear on numbers, where we're headed with it. And obviously you'll get an opportunity to look at those once we finalize the rezoning on it, and then we'll start the next process, kind of how you laid it out, our site planning and other items that we'll go through for the whole process. So.
Is this going to, and may I speak to Mr. Okay, so is this going to be officially student housing? Is KU going to subsidize it in any way? Is
No,
this going on the tax rolls?
No, KU is not subsidizing any of it. It's all private development. There is the house on there is owned by KU alumni, which is a separate entity from KU.
Okay. So this project will be going on the tax rolls?
Correct.
Okay. Not that that's everything, but I want to make sure that we know. Sure. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Any other questions while I'm up here?
We'll do questions afterwards if we have questions.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
when you're an applicant, you get to answer questions, but it's okay, Commissioner Pulliam, but just in general. Any other any other comments on this item from folks in the room? If not, how about online?
Yes, we do have one. Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. To begin with, I thought we didn't take question and answer during public comment remarks back and forth. I respect what Ms. Polian is doing. However, you know, if you do it for one, you're going to have to do it for another. Irrespective, what the other gentleman was talking about is exactly what is going on in Lawrence. It is an elitist-oriented community with respect to the development aspects. College kids in 2,000 and 3,000 kids, that's right, I was going to correct myself, children, 18, 19, 20 years old, in $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month units with basketball courts, swimming pools, handball courts, God knows what else. To go to college? Okay, it's fine by me. But please don't deny. Lawrence is becoming a have and a have-nots community. And what's available for us have-nots is not as good. What did they say? Everybody's equal, but some people are just more equal than other people. Well, that's my comment. It centers around the reality Lawrence is fastly becoming an elitist community. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for questions.
My apologies for breaking protocol. Sorry, Mr. Watts.
Yes. Questions for staff or applicant or? Any questions?
I don't believe so.
Can I ask a question of somebody, Mr. Watts? Or is that?
Well, if he's, typically we do not ask questions of them.
Gotcha, no problem.
Yes. And so, but I wouldn't, in theory you could, but we don't typically do that.
Okay. I'm trying to get my sea legs under.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Yeah, that's for the rich guys. The rich guys get to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to back to the commission for either questions, comments, or motions.
So if I can do one of these, since this one's pretty long, so it's motion and then read B, or is it motion and read the action?
You would,
Adopt on second and final.
yeah, you would read the act, what says under action.
Okay. Motion to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10,177, 10,179, 10,180, and 10,181.
Second.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor and a second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 5-0. That brings us to C8A. Commissioner Pullian, C8A.
Actually, I would just love a quick overview of what we are doing as far as budgetary cuts here, if staff could just kind of explain it very briefly, and then I think that there's a couple of members of the public that were interested in speaking to it. So I feel pretty confident, I understand, but for purposes of the public.
Great. Brandon McGuire, and just making sure this is the funding proposals or funding agreements?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So this is something that we've done annually, funding outside agencies who work in the economic development industry here. The recommendation is for a continuation of funding towards the agencies that we are under contract with in 2025. We had originally done an RFI and sought proposals nationally. We did receive 14 proposals from 14 different agencies in response to 3 different RFIs. But that was going on during the time of our budget process. Through the budget process, the economic development budget, just like all of our other general fund departments, received a budget reduction in order to help address the structural deficit in the budget, the $6 million deficit. The reduction for economic development was 20%. The economic development budget for the city consists essentially of one position, which is our director position, and these contractual services. And so the decision was to make the budget reduction in the contractual services, which is used for the funding agreements. So that equated to about a $176,000 reduction to the contractual services. So while that was going on and while we were going through the procurement process, we ended up bringing forward the recommendation to continue the relationships and the funding agreements that we have with our partners and reduce the funding recommendations for each of those partners within our new budget reality.
Thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from commissioners at this time?
I guess one question would be, the organizations here, did they know, was this something they found out in the last couple of weeks, or is this something, how long did they know about this?
I don't want to speak for anybody. I know that is one of the concerns I saw in the correspondence. We do communicate with these partners, and throughout the year, starting around the budget process, the start of the budget process, they started asking about whether we were going to do an RFI or whether they needed to show up to the budget hearings. And we told them we were going to do an RFI. I think once the budget was adopted, the conversations I recall having when they were emailing or calling just to check in on the timing of it was there's a reduction. And I did let them know that we have had no employees working in our economic development office the last year or plus. And we were juggling a number of applications for incentives, and this was likely going to be coming in late in the year. I did hope to have agreements out before Thanksgiving, but we didn't meet that mark. So,
I think it can definitely be said that any of these organizations that we do provide any kind of dollars for, the sooner the better. I recognize that there's a lot going on, but I think some of these organizations were very impacted at the late notice. Again, not trying to drag you through the mud, but whatever, if there's anything the commission can do to assist in this to help you guys, please, I'm happy to help in any way. I don't know how I would, but I'd prefer not to have to put these folks through the ringer at the last minute. I think that is, I do want to say my hope.
Now, Commissioner Pullen, just for a second, we're asking questions now. We'll come back to make comments in a second, but if you have questions.
I do have a question.
Okay, just want to be sure.
Yeah, it's not, I'm not going to pontificate.
Well, you can in a minute.
No, I don't need to. Can we address this? I think it should be noted that a lot of these organizations, since we have not had an economic development director in-house for quite some time, that these organizations did have to pick up some slack. I certainly believe in all of these organizations receiving taxpayer dollars be accountable and have metrics for success. But can we, in any of these budgetary cuts, readdress if revenues are coming in higher in 2026, higher than we expected? Can we request the commission come in and request that we look at these again? Yes? Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
That is all I have.
Question? Any other questions from the commission? If not, this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public present, and I think David was one of them, would like to speak on this item.
Hold on just a second. Yes, David Baston, 66047. I have concerns about the city's continued use of public funds to support programs, grants, contracts that incorporate race, gender, conscious goals, priorities, and branding. These practices appear to circumvent recent federal, state, and state restrictions on DEI initiatives, including through potential desperate impact on non-targeted groups, potentially exposing the city to legal risk, loss of federal funding, and violations of anti-discrimination laws. Specifically targeting 40% of startup incentives and 25% of served companies be women or minority owned. Specific goals and servicing BIPOC households through raised grants requiring enrollment of 7 women and 7 BIPOC individuals in the Kauffman Fast Track Grant Program, prioritizing visits, surveys, engagements with women and minority-owned businesses. These goals explicitly prioritize services and funding based on protected characteristics, race, and sex, mirroring the DEI practices under a different name and risk disparate impact on other groups. I did try to pull one of these a couple of weeks ago. That was through the Unmistakable Event Grants Program, but they couldn't do that at that time. I did send an email to you guys with a longer version of what I'm going over now. There's Supreme Court precedent, there's Kansas law. This not only divides the community, but jeopardizes public resources at a time when federal enforcement now refocused through the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division is aggressive. Lawrence should be a welcoming community for all residents, with public funds supporting opportunities based on merit and need without racial or gender preferences. I recommend and request that the city immediately review and amend the current contracts and grants to remove race and gender-based goals, targets, and priorities, and not to grant any prior or future programs that violate these policies and laws. Thank you.
Would any other member of the public like to speak on this matter?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and staff. My name is Bonnie Lowe. I'm representing the Chamber and Economic Development Corporation in Lawrence and Douglas County. I just want to thank you for the great work you've all done. The staff and the commissioners being shorthanded, challenging budget. While we're not excited about a reduction, we acknowledge that and we accept it. Not to say that we won't be asking for supplemental funding next year when revenue exceeds what we're projected. So thank you for the good work. We do appreciate it and want to acknowledge the hard work that you all have done. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dominique, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't know exactly what we were talking about until I heard like this weird anti-DII sort of thing. So I just want to talk about that and just be like, I think we should support small businesses. I think we should support businesses that are owned and operated by minorities, whether it be based on sex, race, gender, whatever. I don't think that we should operate on this fear of federal punishment to define our community and our goals in the future, and however that comes through economic incentive or supporting, businesses owned by whoever, if they have like some sort of anti-DEI like stat, or they have like a DEI check mark next to them. I just think it's crazy. I know this kind of reminds me of a discussion we had earlier that got dropped swiftly off of the commission's agenda, where we were talking about removing protection ordinances and everything like that. So I just I'm mainly responding to a different public commenters' opinions, but I don't think we should be held hamstrung or in fear of losing public or federal funding because we choose to embrace our community members and try to help them in the best way possible and to promote our unmistakable identity of being inclusive and understanding that there are systematic reasons why somebody does not have equal merit from the get-go. So that's all I wanted to say, because that kind of irked me the wrong way. Thank you.
Any other members present? How about online?
Yes, we do have one. Stephen Watts.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize for interrupting Ms. Polian because I wasn't trying to correct her. My sense of sarcasm may be a little bit different than others. I was rather excited that she was able to ask some questions. And same with Mr. Courtney. Don't let these other three boobs try to tell you what to do as you sit on that commission. Brad, you don't run the show. The recognition, the rules are should. It doesn't There ain't no shall, brother. You're the lawyer, not me. Anyway, it's very curious they're talking about no economic development director because the town website shows we still have an economic development director in the form of Britt Cuomo. Oh yeah, Cuomo, however you say her name. So as far as I'm concerned, because I'm John Q. Public, there is an economic development director. It's right there on our town webpage. Now, I was taken aback that the prior speaker did not bring forth a golden trinket for each of you to take home from the Chamber of Conmen. Come on. If they're going to come to you, they need to bring a gold stallion, just like for Donald Trump, for each of you to kiss your backside. This whole thing is all about the Chamber of Commerce. All of these things, Lawrence Chamber EDC, Bioscience and Technology Business Center, Peasley Tech, Douglas County Core, Creative Impact Alliance, Small Business Development Center. Which of those are not part of the Chamber of Commerce? I might be dumb. I mean, I might have made a mistake in one of them, but I don't know. I know the Peasley Center is, you know, what do you call it? A sacred cow around here. How many auto detail entrepreneurs are we going to be able to absorb in this town? And why aren't they making HVAC technicians? I don't understand. There's an HVAC tech school. There's one in Johnson County. Why do we need all of this here in Lawrence? I know what the argument's going to be given because it helps. No. What it does is it pays the administrators who are running these programs. That's my comment. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, no further comments. Bring it back to the commission for comments. No further questions? I would just add, obviously, you know, these are all important partners. I would note that all of those are separate independent entities, except EDC and Chamber, who are all combined. The rest are separate entities, and appreciate the work they do, and certainly look forward to continuing our partnership with them and in the good work of economic development, which is very important. You know, all these folks are doing good work. I would note that KUIP just broke ground on building number 4, which is a big deal to get that building underway, and so only point that out among all the other good things these groups are doing because it just started happening these last 2 weeks. But other comments? Motions?
I'll keep giving this a try.
Authorize the city manager to sign fiscal year 2026 funding agreements in substantially the same form as the attached for economic development services for KU Innovation Park, Dwayne Peasley Tech Training Center, the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce, and Lawrence Douglas County Economic Development Corporation, KU Small Business Development Center, Douglas County Core, and the Creative Impact Alliance, also known as Lawrence Music Alliance.
Second?
Moved by Commissioner Sello, seconded by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. The next item was C.8 which relates to the agreement between the city and the county related to Lawrence Douglas County Fire and Medical. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you very much. Mr. Owens, we are signing a one-year agreement. Can you give a little history? I think the last time that we negotiated this contract was 2021. Is that correct? Done by Hugo Wall, Wichita State, assisted in that. Are we just trying to buy a little time right now, or is this something, just again for the sake of the public, what are we looking to do here? Real brief.
Sure. These are complex agreements. We have a relatively unique agreement between city and the city of Lawrence and Douglas County that is longstanding. So we did get into some pretty good detail the last time we went around with it. Made some major restructuring of the agreement, which I think mutually benefited everybody and really pulled us back into what was necessary at the time. And we've been in negotiations, kind of dealing with things as we are also changing with circumstances of the budgeting and expansion of stations and some of those things. And so, we just need more time to continue to work through that. We have a really good working relationship, but there's some structural things that we want to talk about. Most of it's about funding, but also about governance and ever improving our relationship.
And I have spoken with a lot of the firefighters, especially at the union side, and they are in favor of this agreement, which is great. These types of co-ops are very difficult to sustain. They're few and far between in the state. So I think it's great. The one concern that I have as you guys continue through the negotiations is what metrics you're going to be using. What are we going to be measuring to decide how this agreement will go? I think that's probably one of the biggest points, right? Do we base it on calls? Do we base it on, right? So I would be interested if I could. I'm sure that, a lot of us would be interested as you go through this process, if you could keep us apprised. That would be great. Thank you.
Other questions?
Sorry. One question, and just thinking out loud about this, as we start talking about Station 6, I have heard it brought up that, are we talking to the county about maybe doing Wakarusa Station 1, the one that's on 31st Street, and working with us from a fire department perspective to be able to more fully man that to sort of be a stopgap between Station 6 and where we are now?
You might have to run through. You said Station 1 and Wakarusa.
Yeah, so that's the one that's on 31st Street. It's basically
Station 1's
it's a county one. Yeah,
I think he's referring to rural fire district number 1.
Sorry.
31st to Wakarusa, their facility near the park on 31st Street.
That's by Broken Arrow.
What's the question?
So sorry. I have heard a couple people bring up, and sorry for not asking this ahead of time, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, that station, since it's a fully built station that has fire truck and medical inside it, that station could act as basically a stopgap in between where we are building station number 6 and where we currently are right now. That it would, if we worked as a city and county together on that station, however that would look, we could actually start reducing some of the call times, especially to the south part of the city. I'm just curious if those discussions had come up, or if not, is that something
yes. Yes. That's just a little scratching of the surface of the complexity of the things that have been looked at in the standards of cover document, and they continue to look at those things. So there's a lot of documentation on the website that exists. And so outside of necessarily this agreement, the joint agreement, it's intertwined, but that is kind of a separate thing. The standards of cover and station coverage, both of us are interested in as the governing bodies and the parent organizations of LDCFM. We're obviously very, very interested in them, and this cost sharing agreement is an important part of all of that. But as far as station location and how it covers different territories or different parts of our city, how the calls are spread, our deployment of various resources, not just personnel, but also equipment. All of those things are complex factors that are studied, have been studied significantly and continue to be kind of dynamically looked at. When we were doing the station location on Station 6, that was part of that dynamic look. We continue to look at, is that going to be the right place for one of those stations? Obviously we did a presentation on that. So there are many, 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 many factors that go into that with the GIS system, with our call volume, with the deployment. And so this is really just giving us a chance to continue those conversations, but they're really two different things. The standards of cover, the station location decisions, what goes in each station, all of those things are a pretty complex part of the discussion. And then separately, how is that split with EMS and fire? Because fundamentally, we are responsible for fire and emergency response and fire, and fundamentally, the county is responsible for emergency medical. And we, years ago, made a good decision to come together to deliver those services, but we continue to have our separate missions that are independent, and also different service areas, obviously, with unincorporated county and the city of Lawrence.
Excellent. Other questions? Okay, we've now opened this to the public. Any member of the public like to speak on this item about the fire department agreement? Seeing none? I wonder what you guys are all here for. No, just kidding. Anyone online? No, anything online?
None.
No. Okay, bring it back to us. Comments from the commission, or I would just say, I think this will be a large topic of conversation in 2026. Not only the Fire Station 6, the staffing of Fire Station 6 and 26 and 27, 28, and then considering if we relocate Fire Station 3 and what we do about the south part of town, which is what you're referring to, which is the other area that has some timing issues on it. Northern, western, and southern are all areas of concern, and we'll, I'm sure, continue to talk about those. But, okay, if no other comments, is there a motion on this item?
Motion to authorize the city manager to sign a one-year extension of the cooperation agreement with Douglas County, Kansas, with respect to the joint operation and maintenance of the Lawrence-Douglas County Fire Medical Department.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pullian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to the regular agenda items. We have 6 regular agenda items, but the first one is a discussion of the adopted Parks, Recreation, and Culture facility fees and closure of the community building. And Lindsay, I don't know if you have anything to start with, or Vice Mayor Courtney?
So yeah, we're gonna do some technology here. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Okay.
Are you trying to share your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you just hang on for a second while you begin.
And so do I have to be on Zoom?
You are on Zoom.
No, but I mean, does this laptop have to be on Zoom? Do I need to move?
Well, yeah, we would have done that before.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Okay, and as soon as we get the thing up there, you're going to be driving the PowerPoint. Is that cool?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Wow, where's the beginning of slideshow? There it is. Okay, here we go.
So before we begin, first, I want to thank Mayor Finkeldye, Commissioner Dever, Commissioner Sellers, and Commissioner Polian for the opportunity to talk here tonight on this issue. I appreciate that they recognize the importance of this issue in the community and made space for all of us to talk about it here tonight. So here's a summary of what we're going to be talking about: the community sentiment around fees, the master plan and what's part of that master plan to help reduce some of the budgetary pressure, the practical solutions that are within the master plan, and this includes some untapped low-hanging fruit that we can implement right away. One of those key examples is about a foundation, a friends group, or a conservancy, and we're going to talk about regional examples and local examples on how successful they can be. And then I want to detail what I'm asking for, the budgetary mechanism to have a pause to create more time for the elements of the Parks and Rec master plan to be implemented. So thank you. Oops, this guy right here. So throughout the campaign and throughout the past year, the community wants to maintain free access to our recreational facilities. The city did a survey, and 82% of those surveyed responded that they were opposed to fees. There was 2,600 people, 2,100 said they were opposed to fees. This was 3 times the amount of people who participated in the Balancing Act. The information that I'll be talking here tonight, this is embedded within the Parks and Rec and Culture master plan itself. And you know why? This is as no surprise why. You know, even with discounts, there are a lot of people that I know who live on fixed income, who are on Social Security, where They are just over this, and it may just seem like, hey, we're talking about $10 to $12, but for a lot of people in town, $10 or $12 is a lot of money. And I'm sure that we're going to hear from a lot of people here tonight about what their whys are for not putting these fees into place. The city passed the Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan in March of 2025. The plan was developed by consultants in conjunction with members of the PRC staff, the advisory board, steering committees, Cultural Arts Commission, and the City Commission. The included plan aligns with what the community has suggested, and we'll go over some of those here tonight. Nothing that we are discussing tonight is coming out of the blue. It is contained within the Parks and Rec Master Plan itself. I personally believe the plan hasn't had enough time to breathe. We often talk about how the Land Development Code is just taking off now and it's just getting started. I believe the same thing is true about the Parks and Rec Master Plan. The Master Plan has 49 financial management suggestions and 50 funding strategies. 99 solutions and fees are just one. User fees are just one of these. We're going to talk about some other ones tonight. This is in alignment with community sentiment and community proposals, using ideas from one of the most tenured people on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. So what I'm asking for based on this plan is to maintain free access to all recreational facilities as they currently are, including the community building. For 2026 funding, we used part of the $2.17 million that was set aside in the general fund balance to support the PRC department. There are two options for this. There's a 12-month plan that would be $500,000 and a 6-month plan that would be $250,000. I believe the 12-month plan would allow us to analyze usage patterns, see which classes work, see how this is developing over the year. And a 6-month plan, I totally get, would provide a tighter deadline and I believe would show the resolve of the community in this fundraising effort. Here are some of the things within the Parks and Rec Culture Master Plan. Partnerships with local business, community fundraising events, increasing fees for tournaments, charging spectator fees at tournaments, finding additional sponsorship, better advertising of existing revenue-generating activities, increasing concession revenue, and exploring grant opportunities focused on health and community wellness. On top of that, too, also a public and private partnership and Parks Foundation. Okay. Marilyn Hull was somebody in the past 10 years who served more on the Parks and Rec board than she's as tenured as anybody. Her plan talked about, one, building a realistic Parks Foundation strategy, to implement strategic hiring freeze, basically just calling for one vacancy at the director level and providing payroll discipline on that, and then being able to expand high demand programs. For instance, if there is a class that is constantly sold out, so if you have kids, I mean, I know this too, like you get an email, 10 minutes later you try to sign up and it's already taken. That's a fantastic for our community. But if we have those high demand programs, we should double down on those. And then allocate a fair share of visitor taxes for Parks and Rec. The petition, the no fee for Lawrence Rec Centers, that has 3,700 people who have signed it, they also recommended forming partnerships with local business, increasing fees for tournaments, and explore grant opportunities, and then hosting special community fundraising events. So when we think about what is some of the low-hanging fruit that we can try right out of the gate that's built into the master plan, again, coming up with the plan to say, over this next year, we'll have one vacancy and we won't have a hiring for a director. We'll work to expand the high-demand programs. We'll figure out exactly which ones those are and be able to double down on those. Be able to spend time to make sure that we can increase sponsorships and advertising revenue, not just at SPL, but all of the rec centers around town. And then establish a Parks Foundation to begin fundraising efforts. I believe this does require a collaboration between staff and PRC and community members. At the last PRC advisory board, there was a thought about meeting quarterly. I honestly believe we should be meeting every 2 weeks. And I can lead that effort to meet with staff, with the PRC advisory board and community advocates to be able to put some of these plans into place before we do fees. And so let me pull up this laptop real quick. I brought 2 laptops just in case one took a total dive. That it's better to be safe than sorry. So I want to talk about this. And you know, if you look at some of those pictures one time and you see a sailboat and you can't unsee a sailboat type thing. I was talking with Mr. Owens. I was talking with ACM Casey, and they brought up something to me that I hadn't considered about what this Parks and Rec Foundation can do. This can become the capital fundraising arm for Parks and Rec. If we come up with fees, we'll still down the road have a discussion to have about, hey, SPL needs to be updated. We need to buy new equipment at Holcomb. We need to buy new equipment for any of the rec centers in town. But that will require property tax raises debt, bonds. That will require the usual way of doing this. There are examples regionally and locally of people fundraising specifically around this to make sure that in their budgets, they're relieving the pressure from their capital budgets on the capital costs of Parks and Rec and offloading that to volunteers and foundations that are able to help. To me, this operationalizes the Parks and Rec General Fund. And before we get started, I want to read from the Parks and Rec Master Plan itself. This is from 821. Priority number 1. The department needs to find dedicated funding sources that can count on annually to support their operational and capital needs. That's priority 1. Priority 2, understand the real details of capital. Why are we carrying, what are the costs of land, facilities, and equipment? Do not burden the department with capital projects that cost the agency more to own than the land is worth. And then from a fundraising perspective, the top 3 things. Priority 1, find philanthropists that will support users that do not have the ability to pay for services and have them invest in these users through a park foundation or friends group established for this purpose. These are typically done through some form of scholarship program offered by the agency. Teach and train your key park and recreations related boards or city leaders that friends groups, conservancies, and park foundations are not in competition with them, but they are needed to function as your advocate. And priority 3, average park foundations in cities the size of Lawrence typically raise between $1 and $2 million a year for the park systems they represent. Being in a university town, people recognize that fundraising is an important element of how government can support its capital development and operational costs. Departments should consider establishing more park-related friends groups, establishing a park foundation, or the development of a future park conservancy to help raise money for the system or a specific park as needs continue to grow. And one of the things, too, some of the examples that I'll be showing here, right now, we're only able to use credit cards or cash. Some of these other foundations, what they're able to do is you can have people who have CDs, stocks, mutual fund, all of these different financial instruments, trusts, end-of-life wills, where they're able to give to the Parks and Rec land and all of these financial instruments, something that we're not able to do right now. And there are multiple examples of successful foundations that are doing that, again, in order to relieve the burden on the general funds in the towns where they live and use a foundation as the capital fundraising arm for their Parks and Rec. Oh. Did I skip that slide? I'm looking. Sorry, that's what I just talked about. My bad. Okay. So I'm going to talk about some of these successful foundations. The first one was talked about in the Parks and Rec Master Plan itself. Here are other ones that I found, and we'll go into details. Even that bottom one, which we'll all have a laugh at in a second. Here's one that was in the Parks and Rec Master Plan itself in Section 825. This is a 1,300-acre urban habitat. And from the PRC fundraising section on 825, the City of St. Louis has a park conservancy for Forest Park called Forest Park Forever that has raised over $200 million for updating Forest Park, and it manages elements of the park on a yearly basis to keep their investment working for the long term. Their 999 form showed that last year they were able to raise $33 million from private fundraising. Here's another example. In Lincoln Park in Lincoln, Nebraska, 500 acres conserved. They have constructed 44 parks and have raised almost $50 million. They have 9 large-scale projects, including their Centennial Mall, the Sunken Gardens, a Veterans Memorial Garden, and an upcoming youth football park, which is surprising in Nebraska, said by nobody, where they're able to do that through these donations. They are generating over $2 million a year in donations from their 2022 to 2023 financials. Let's see. And then Wichita, we'll keep bringing it even closer home. So Wichita, I love what they say about their program on their site. They say they help maintain the park and recreation system, they advocate for the development of all city park properties, provide support to special project volunteer groups, promotes a sense of ownership through volunteerism, and directs needed resources into the parks and rec system. This has led to new pickleball courts, art benches, public squares, and the Kansas Wildlife exhibit through the Sedgwick County Zoo, which, if you have kids, is a fantastic place to go. My youngest loved feeding a giraffe with its giant black tongue. It was a great moment. And so they, on a yearly basis, are providing a touch under $500,000 back into the community. And this is an example of a public-private partnership with Dick's Sporting Goods, who is donating $100,000 for lights for a new baseball and softball park in McAdams Park. And then let's talk about some of our regional college towns. Okay, and I'm just going to, from the beginning. So on the right-hand side of this,
Okay.
Yep. So on the right-hand side of this, I have icons for Colorado State and K-State. I'm never putting up an icon for Mizzou. I'm sorry. I saw it on the thing. They get the picture of the state of Missouri. I'm too much of a Jayhawk to do anything like that. But let's talk about what these three regional college towns are doing. So Fort Collins, they have their FOCO Parks Forever. This came about when people in the community, they wanted to be able to raise for playgrounds and they just didn't have it in the budget to be able to do that. So this independent group came together and they were able to raise for playgrounds going forward. Manhattan, Kansas. So what they're doing with their Parks and Rec Foundation is they are working to build and fundraise for a $10 million indoor water park. So rather than put that on the people of Manhattan from a property tax perspective, they're using outside people to do it. And then even Columbia, Missouri, they even have a Parks and Rec fund, which they work together with the county on in order to better improve Parks and Rec within Columbia, Missouri. And if we bring this closer to home, the Lawrence Public Library Friends and Foundation every year raises around $521,000 for the library. They do 100% of all the library's programs. These include the Dottie Outreach Program for the Bookmobile, Retroactive Program for Retirees, Weave a Tale Storytelling Workshop, Wakarusa Wetland Celebrations, Sing and Rhyme Storytime, Summer Reading for all ages. 100% of library events are paid for by the LPL Friends and Foundation. And then one more. Just in the last week, we found out that the Haskell Foundation has been able to raise $500,000 in less than 2 years. The LJ World article for this states that the national focus of the firings led the foundation to receive support from a whole new donor segment. They said the foundation received donations from places in the United States like New York City that wasn't, quote unquote, usually associated with Indian country, and even found support from people in Europe. So think about that. We have a wide diaspora of people who love Lawrence, who live in this region, but live all across the country and all across the world. There are people that we are not reaching right now. And when you go, and it's not a critique, it just is what it is, when you go to our Parks and Rec page at lawrenceks.gov/PRC, there's no donate button. You're only able to donate if you actually add a class and then there's a donate button on the bottom. So there is a whole group of people that we are not able to tap for to be able to help support Parks and Rec, because we've received emails all week from people who just lived either in town or not in town and just have such amazing memories of Parks and Rec and what it did for them and what it did for their kids. And the people who no longer live here, they can be somebody we reach out to support the town going forward. So what are we asking for here? We're asking for a productive pause. The rec centers have not started charging users yet.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Might advance.
Oh, sorry.
It's on Zoom. That's okay. Just want to be sure we're all seeing the same thing.
Yep. So what I'm asking for here is a productive pause. The rec centers, like I said, have not started charging users yet. The infrastructure is already put into place and can be used in the future if this plan does not work over a 6 or 12-month period. But because this is a pause and not a divestment, the Commission has the chance to change its mind to start charging fees, and that infrastructure can still be used going forward. This will give us time to understand the traffic patterns and be able to really, at a deep level, understand the usage at each one of the rec centers. And so in summary, fees and their impact are strongly opposed by the community. Inside the rec center master plan itself, there are many practical solutions, ones that we have not tried yet. This includes some untapped and low-hanging fruit like we discussed here tonight. And I've shown that the particular benefit of foundations. And so, in summary, I think a pause is easy to reverse, but it's not easy to reverse this decision. After we give this a chance, then we'll know. We'll have given the staff and community a chance to respond. We will all know that we have exhausted all available options before we do fees. And guess what? If this doesn't work, who's the biggest proponent of fees? I am. Because at that point, we'll be able to look anybody in town in the eye and say, we tried every single thing that we could. It worked or it didn't work. And it's going to work. I'm telling you, from the campaign trail, I could have been talking to anybody about the most contentious issue in town. It could have been affordability. It could have been unhoused people. And to a person, everyone would be like, yeah, no, that's something we need to really work on. Hey, what about those fees? People would just lean in about that. And I'm not just sitting out here spouting off my mouth on this. If we need to raise $250,000, my wife Cindy, who's in the back, and me, we'll put in the first $1,000, and my company will match it. So 2 down, 248 to go. And from a high level, if half of the people on the petition, so 1,800 people donated $100 each, a tax-deductible donation, less than the cost of the fees itself, then we'll be well on our way. So what I'm asking is this just takes a leap of faith right now in this moment. A leap of faith that's based on a solid plan, using the mechanisms of the Parks and Rec Master Plan itself. I am asking you to believe that we can do great things, that we can come together and solve big problems. This is a solid plan. All I'm asking is for you guys to give it a chance.
Thank you for that. Let's see, so we can ask questions of the Vice Mayor. I don't know, Lindsay, don't suppose you have anything you want to say. We'll ask some questions for you when we get to that point. Questions for the Vice Mayor? I guess I have a couple. A couple things. Does your plan, I think there's 2 parts. One is the fees, and the other is the community building.
Yes.
Is part of your plan to find not only the replacement for the fees in the budget, but also the $50,000 for the community building?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your plan, I think you said you wanted to try to raise $250,000.
In 6 months or 500.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, Marilyn Hull, in her email, says she thinks it's only likely we can raise $50,000 in the first year. What is your response to that?
Yeah, and I would say, based on what we're seeing from the Haskell Foundation and that generosity, that if they're able to do $500,000 in 2 years, I just have faith that people are going to open their checks. I personally think that, people don't want to be taxed on it. They would rather just find a level of generosity. And what you're going to find in the community is more people than not are going to be willing to step up and give to this foundation.
One of my, we have the WE scholarship proposal, fund, and people give money to, help low-income individuals, not pay for class. But we don't have a fund that says donate to us, and so no one has to pay for class. Under the current proposal, no children have to pay the fee, and no low-income people have to pay the fee. So, when we ask people to donate, we're asking them to donate to keep folks who are not a low income and not kids. We want people to pay to let those people not pay.
Right. I think that is definitely something. I think I've talked to a lot of people who've said, I have the ability to pay for this. I would pay into a friends group or foundation to make sure that other people don't have to pay. So I believe that is one part of it, yeah.
I've heard people say, even, about 20% of the emails we've gotten said, don't charge fees because I don't want kids to have to pay, or I don't want low income having to pay. And I respond to them and say, well, under the current proposal, kids don't have to pay, low income people don't have to pay. And their response is, oh, good, well, then that's okay. Do you think people would say, I would be willing to donate, so somebody who's not in need and who's not a kid, so they don't have to pay, I'm happy to pay twice.
Yes, and I think
Okay.
if people here tonight, when they do their public comment, I wouldn't be surprised if more than one person here says exactly that. And I've talked to a lot of people who have said, I'd go to the rec centers and I would also pay to make sure that other people can access it for free.
Even not counting the low income.
Right.
Okay.
And I mean, from the low income side, like I grew up without necessarily having, like it definitely wasn't silver spoon in my mouth. And sometimes like the thought of being like, hey, I'm going to present papers showing that I don't make a lot of money. I feel there's a lot of shame in that. And that's not part of this. But man, that doesn't sit well with me. I know I get it from like the scholarship like aspect of what we're doing, but like that personally just doesn't sit well with me. And I think when we go through this, when this is successful, we won't have to put people through that.
And I guess, you talked about quite a few of the foundations, and I'm familiar with a couple of them. And a lot of them raise money for capital.
Yep.
And a lot of them raise money for scholarships for low-income people.
Yep.
Do you know of any of them that raise money just to offset operational costs?
Yeah, so the one in Columbia, Missouri does something similar to that. And I think it's a fair ask to say, like, hey, we're trying something new. This year, we're just going to see if we can raise 500. So it's not like we're focused on capital out of the gate. That we show, hey, in this first year, we're able to, not only use the Parks and Rec Master Plan to come up with ways to save, like I said, to save money, to be able to do new advertising, all of that bundled together, but to also, I think, from your guys' perspective, to say, like, we want to see the proof in the pudding that there's actually you'll get to this number, and then you guys will know that this is something going forward. So we're not like starting out of the gate being like, hey, we're going to work on, Mayor Finkeldye, new East Lawrence Rec Center. It would be like, just be able to focus on that to make sure that the community gets behind it. And then you guys have confidence that this is something that takes off and goes forward.
And I think this is true. I just want to be clear because we've gotten quite a few emails from folks saying, I pay my taxes, I don't want to have to pay twice. But non-citizens like Douglas County, folks who don't pay Lawrence, they should pay because they're not paying local property taxes. But your plan is no fees for anyone, no matter where they're from.
Correct.
Except for visitors to SPL. I'm not.
Exactly.
Yeah, they would still pay. That's the $250,000 we think we'll raise on that. But,
And it might be good for Lindsay to talk about, later about like what that 1% fee is, because a lot of people have, I think, misconceptions about how much money is coming out of sales tax and what that looks like. I think that would be good for the community and public to know.
Yeah, and I think we can ask Lindsay some of those questions in a minute. I guess I had one other question I just want to understood. No, I think those are all my questions for you on the plan. Other questions for the Vice Mayor or questions for Lindsay?
I don't have any this time.
I just had a quick question in regards to just infrastructure and function. So I know we talked about low-hanging fruit, and I know this will probably come up in discussions after some additional conversation. But what are you envisioning as far as what would be your action item for this? What would be the direction?
Sure.
How would we build that out? Or what are your proposals?
So for staff, I think it would be a pause in the rec center fees, so we could either start.
Not for the fees, just in building out, you put a lot of emphasis on foundations, conservancy. What are you envisioning for that? What is the infrastructure for that, the system, and then who's driving that?
Yeah, I mean, in talking with Lindsay, she's been talking with the one at the library, what that looks like. To me, it looks more like a group where there's a typical 501c3. These are people who would also donate into the group itself, and they would have connections into the community about doing fundraising and, being passionate about Parks and Rec.
So as far as the scope of the fund, would that be determined by the commission, or would that be determined by this private entity?
Yeah, so there were
independent entity.
No, that's a great question. Yeah, there were examples of what happens at the beginning of the year is that the foundation meets with the city Parks and Rec, and they come up together about like what the city should expect from the foundation in terms of donations or where they are on projects, and then based on that gives city staff more visibility into what they're able to to position throughout the year.
But as far as the mission of it, what the funding will be used for, are you envisioning that this is strictly just a foundation fund that's used for programming, to apply scholarships?
Yeah.
Is it for additional capital improvements? Like,
Yeah.
are you wanting us to determine essentially what this entity will be doing?
My initial take on that is no. I'd rather have this be its own thing, and we would work as two separate entities. And I think, like I said, I think in the first year, if that group can show us that they're able to fundraise, I think that's the most important thing, and that could be money that could be operationalized at the end of the year. And I think either in year 2 or 2+, what that looks like is that they work with the community to figure out what are the capital improvements that we need around Parks and Rec, what are the new amenities that are needed in town, and then so it's a combination of them giving towards programs like the library does, and then also specifically working on Parks and Rec targets or buildings or, those type of large capital projects, so they could be two things in parallel.
So I kind of hear you telling the foundation what to do without telling the foundation. So I think that's the piece I want to kind of hammer in on, because I understood it is independent. I think you kind of said, no, I don't want to give direction to it, but you kind of gave direction to it, and I feel like I would be more, I think there needs to be a little bit of drive as to what that fund would do and where do we see that going. I think there's another step before that, but I just wanted to see if that was something that you want to bring up in conversation. So.
I mean, as I hear you say that, like I can see why having commission direction that would be beneficial. I think one of the things I'd heard from somebody was like, this type of group could run the volunteer side of things, so they could reach out and be able to handle all the volunteers. So we, from like a city perspective, wouldn't have to do that. That's like its own separate thing. So I mean, we're at the beginning. We can determine what it looks like.
We're the governing body.
Other questions? Or?
I have some questions. And some of this will be repetitive. I apologize. I was not on the bench when this conversation was going on. I certainly heard a lot of conversations about it. First, without knowing the number of attendees of the community centers around town, how did we come up with the estimated revenue after implementing fees?
Well, these questions for Lindsay?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask Mike that question.
Well, let me tell you what happened last year.
Yeah. Okay, we'll let...
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Lindsay Hart, Interim Director for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. We looked at a lot of, number one, national averages when we started to determine estimates for what the revenue would look like. We took current data that we were able to track with the access cards that we have, and so every year we track our UI3 KPI data, which is visitations to the recreation centers. We were able to use that, the access card scans for current members, and use that as an average to help determine how many people we thought would attend. Of course, not knowing, since we've never charged fees before, you're having to look at national averages to see for a community of this size what percentage of the population might be interested in a membership. So obviously these are estimates that we have never experienced before, and so a lot of national average data through NRPA, the Parks and Recreation Agency nationwide, was used. But again, for our own data, it was the access card scans that we have tracked and that we report each year for the UI3 visitation data.
So a swag, almost a swag. Okay.
Huh?
A what?
What's a what?
A serious wild.
Oh, no, I don't think they're guessing.
No,
You're using
data.
plus or minus your loss.
Correct.
rate.
Plus,
Well,
comparing it to national averages again, and working with our consultant on the master plan helped us as we really started working through this, and we had some numbers and felt like we came up with a very good estimate of what is appropriate for a town of our size.
Okay.
How much did you, and that was kind of a little bit of a joke, so I know you guys didn't just pluck it out of thin air. What factors did you take into consideration once fees are implemented as to what that would do to attendance?
Again, this is a guess since we don't know, but we took, again, looking at the national averages, that's really all we had to go off of was comparing to all our local communities, market rates, and, what does that look like? What are those numbers? And we took percentages of program participation and how many visitation, what our numbers are for each rec center, and took those percentages to try and determine what number. And so ultimately, when we created the revenues, we took 3% of the population of Lawrence, and then we took that and added in, we factored in assuming about, so that's 3,000 members is our goal for next year. We took in about 10% would probably be the qualified rate, and again, we use that in comparison to how many scholarships we have each year, and use that as a ratio. So we're expecting, or our goal is about 300 individuals could possibly sign up for the qualified access membership, and then about 450 individuals would be the free youth membership. And so that leaves an estimate of paying members would be about 2,250. That's our goal. That's how we came up with the estimate. That took us to about the 450,000 where we ended up.
Okay. I'm going to hammer on revenue a little longer, and then I'll pivot. Have you done a comparison of what we charge at SPL for the tournaments, these outside associations bringing these tournaments in? Have you done a comparison to what we're charging in comparison to what other regional cities are charging for this similar situation?
Yes, and are you talking about the spectator fees or the actual gym rental for the tournaments?
Both. I'll take both, if I may. Thank you for differentiating.
Yes, we've looked at both. There are a lot of the tournaments that we see go to private gyms and other spaces, and so those are the ones that do typically pay, and we've seen anywhere from $5 to $10 for an entry fee. We do have some other local facilities that do not charge, which again, we had not, up until this point, we have not charged either. We are also looking at the rates of the gym rentals, and we are pretty close. A lot of the local, we currently charge $52 per hour for the gym rental for a tournament, and a lot of the local market areas are anywhere between 50 and 65 to 70, depending on some of the Johnson County and Topeka facilities. And then there's another, a pretty equal competitor to us is Blue Hawk, which is a new facility in Johnson County, and they basically set up specific packaging, and so they don't have a flat rate that we were able to compare to.
Okay, thank you. A few more. If we are charging fees and at the same time hosting these tournaments, is every community member that has a membership to any of these community centers ever going to be kept out because of these tournaments? I've heard some folks say maybe they couldn't play pickleball, which it has a lot of folks in it, obviously. Will there be any disruption in members being able to access these centers on account of hosting these tournaments?
So yes and no. The membership includes Holcomb and ELC. If there ever is a tournament at SPL, community members will be able to access our other facilities. Also, at the same time, if there's a tournament going on at SPL, members will still be able to use the weight room, the cardio area, and the track. And we do have the turf area, and then I believe we always leave one gym open at all times, and so obviously that's going to be limited, and we won't be able to accommodate everybody wanting to play pickleball, basketball at the same time during a tournament. But we will have actual gym space available either at the other recreation centers, or like I said, the weight equipment and track area will always be available.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand this, we will limit our community from accessing buildings so we can host these tournaments, which bring in additional revenue. I just want to make sure that we are loud and clear about that. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. A few more. how will adding these fees logistically affect staffing levels as it pertains to administration and enforcement? You know, you use RecTrack. I'm familiar with it. You guys like it. Good job. I can't stand it, but good for you. But having folks at the door enforcing membership looks quite different than what we have had in the past. Personally, I've taken my daughter into kindergarten, and I have not been using my little thing. Sorry, I apologize. You can count me in for 2. But it's going to look quite different if you've got a fairly disengaged employee. And understandably, that's not me being critical. It's going to look quite different. And then I need to know how you're going to be handling this administratively as well.
Absolutely. We've been doing a lot of staff training. That is our number one priority right now, is preparing our staff, training them. It's a new way of doing things. So you're correct. We have not, we haven't been held accountable in the past because we were not charging fees. And there's a lot of people coming in for a lot of different reasons. So we are obviously a lot of new processes in place and a lot of training going on. And our staffing will remain the same. As many of you have probably seen, we have a new desk set up at SPL. We're making changes. We're preparing to make the access points easier. We have signage coming. We want to make it very easy for people with memberships to come in and access and know where to go and where to check in. So all of that comes together. That's why we're making these logistical, physical changes, and along with staff training. And yes, administratively, we will continue to use RecTrack, which is already in place. And so the back end of that is already set up, and we've been doing a lot of preparation to, get the membership module set up and prepared.
Will you need to add additional staff?
Not necessarily. We're looking at on the tournament weekends. Typically, the tournaments take the gate themselves, and so we're working with each tournament on how that will work. And so we're not anticipating that we will need to add additional staff, but if we need to, we will.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Can you tell me what the conditions of the community centers across the city, what conditions they're in as it pertains to infrastructure, integrity of the buildings? Are we expecting major expenditures specifically with SPL? Do you have anything on that?
I don't have much. I could look into that and come back to you with an answer, but other than our typical preparations for any given calendar year, ongoing maintenance updates and projects and things like that, we're not going to be making major upgrades to the facilities. Unfortunately, with this current budget situation, adding membership fees is just keeping us sustainable so we can keep the facilities open. But every year we continue to look at needs and prioritize what needs to be, modified or adjusted or construction projects. So we do everything we can to make sure our facilities are clean and safe and, available for the community to use.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have one last question. It's not for you. If you could circle back and get me some level of asset level where we are. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. Last question is, philosophically, I am a little confused why we are making cuts. We're making significant operational cuts for the 2026 budget, but yet we are adding back to the fund balance. I would like to typically see a balanced budget before I start adding back into fund balance. So can you guys walk through that a little bit? I know Allie isn't here, but maybe you guys can talk about it. And I promise this is the last one.
No, that's good.
I think Rochelle is online if she wants to chime in.
Yeah, I'll start while she's coming online, but we are trying to get back to a reasonable fund balance. This is generally a strong economy right now, and we've all experienced when it isn't. So we need those buffers in our revenues so that when the bad things happen, we have buffers so we don't have to cut services. That's basically why we do it. There's some critical services out there that we're reducing slightly, but if we saw an economic downturn, we want to have those buffers so that we don't have to do even more reductions. This, again, is a relatively positive economy right now. We've seen the drain of our resources and our fund balance that gives us that critical buffer, and we just do not recommend going deeper, and we need to start restoring those because that next day can come. And so that's philosophically, that's why we've been recommending restore the fund balance, which we've been draining down in good times.
Sorry, Mayor.
I was just going to ask if Ally wanted to say anything. I saw.
Is Ally on? I'm right here. Oh, hi. Hi. Hey, how are you? How are you?
No, I don't. I think Craig articulated very well some of the mission and philosophy that went behind it. I guess the only thing I would add was, again, when we set out the challenge, it was how can we avoid doing this again in the future? So trying to find that number that would, at least for the foreseeable future, have revenues keeping pace with some of our expenses, particularly our market-based pay.
Okay. What percentage is our fund balance at as in comparison to where it needs to be? I mean, I like my major funds at 25%. What do we have? Set days? What do you guys have?
We have a 90 days goal and a 60 days minimum, and we've been hovering around the 60-day minimum.
Okay. You want to get back up to 90 days, right? Our 25%.
None of our forecasts show us that we're trying to be in the positive of the 60 days.
But adding the 2.1 million gets us closer to the 90 from the 60. That's the point.
It has us above 60 rather than below 60.
Treading water.
Treading water.
And I'm all for reserves. I mean, I'm fairly conservative when I'm padding fund balances. So I certainly appreciate this. The sticking point for me is we're reducing services. We're adding fees that, quite frankly, though, I am grateful that you guys did try and tie it to some data. We don't really know, right? We're cutting services and we're adding to fund balance. I would rather us really work on balancing this budget before putting into fund balance with the intent, again, this is going to be forest not trees situation, with the intent of figuring out where our operations are, right? Again, maybe it's just an overarching philosophical difference, but I would contend that we should use a portion of this fund balance to at least restore a 6-month option, because we have really alienated the community at this point, right? And all we really want to do is have some small wins, and so I want to make sure that I feel comfortable knowing with my financial background that we could sustain that. So I very much appreciate you telling me, both of you guys, where we're at on that. And that is all. Thank you. I'm done, guys. Sorry.
Commissioner Pauline, though, I have a question for you. I guess I'm not quite sure what you're saying. And Craig and Ally can correct me if I say something wrong. If we had a absolute balanced budget of what we bring in is what we spend, our fund balance would be going down. We want our fund balance going up to get closer to the 90 days. So we intentionally are bringing in more money than we're spending to try to address that structural imbalance. Are you saying that's a bad idea to try to build the reserves? I don't get what you're saying.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
I'm saying that we have cut services, right? I'd rather get operations under control and utilize, instead of adding to fund balance right now. 6 months isn't awesome. I'm not going to lie. But heck, we've taken out so much debt right now, I don't think risk really is a concern at this point. So But I would rather us use those monies in the fund balance that we were going to put, decrease the amount, the 2.177, at least put a 6-month initiative in here, try to keep these fees from coming in until we can evaluate how we can replace that revenue. Because as I see it, we're kind of starving ourselves while we're also putting money in savings. Like if it's a household, right? And then on top of it, we're also issuing mass amounts of debt. So it's really not tying quite the way I would normally see it. So I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay.
With my background. But again, it's more of I think it could be more of a philosophical difference, right? We'll just call it that. Not one way is right, not one way is wrong. So I would prefer us to manage the operation, see where we can avoid these fees, see if we can replace this revenue while maybe decreasing that fund balance addition a little bit. That was it. I had to ask some questions.
No, Lindsay, I had a question about the community building. I know one of the concerns besides the fee is the closure of the open portions of the community building, and I believe you think the estimate to open that would be $50,000?
Yes, so with our proposed budget for 2026, it was a $50,000 savings in part-time dollars to only open the community building for programming only. And so again, that cut was for part-time staff. So in order to open it to our current state as it stands today, we would need to reinstate that $50,000. The other part of that is if we're charging membership fees, it's not going to work to open the community building, even if we were given that $50,000 back, because we still have logistical concerns, safety, ADA access, building improvements that we would need to consider in order to charge membership fees at the community building. So it's kind of all or nothing situation, but we do have an unfunded CIP project to address those concerns. There was about $200,000 in the 2025 budget for design, which we put on hold because the project funding itself for next year was about $900,000 and it's currently unfunded. And it would take approximately 2 years if we wanted to go ahead and move forward with that to then do the design, and then with construction, it would be at least 2 years before we'd be able to have those improvements finished and ready to open.
A question in regards to the presentation. I know we kind of quickly went over the idea of reopening the community building. We are using it for programs. I guess my question for you, Vice Mayor, is the intent is to completely open the community building for what reason?
The same access that people have now. That would be just like how they're able to go into the community building right now.
Okay. So it's just to be able to have it available for folks to use facilities?
The normal way.
Just normal fees?
Yeah,
Okay.
without fees, because we couldn't charge them.
Right.
Right, because of the other pieces?
upgrades.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if it was just for just a particular population or if it was just more general population. Okay. And then I had a quick, Lindsay, I don't have a question for you, but I do have a question, Vice Mayor, for your presentation. I know you talked about the different, I know there's some foundations, there's some funds, some C3s, just based on just some quick work that I've been doing, listening to the conversation and us processing. Based on the foundations that you highlighted in your presentation, do all of these municipalities, are they just strictly using foundation dollars, or are those dollars also offset with membership fees or usage fees?
So to be honest, I didn't look into that. I just looked for ones who were using capital projects and finding ways to be able to kind of offset their budgets with some of these capital programs. I can look into that.
It's okay. I mean, I did a quick look while we were talking, and I do see where St. Louis doesn't have a centralized membership, but there are fees tied to certain programs. Lincoln, Nebraska does charge rec fees. So that's Fort Collins, Colorado, Manhattan, and Columbia. Wichita is a little bit different, it's probably one of the bigger ones here, so they have a different structure where they do have some form of fees for the fitness centers, not necessarily for open play type things, and it's based on either approximate month or for family members. So I did see where all but 1 1/4-ish of those municipalities do charge rec fees in addition to having their public-private partnerships or foundations.
Yeah, and I'm sure if some of these ones have aquatic spaces too, then they probably do that similar to what we're doing.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sellers, while you're looking that up, did you see if the fees charged happened to be for specific program, or was it, I don't know if you saw this or not, or is it just access to buildings? Did you happen to see that information?
There's one for access to utilization of the rec centers, and some of them had some for, in addition to fees for programs.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't do an in-depth.
Yeah.
Y'all don't charge me, y'all don't pay me that much, but I was able to do enough here. I'll talk to you.
And I do think we learned as part of the budget process that Manhattan, fairly recently instituted rec fees to get into their buildings.
Yeah, and they started their foundation program, I think it was 2023. So these
Yeah.
are all within the past 5 to 10 years, which to me is probably they're running up against a lot of the things that we're seeing from the general fund perspective of how do you fund Parks and Rec? How do you do capital projects? Do you take it from a city perspective, or do you use local philanthropy?
And I think in the, you read from the master plan, I believe in the master plan, you read about, comparable cities to our size, have foundations that raise $1 to $2 million. They also have a similar stat in there that average facilities or cities our size generate 25 to, I think it's 23 to 50% of their revenue from fees. Do you recall that? The master plan talked about implementing fees.
Yeah, yes, it did.
It had other things too, but
Yeah.
it suggested we implement fees as well as the things you've highlighted.
Yeah, no, and I definitely have spoken a lot about, the foundation, what that looks like. But also inside there, it's, sponsorship and advertising revenue, improving and expanding marketing of revenue-generating services, increased revenue, evaluate true cost of programs, provide volunteer opportunities.
Absolutely.
So I'm not trying to say it's like foundation or fees. I think there's a lot of stuff in the Parks and Rec master plan that we just need to spend time on, that we know how the community feels about this, and I think it just behooves us to give it 6 months at least to be able to try some of these other things before we put these fees into place. And I believe the Parks and Rec master plan, something we paid almost $200,000 for, lays out a lot of those options. And I give Parks and Rec all the credit in the world. Last year, you guys were in a budget crunch, you had to come up with something, and this was, I don't believe there was enough time for the Parks and Rec master plan to be able to breathe. And I think now we have a 6-month time, and I'll go back to what I said earlier, that if we do this and it comes up short, then we know. Then, the people that we talk to in town, we can say we tried this. This is the best thing that we have for Lawrence going forward. But I just really, in my heart of hearts, believe after talking to so many people that this is going to be successful.
And seriously, I'm not going to hold you some dollar amount, but let's say we raise $75,000 in the first 6 months.
Then that's a no-go outcome out for fees.
Okay. Other questions before we open it up to public comment? We'll have discussion afterwards. Okay, this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners and mayors, and happy holidays. My name is Carol Kummer, 66049. I started my petition, No Lawrence Rec Fees, in mid-July and have 3,770 signers. This information has been forwarded to you. Lawrencians have spoken at many meetings expressing their opposition to rec fees, and your PRC advisor board also opposed these fees. Marilyn Hall, a well-respected, longtime community advocate and past PRC Advisory Board member for 6 years, has presented the commissioners with her plan, A Sustainable Path Forward for Free Indoor Recreation in Lawrence. Her recommendations outline a reasonable path forward to preserve rec access while stabilizing PRC financial stability. We didn't have to pay her $190,000 for a Parks and Rec master plan, as she advocates daily in our community and is very knowledgeable on what our community needs, and it's not rec fees. Before Mike Courtney was city commissioner, he also advocated with me on my no rec fees at city commission meetings. Driven with a passion to solve problems, Commissioner Courtney now has a detailed proposal for Park and Rec's funding without rec center fees. These ideas and suggestions originated from the city's own Park and Rec master plan and from suggestion from residents who live and love Lawrence. Ironically, the above-mentioned ideas also align with the PRC's master plan, but have not been implemented by the department. Instead, they chose to pursue an easier path by implementing rec fees, memberships, and 2026 against the wishes of many residents and my 3,770 petition signers. I believe our rec fee issues could be solved by being fiscally responsible with our high property tax dollars, generating revenue from rental fees for SLP tournaments and spectator fees, and implementing suggestions from the PRC's master plan, Ms. Hall, and my petition. Also, if rec fees are implemented, residents would have limited access as SPL because they would not have open play hours during tournaments. Our community has spoken. 3,770 people have signed my petition, and now we hope you will consider no rec fees. Thank you for your time and your attention to this matter and your service to our community.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor Bussinger. I first want to thank you all for your public service and passion for the Lawrence community. Full transparency, I am on the Parks and Rec board, but I am here tonight as a concerned resident. I'm a lifelong patron of Lawrence Rec facilities. Growing up, it was home, school, and Holcomb Rec. I was there every day. Later, as a college student, the community building became a staple of my life. These spaces are far more than buildings. They are places where I learned, was challenged, cultivated community, and quite frankly, grew up. They are pillars of our dedication to public wellness and community connection, and they should remain free and easy to access for all, so that all have the same opportunity I did growing up. Historically, our city has valued public wellness, even promising that these facilities would remain free. However, the last city commission vote to charge fees and close the community building backtracks on these commitments. The proposed fees at their core are an equity issue as they create barriers to access. We should be working to remove obstacles to community resources, not add new ones. I would argue that the fees are actually in contrast to our unmistakable identity and strategic plan. To be blunt, these fees would stretch my own family's budget to a point where I'm unsure that I would justify even purchasing them. And I know I'm far from alone in this reality. These concerns are not merely anecdotal. 80% plus oppose the fees. In addition, the Parks and Rec Board has twice drafted statements to the Commission against them. When the public and the Advisory Board are aligned, it seems reasonable that the Commission should reflect the voice of the people, not override it. I also urge you to consider the long-term consequences of this decision. By implementing these fees, the city places itself in direct economic competition with private gyms who offer competitive pricing. As a result, we will lose patrons in our facilities. Not because our facilities lack value, but because access has been restricted. A year from now, are you all going to turn around and point to declining usage as justification to further close the facilities? That outcome would be manufactured by your vote, not organic. Lawrence residents already pay for these facilities through their taxes. Asking families to pay again to access what they already fund is inconsiderate and reckless. Residents should not be forced to shoulder unjust fees to compensate for past budget failures of the Commission, period. As a social studies teacher, I regularly remind my students that the role of government should be to listen to the needs, concerns, and will of the people. In this case, the people have spoken very clearly. The board has spoken very clearly. As an elected official, I ask that you honor that voice and uphold your responsibility to serve this community. I ask that you keep open the community building and keep the rec facilities free.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Nikki Weigel, 66049. I'm going to go off script. I have been a long-time Lawrence resident. We moved here in 1984. My dad was transferred here with the Dillon stores. He was a manager here in town. I went to KU, graduated KU. I danced at KU, time of Danny Manning and the Miracles. I was there on the court. So I'm a rock chalk Jayhawk, you know, and I'm on the pickleball board. I am a U.S. Pickleball Ambassador for pickleball. There is such a thing. And I just love to promote sports and activities for all. And I'm so passionate about this no rec fee. I speak to so many people, especially at SPL through pickleball, that have this same sentiment. And that's what I bring to you. I'm representing all of these people. I talk to them daily. For the last 4 years, I have consistently gone to SPL every Tuesday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. and do drills with people for pickleball. And it's the same sentiment over and over and over. No rec fees. Please, no rec fees. Don't make this emergency of this debt our emergency. Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I'm going to reiterate some of Vice Mayor Courtney's points. Sorry, I didn't take notes from him, but I did use the same material. I'm here tonight with a clear message and a concrete plan. This message comes from over 3,750 residents who signed a local petition, the largest in our city's history, and from the 82% of people who in the city's own survey said no to these fees. We're not here to simply oppose a policy. We're here to champion a better one that aligns perfectly with the very soul of Lawrence, a policy that honors our city's mission to create a community where all enjoy life and feel at home, and our vision for an innovative, equitable, transparent, and responsible local government. The current proposal for a flat fee is a direct contradiction of our commitment to fair and impartial delivery of services so that no group is disadvantaged or burdened, and to remove systemic barriers. Asking residents in East and West Lawrence to pay the same price when the East Rec Center is a mere 1/10 the size of the sports pavilion is the antithesis of equitable governing. Traveling to another location is a barrier of privilege, but we do not have to choose between fiscal responsibility and our values. The path forward is clear, and the tools are already in our hands to enhance both in a community-centered solution. This argument against fees is not a lack of appreciation, but a plea to keep these vital resources equally accessible for all of Lawrence. Let's not see this as a debate to be won, but as a future to be built by an innovative government. First, we can bridge the funding gap right now with responsible existing funds. We can use a portion of the $2.1 million already allocated for the general fund and extend the interim director's appointment, a move that saves over $100,000, which is about a fifth of the cost on its own. But the two simple steps of using that money and extending the appointment saves the amount to cover the cost of keeping them free for the entire year while we raise funds. Second, the city's already invested in technology to gather the data we need to inform us about the most mutually beneficial way forward. A system intended to track user analytics and issue ID cards, giving us concrete information to make smart business decisions, assess what's actually working, and find where we need to improve or adjust. Third, we have the roadmap, the city's own Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan, a document in which we already invested $190,000. Offers 50 different financial strategies, and charging a fee is only one. Many advocates have spoken in support of Friends of the Library model. This approach isn't about division, but empowerment. It transforms funding from a mandatory fee into a voluntary act of community pride. Currently, there's not a mechanism for donations from the community to go to that department. So let's choose the path that unites us, reflects our best selves, and makes every resident feel they truly belong. Let's put the funding of Parks and Rec into a policy that is unmistakably Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Good evening. Could I have Christina's pictures up again? I'm actually going to use those for my speech.
I don't, sorry, I was not aware. Got him, Kurt? Okay.
Holly Krebs, 66046. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance supports all proposals to maintain free access to our community's recreation facilities. These include Carol Kummer's No Fees for Lawrence Rec Center's petition, Commissioner Courtney's proposal for Parks and Recreation Department funding, and recommendations from former Parks and Rec Advisory Board member Marilyn Hull. All of these proposals propose eliminating user fees and exploring a broad spectrum of funding solutions to explore many solutions that are not just donation-based. We understand that the city has budgetary challenges, while we also recognize that budgeting is a process of prioritizing values. Our community clearly supports free access to recreation facilities. More than 3,750 people have signed the petition opposing fees. More than 2,000 people indicated their opposition to the fees in the city's own survey, and 45 residents wrote in letters tonight to the commission opposing these fees. Our coalition also advocates for the city to follow their adopted plans and policies, so we support the use of the recently adopted master plan to guide the process of balancing the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department's budget. Our coalition also likes to share data that hasn't yet been included in the conversation, so I'd like to discuss the disparities in the size and amenities of our recreation centers. The East Lawrence Recreation Center is 18,500 square feet and has 1 basketball court, a game area, a workout room with free weights and 6 cardio machines, and a tumble zone for gymnastics classes. Could you put up the second image? In contrast, the sports pavilion is 10 times as big as the East Lawrence Center. It has 181,000 square feet, 8 basketball courts, a 1/8 mile walking track, an indoor soccer arena, a weight room with 17 pieces of equipment, a cardio room with 23 machines, a fitness room, a gymnastics center, and 8 outdoor pickleball and tennis courts. East and West Lawrence residents would pay the same amount for monthly and annual passes, but the East Lawrence Center is 1/10 as big as the facilities on the west side of town. The city's strategic plan's commitment to equity and inclusion includes fair and impartial delivery of services so that no group is disadvantaged or burdened. I also would like to share that the city released their line item budget for the Parks and Rec Department on Friday. This shows that the department came in under budget by more than $500,000 in 2024. And it expects to do the same this year. This is the amount that would be required to provide continued free access to all recreation facilities in 2026. I very much appreciate that you are discussing this issue once more, and I hope you will support your community's request for alternative funding solutions to balance our parks, recreation, and culture budget. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Doug Blair, 66049. I want to thank Mayor Brad and Mike for responding to my email this last weekend, and for those that didn't, I'd like to read it. This discussion on the imposing of entrance fees to all park and recreation facilities has reached a point that I feel I must speak out. As a longtime Lawrence resident, 36 years, and taxpayer who pays his property tax in full every December, I find this discussion divisive between the citizens and the management of this community. It's beyond my understanding of good, solid business practices that the city has gotten to the point where they must now penalize its citizenry by imposing entrance fees to tax-supported facilities, and to even go into the bathroom or to get a drink of water. I might point out that in August, when the sports facility, when SPL was closed for a month at redoing the floor, Lawrence Pickleball took action by providing an outdoor bathroom by the tennis courts. Wasn't there before, and I was told that the LPRC does not own a porta potty. Surely there must be a more rational way for the city to complete their budget balancing act and to operate fiscally responsibly. I strongly urge the City Commission to stay the discussed fees for residents in Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on.
This is going to be some repetition. I'm Claude Laird, 66047. Douglas County and Lawrence residents have been told to accept PRC's indoor recreation facility fees starting January, and that the current trajectory of open admission is unsustainable despite their long tradition and philosophy of open access, especially for low community members, as spelled out in the City of Lawrence's stated goals of equity and inclusion. Despite their ability to fund the recreation facilities through various city and county revenues until now. And 3, despite city leaders' ability to provide no full accounting of expenditures and revenue. These fees are also being imposed despite overwhelming public opposition, as expressed in the form of newspaper articles, emails, letters to the editor, countless Facebook posts, a public opinion poll, petitions, and most recently in city commissioner elections. Douglas County consistently ranks among the top 20% of Kansas counties for its citizens' health. Even with sponsorships for low-income individuals, user fees will absolutely result in lower attendance and a less healthy population, particularly among low-income and senior citizens on fixed income who cannot afford the additional costs and won't apply for these subsidies. Implementing a fee structure will do away with one of the attractions that makes this city and this county so special, namely our proclaimed commitment to the health of our residents through open access, equity, and inclusion. That was the vision and the promise when voters were asked to support a 1-cent sales tax in 1994 to fund additional recreation facilities. Even if it was never codified, people remember what was said. PRC's indoor facilities budget is not clear because the city's complex financial system makes isolating its finances difficult, leading to incomplete reporting and public debate over its true financial picture. No other demonstration of public sentiment and fee opposition was more apparent than the most recent election. The top winner is proposing, Vice Mayor Mike Courtney, a reasonable and temporary stay of fees and until a more thorough understanding of alternate funding possibilities has been obtained. The public have clearly and repeatedly stated their feelings on fees and on the broken promises of free access, and they have a long memory. I know the job is not easy for you at times, and you have to make some tough decisions, but the least Lawrence City Commissioners can do is vote to stay the fees. And in view of the recent elections, it is not too late to choose this reasonable middle course. Those who have already paid fees in anticipation of next year can either ask for their money back or leave it on the books until a final accounting and final decision have been reached.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Artis Ramberg. I'm at 66044. I want to thank our newly elected commissioners for standing behind the community and adding to the hope that we don't pay fees. I'm an elder, so I'll get a break. But I was at the community building recently, and a young woman came in with her baby, and we talked about the fees, and she was very sad about it. She goes, "I won't be able to come." And I said, "Well, they're offering a scholarship." And she goes, "Oh, I won't do that." And I understand that. Honestly, I do apply for a scholarship for some studying that I'm doing, but it's such a hard thing for me to do. And I decide that I must, and I do, but I feel like I'm a privileged person. I'm college educated, and I'm white, and I'm driven. So the the reason I came is I started a year and a half or 2 years ago going to the community building, and it's the community building that just has my heart, because I've run across so many different kinds of people there, and it's open, and I know it has accessibility issues, and they need to be worked on, and so we're just going to scrap it. But it's so nice to have something close by. And if I'm not able to go there, then I'll go, I guess, to the East Lawrence Recreation Center, but it doesn't have the machines I've been using that have made me able to, honestly, be able to go to sleep when before I couldn't. And so I feel like it's such a wonderful place, and it's been such a wonderful place for the people that I've interacted with, who are all different colors, and I guess we're not supposed to talk about that these days, but with that, I'll say thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Commissioner Courtney, for coming up with an idea that might move us forward in a direction that will help types like me. And I guess I'll just say, please reconsider the community building, the access to the restrooms, and the gym that's just been newly rebuilt, and the wonderful machines. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might be your last one.
No.
Marguerite Ermeling, 66049. I have a couple of things that came to mind. First, I am very much in support of Commissioner Courtney's concept. I think that the public has tried on so many occasions, in various ways, to try to ask you to do exactly what is being asked tonight, which is to look at all the possibilities first before coming to the idea of membership fees. If there is still something to be made up, perhaps that's at the bottom, and I mentioned one time speaking here to triage that process, to look for all of these other possibilities, some of which will have merit and some won't. But that hasn't been done, and I think that is creating the frustration and the division and the feeling that you're not really hearing, because it's a one-way street, one ticket only, just for membership, and that's basically how it's been perceived. And that could be fixed in this process, perhaps. It does not mean or prevent the possibility or need for some membership at some point, but nothing else has been discussed or really evaluated or considered for a purpose of all these things we've talked about the Park and Recreation's needs. If that could happen, I'm very much in support of at least looking at the other possibilities before coming down to that membership, for certain. The other thing that I wanted to point out is because I am a county resident, I do hold property in the city of Lawrence, and I hold property that has nothing on it, and I hold it on main arteries. And I can tell you I pay a lot, more than the household does, on property taxes for that property. So there must be something for people that do that, because I might live out in the county, but I certainly am paying the property taxes inside Lawrence at a hefty level. The other last thing I want to say is just on the data collection. I alone would take a whole lot of those numbers and probably be responsible for some, because there are many times over my time there at SPL where I've gone in for water. I've gone in for the bathroom. I've gone in because I forgot to give the balls back to the front desk. And I'm leaving. I'm only going in and I'm going out. I'm going in and coming out. So if I am just one person who uses that facility, those numbers are probably broadly still not exact and tight enough to give us data to understand whether or not they're meaningful and how are they meaningful. I have nothing really more to say but to really hope that you will give this productive cause possibility and at least give it the time to be digested and come up with the information and the data that will be necessary to make that conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Guido Petre. I'm 66049. I have had to cut out a lot of things that I wanted to say because everyone else has echoed all of the emotional sentiment behind this. So I will try and not repeat what everyone else has already said. Mostly, I guess, I'm a trained statistician, and so I've had a lot of the same questions that Commissioner Polian and Commissioner Courtney have also brought up today. And I've also asked these same questions in the Parks and Rec Advisory Board meetings. And Director Lindsay has also come up with answers for me to just help try and understand all of this situation. And it very much seems to me that Commissioner Courtney is correct that we just do not have enough information on usage data to actually determine what these fees would actually bring in revenue and what the result would be from that. And to echo Mr. Bussinger, I believe, said that it's possible that the usage goes down over time, and then later we decide, okay, maybe we have to close one of the centers because we don't have enough people using it, and that sort of stuff just doesn't sit right with me either. One thing that I would want to bring up that is not exactly apparent from your proposal, Commissioner Courtney, is that this foundation would be some kind of private entity, it seems, and I'm also, that also doesn't quite fit right with my model of how government works. I would much rather prefer something that is publicly owned, maybe as an independent entity, but still publicly owned. I would personally much rather pay, I will admit I pulled up the numbers while it was sitting there on my phone, but I would rather pay the 1% higher tax that we might have to bring in enough revenue for the Parks and Rec Department. We have something like $120 million brought in taxes. If I'm not wrong, our local tax is 2.85%. And if we just bump that up to 2.87%, suddenly we have an extra 1.2 million that we can work with for situations exactly like this. That all being said, I want to say thank you so much for all of your work, all of the suggestions that you've put in. Director Lindsay, please, I want to make sure that you know that I appreciate all of the work that you put in as well. Yeah, thank you so much.
Cindy Courtney, 66046. Wanted to come and share a little bit more of a personal story, especially in response, Mayor Finkeldine, to some of your questions around those who might want to support those who are not in need. And I think there have already been some significant examples of those who may not feel comfortable indicating that they're in need. And I know at the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting just this past Sunday, there were some significant questions about why some of the scholarships were so underutilized. And I was surprised when reviewing some of the Parks and Rec documentation that it was filed under the strategic plan goal of unmistakably Lawrence and not under safe and secure neighborhoods and not under kind of our economic goals, especially because that goal prioritizes making sure we don't create barriers to systemic injustice. And these fees very much feel to me like instituting a barrier to injustice. And I wanted to share a very personal experience. When we had our first son, one of the things that helped keep me sane was our Build Your Village group at LMH and the ability to get outside of my house and have a place in the heat of the summer when there was really no comfortable place to walk during that witching hour when babies just cry and there is almost nothing else you can do to stop them. The sports pavilion and their walking track as a place to walk with others was a lifesaver, as it is also to many young parents in the middle of winter when we are about to make these facilities harder to access. Many of the other parents that I met in that organization were dealing with significant obstacles, not just financially, but also in terms of domestic violence, relationships ending, and they have very young babies at home. That is not the time that someone wants to go and start bringing in forms and filling out forms. In addition to hearing directly from Parks and Rec staff about people who are dealing with disabilities or who are dealing with fixed incomes, where they may not necessarily qualify for these discounts, but it may still impact their ability to use these things. The people who are benefiting most, who are struggling with physical needs, with mental health needs, who can really benefit from access to these facilities, may be the very people who then struggle to come in, spend the time and the effort to use those discounts. So again, I would just encourage you to not just think about this as something that we are either helping people in need or we are not. Recognize that by instituting fees and even carving out exceptions, that is still a barrier. Convenience is a much bigger barrier than you expect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kirk Devine. I've heard a lot of good arguments, and they're arguments that I suspect the commissioners have heard related to how much Lawrence people are used to the tradition of equity and no barriers, how we love the rec centers. In fact, I would actually compare it a little bit to the love of the library as an institution here. I don't think you would actually want to ask for fees to enter the library and create a barrier like that to learning knowledge and connectivity. The rec fees for us gym rats, the rec centers are basically very similar to that. I see no difference. It's a community treasure. In 2013, we were promised at SPL that our voting for the bond issue would result in no fees for the Douglas County residents. 10 years later, that promise is no longer applicable in our thinking here. The public, it's no wonder the public resents this idea of rec fees, but there's also a very complicated city to run, and you guys have to do it. Some of the things that you guys discussed, I understand. Some of them are just, they take a lot of study for me to get it. So there's some empathy for you as you're making these decisions. But what I want to emphasize is this new commission has a chance to do something that honors the unique aspect of Lawrence, keeps people from having to deal with this barrier to recreation and health. And it's major. As, again, one of the gym rats, I understand all the people that would be affected. It's really quite significant. I'm not making that up. There would just be a lot of people who couldn't come. There would be a lot of people who wouldn't come because they don't like it. And there are alternatives, as was pointed out, in competitive commercial gyms. There's one thing that I think that has been lost. Mike's enthusiasm and Mike's plan, which was actually cobbled together almost 3 years ago, at least some of it, when this debacle began. So this is not the first time, this is the second time that this issue has met all this resistance. But the one thing about the plan that I really like is that I believe it would change structurally the relationship between Parks and Rec and the community. The rec community is a really powerful community. I definitely am along with him about how it could raise a lot of money. You know, as part of the pickleball community and have tried to get more pickleball revenue here, I know it can be done.
Time.
But, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Evening, everybody. Brian Johnson, 66049. Excuse me. I am the president of Pickleball Lawrence, a local group, small group that has a pretty loud voice every once in a while. 3,700 signatures on a petition run by Carol, one of our board members, kind of shows the movement that we can have in the community. I'm sure that you heard from quite a few pickleball members just in this no rec fees. Outside of the pickleball community, I was coming up to make other points, but I wanted to make a few. Fees aren't going to be charged for anybody that's 18 or 17 and under. I myself don't remember having any money from 18 to 28. There's a decade there where I was very, very poor. I would not have filled out a form to ask to go into a rec. I would have just not gone. I've received that same sentiment from many basketball players, many of our younger pickleball players. The center is used by people who need that time to keep them away from other things and use that energy wisely. And at that age, I think it's not very wise of us to push them out into doing other things and not keep that open to them. I was also somewhat disappointed in myself that I didn't produce more vigor for the November vote on this. I thought our community was being heard, and I guess I'm speaking to the three members that are up here mainly that were a part of that. I thought we were being listened to, and I didn't think I needed to show up. I don't plan on being so complacent again. Our voice will be heard. It's being shown through the petition. It's being shown through people showing up. Speakers that are obviously not comfortable being up here, putting themselves in these positions to show that they do not like it. So even if regardless of the vote tonight, even if it's passed, there will be movements to fight it again and again. We showed up 2 years ago, and they listened to us, and we shut it down. We'll be back again and again, and I won't be complacent as I was in November. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys.
The comments in the room?
Yes, David Baston, 66047. I'll just start out by saying that I'm in favor of not having any fees at the rec centers. I mean, just looking back at my childhood here, I utilized all the services that I could just to keep me out of trouble. So, I mean, and I do understand the other side of it too. I mean, you do have to look at why this even came up. We were $6.5 million short, and we had to come up with the money from somewhere. And I'm sure Parks and Recreation, I mean, I know they've got whatever they were, 95 places to look for money. I'm sure they looked at some of those. Yeah, and I totally get that whole situation, but I mean, we do also have to look at, I mean, why we were even in that situation to begin with, being short on the funds. It's from driving our fund balance down, and again, not wanting to build it back up right away. I mean, you have to look at that part too. And like I said again, I don't want fees out there, and I'll donate some money to that cause myself. But I mean, you do have to look at the other side of it. And then I know in the little thing it said delaying the director hire saves $103,000, which I mean doesn't seem real bright when you not going to hire your director that would be responsible for looking at those bullet points and furthering those funding ideas. So, and I mean, the funding ideas that were listed are definitely good, but they're not facts right now. I mean, the money's not there as we speak. So. Again, I just want everybody to look at that. And again, I'm for no fees at the rec center. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I also wanted to ask that we do not implement any sort of rec fees, and I think we should exhaust all options to investigate how to fill the financial gap before we implement fees. What I've noticed, and I guess I haven't been entirely present for a lot of these conversations, but my big question is what has changed and how did we get ourselves into this situation where we're even having this discussion? And if we were to implement the fees, my understanding from the discussion tonight is that the fees would be implemented to keep things as status quo, to make sure that we don't have, a budgetary fall regarding like the maintenance or the cost of the employees. But how do we prevent ourselves from getting into this situation where maybe we have to raise the fees again in a couple of years and have this discussion over again? So to me, it's confusing that we're not kind of addressing one of the core issues is how did we get here, how are we going to go forward, and how can we make sure that the community doesn't get another false promise? Because if we do implement fees and we say, okay, this is just what it's going to be, and then we won't have any other financial issues to increase the fees, something's going to happen further down the line and the fees are going to be increased again, because that's how it happens. The other concern I have is about the philosophy of these rec places being open and being free. And so when we think about third spaces where you can exist and not have to pay, we don't really have a lot of options anymore. The library is one good example where you don't have to pay anything to go in there. You can exist, you have access to community resources, you have access to people who can devote their time, or you can make community connections. The rec centers are also another area where this happens. Outside of that, if you're in a park, that could happen, but you don't have another area where you could go. You can't go to a coffee shop and just sit there, for 6 hours, or maybe in town you can, if you know somebody, right? Or if you buy one coffee. But we don't have access to a lot of places that don't require financial incentive for us to justify existing in that. And so I'm really concerned about, once we get onto this implementation of fees, that we're going to have people lose access to that space. People are going to go to other areas. They could go to Crunch Fitness, which is a $10 a month and has, depending on the facility, better facilities than some of our community buildings. And then again, I think Taylor talked about this, like what is going to happen when we have that decrease in people, and then we have to start to justify closing these buildings. We lose access to that space. It's a community space. It's already been paid for. I don't understand how we have been able to pay for this up until this year, and then all of a sudden now we don't have any other options. We have to implement fees. I just don't think that we have exhausted all options and gotten creative enough, and we have 2 universities in this town. We have plenty of people who are qualified to get creative about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Okay, go. Oh, okay.
One more word to write down.
You writing poem over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll give you a second.
All right. Patrick Ross, 66049. This one's called Live Parks and Rec Poem. What I'm asking for throughout the campaign, 3,770 signers, home, school, and Holcomb Park. Danny Manning and the Miracles. Remove systemic barriers, not just donation-based, 8 times as big. I must speak out, pay in full, bathroom, and get a drink of water. There's going to be some repetition, no full accounting, less healthy population. People remember what was said clearly and repeatedly. I'm an elder, so I'll get a break. I won't do that. I'm college educated and I'm white. Machines that help me go to sleep, wonderful machines. Triage the process, not really hearing, time to be digested. Come up with answers for me, some kind of private entity. Instituting barriers to injustice, domestic violence. Convenience is a much bigger barrier. Fees to enter the library. Complicated city to run. One of the gym rats, 18 to 28, keep them away from other things. Looking back at my childhood, I will donate some funds myself. Exhaust all options, status quo, another false promise, third spaces, qualified to get creative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, online.
J.D. Finch.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is J.D. Finch, and I live in North Lawrence.
First, thank you guys for responding to my correspondence about the community building. I know you guys are very busy, so I appreciate the fact that you guys hit me back. I'm speaking as an advocate for keeping the community building open to walk-in access. As has been said, under the current plan, even after the introduction of fees, the community building is going to be closed to that walk-in access. I had an excellent discussion yesterday with Annette Deegan from Parks and Rec, and she explained that from her perspective, any changes to the current plan of closing the building would be zero sum, and notwithstanding Commissioner Courtney's productive pause, I recognize that my advocacy may require additional funding from the city or limitations from some other area of Parks and Rec. But I'm asking you guys to keep it open. Ms. Deegan confirmed the Lawrence Times reporting that it would cost around $50K per year for current staffing or $18K per year to keep it open after school for kids from Monday through Friday. I am a daily patron of the community building, and my sons are there every day after school when they don't have some other practice or if the weather isn't great and we go to South Park. I live in North Lawrence, and I attended the Community Vision workshop a month ago, and the first question that somebody from the community asked was how much that study would cost. The answer was $400,000. That's $400,000 for a vision and a series of recommendations to improve North Lawrence, rather than any actual improvements. The cost of that study, $400K, would have funded 8 years of full staffing for the community building. During that same visioning workshop, I suggested renaming the current community building as the North Lawrence Community Building, since it's only a mile away and serves the North Lawrence population. The proctor suggested that for the vision quest, I should think bigger and should suggest a new one for North Lawrence. That to me is incredibly short-sighted and speaks to the necessity to realign priorities at the city level. Bottom line is, I think you guys should prioritize delivery of services rather than vision questing for recommendations. So here's the recommendation for you guys. First, direct the city manager to keep the community building open. Even after the introduction of the fee schedule, closing it to everyone because there hasn't been an infrastructure improvement plan is Kafkaesque. Second, don't make it an unfunded mandate. If you were asking me, an easy thing to cut would be the rest of the corridor study. But here's the key. If it is down to funding, I'd ask you guys to think out of the box. Vice Mayor Courtney's suggestion is a great example. But another thing is the community building is most commonly used by kids when the weather is bad. I'd ask that at a minimum, you guys allocate the $4,500, that's $4,500 for the first quarter of the year, January, February, and March to keep it open, which I'm told that's about the same as the cost of this meeting that we're having right now. Last note, community building was opened in 1940 as an armory and has remained open through large-scale changes to our city. I've been a patron of the building for about 35 years, and I was here in 1995 when the gym floor was replaced, and the team there at the time managed to keep the weight room open rather, for use even while that floor is being replaced. I was also here from 2011 to 2014 when the staff would come in early on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:45 to let the Red Dogs folks come in and do the community workouts. Thank you. Please consider it.
Thank you.
Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. I think that's mine. I've heard so many zip codes tonight, I've forgotten mine. Something that stood out to me was when Commissioner Poland made a comment about the fees and was doing a comparison. And so I've been sitting here thinking about that and thought, well, let me compare that to my home. And what I'm saying is, charging the fees to the public is like interest on a credit card that you have on your debt. Now you've got a savings account, our general fund, but your debt on your credit card is more than what you have that you're making on your savings account. But you're going to go ahead and take out more debt like we have and not pay on the credit card, but rather you're going to put the money into savings. That makes zero sense when you come to finances, and it would probably keep you in debt the rest of your life. I think that the public did not put us in the position we are in. My first thought in my home would be if I'm short on my budget, which I have been, I start looking inward at where can I make cuts. When the budget shortfall first occurred, we were told by the city manager that he would have to lay people off. and that would be like 75 people. And I thought, okay, I mean, it happens all the time. It's got to happen from the inside out rather than squeezing on the public more and more and more. Because I think you're screwing yourself over. You start charging fees, and like others said, people are going to go to keep this place down rather than going to the Park and Rec place. Oh, and I just lost my thought. Rats, I looked up and saw the clock and went, oh no, I have 3 minutes. So I'm sorry. So I guess in conclusion, I know. What's it going to hurt to explore what Commissioner Courtney said? What's it going to hurt? Give it 6 months. Look and see what it does, what it brings in. What is it going to hurt? Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, yeah, what Ms. Jones said, what is the harm in trying something for 6 months? And if not 6 months, 12 months. 6 months seems a little bit short to me. But as an aside, there's plenty of money in this town. There's plenty of money in the budget. It's just a matter of moving it around, isn't it, guys? Let's see here now. This is nickels and dimes, but they all add up. $15,021 was paid in 2025 for coffee to the police department, Parks and Recreation, which got over $4,000 for coffee for the staff. Transit and Parking got it, and Information Technology got it. Why are we buying coffee for the staff? I don't get it. Don't they bring their own coffee, or don't they go on breaks and go to, what do they call it? I forget the name of the fancy places because I don't drink that stuff. It's a drug, you know, it's an amphetamine. You want to stay away from that stuff. It keeps you up. There's money all over the place. Okay, let's talk about the travel budget. MSO spending over 100 G a year. The police, the fire, those 3 people right there. They don't need to do all of that travel during times of exigency. There are modern technologies that you can use. It's not as good as being face-to-face, but it's a compromise. Additionally, we don't need to be paying for Sellers to go off on trips because she got elected to some second vice presidency for some Nimrod operation. If she wants to pimp herself out, let her go on her dime. She is not representing the city of Lawrence when she travels on that stuff. These parks are the people's parks. They are already paid for. Everything inside them. Everything going on with them. It seems that we need to focus on enhancing these parks, not building new ones, but making certain that the ones we have function and work well and are taken care of and loved. Is that going on now? Well, sort of. Let's look at the $350,000 artwork piece out by the police plaza. Why doesn't that look nice when you go over there? Why isn't it not an inviting gazebo area to sit down? I personally do not like that piece of that piece of art. I do like the piece of art in front of the city building. But, you know, it's just taste.
Time.
But
Thank you, Steve. Someone's on it?
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I just want to point out the point that was made earlier about comparing park fees to the library, I think that's spot on. Because you can rent you can check out DVDs from a library, and it's not like we're saying, oh, we only want poor people to be able to rent DVDs or check out a book for free. So, I mean, if you think about it, isn't access to exercise as important as access to DVDs or books? And also, when it comes to foundation, I think it is something we should explore, because I think like a foundation could raise money better than just saying, hey, can you donate to our low-income scholarship fund for, using the facilities. Just because I would be more likely to donate to something like a foundation, because also, if the foundation is successful, like if you try it out, how much better off would the city be financially if this works out? So that's why I think you should try it, just because of the potential reward. Also, when it comes to this foundation, I was wondering also, besides just money, could they work to find volunteers to staff? If part of the problem is the funding when it comes to paying staff, could volunteers be used at some point? Or like if we're keeping the community building open on certain parts of, like certain days or certain hours, is that something that we could use volunteers for? Also, something else, I don't know if it's relevant, but if we do go with the foundation, what are other things the city can provide the foundation to help them raise money? Because I've said this before, I think, like when it comes to street names, I think if we had a raffle, and I would spend money to buy like a $5 or $10 ticket to have a chance to name a street, I would totally do that. But the city never goes through with this, and I've been saying that for years. Let's start selling off like the ability to name streets. I think that could raise money, but those are just some of my ideas. Thank you.
Marilyn Hull. Marilyn Hull.
Marilyn, if you're trying to speak, we can't hear you. Oh, there we go. You're still on mute, though.
I've been on Zoom for a while. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good now. Go for it.
Okay. First, I wanted to address Commissioner Sellers' question about infrastructure for a fledgling foundation. The Lawrence Parks and Recreation already has a charitable fund at the Douglas County Community Foundation that's been used as a vehicle for donations for a variety of things. And I think for what Mike Courtney is talking about, a first step would be to utilize that fund and start a fundraising drive, using that infrastructure to take in funds, to provide tax receipts, and all that kind of stuff. So that's there and could probably be up and running in 30 days with a fund agreement that could be generated. As far as how you would start this, I think you'd have to have a board of, say, 9 or 11 people, community volunteers, and I would suggest that each one of those be able to pay in some sum of money to join the founding board, because there's going to have to be money there to launch a fundraising drive. You have to have materials and so forth. So I see that as a possibility, would just be to have a founding board that would raise a small amount of capital that would fund the campaign. And then you kind of see how it goes. These sorts of things are time consuming. And you need people who can make $1,000 gifts and even $10,000 gifts, just as you need people who can make, $25 gifts. So I think that's a possible infrastructure. I'm not sure how much of the Park and Rec staff time it would take. In the beginning, it would be mainly a community volunteer thing. If you go ahead with this, I recommend that you do the 12 months instead of 6. 6 is not really enough time to build any kind of momentum. And I would say, let's not get all of our eggs in one basket around starting a foundation. I think Mike and I probably differ on how exuberantly the community will respond to this, but it's going to take time for that to really pay off and build up. And counting on it to come out with just a blockbuster amount of money right out of the chute, I don't think is going to be reasonable.
Thank you, Melon.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bring it back to us?
Mr. Mayor, can we take a bio break just for a couple minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to ask that. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll return at 8:43.
Thank you.
And we'll come back for discussion. Are we ready? Coming back from the short break there and bringing it back to the commission for questions, comments. Lindsay, I had a question for you. At one point, I think you gave us a number of unique visitors to our Parks and Rec facilities. Can you remind me what that was?
It was about 12,000. So in 1 year span, we used 24 numbers since we were working on this over this past year. So in 2024, we had about 12,000 unique visitors to all of our rec centers.
And the funding estimate is based upon, I think you said 3,000 minus some folks who get in free.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Yep.
How do we know that number if we're not tracking attendance?
We are using it by access card scans.
Okay.
And so that is the exact number that we have that we can go off of. So we have, spoken several times this summer that it may not be 100% accurate.
Okay.
A lot of people are coming and going, but from the data that we have, those are the numbers that we report again that I mentioned that we use for our UI3 data.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, just confirming.
Sure. No,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, and maybe at one point, I think it's a super good leadership. I know that was like a number that was tough to get back in September, and so, great job on the PRC team to get that now.
Thank you.
Comments?
Okay. I got a lot of thoughts and comments and processes here. So I wanted to talk about this from the aspect of access, use, and success. And I think I've said that a couple of times, about accessibility. When the true way to a metric to ensure that something is truly accessible to everyone is how does one use it, their ability to navigate themselves to using it and using it successfully. So what came back to us tonight is just, I think, one piece of a bigger aspect of something that we needed to, of course, triage. I've heard triage, prioritize, all of those things. And I don't think that the commission has not attempted to prioritize or that we haven't attempted to triage. I think what the master plan brought in front of us was a lot for us to process, for us to be able to synthesize, as well as at the same time be able to the very point, triage and say, this is one way for us to implement something as we continue to build upon that. Two things can be true. So as we've seen with other municipalities, you can have a foundation, you can have fees, those things can be balanced. Again, we are the governing body. We can adjust those things accordingly. So I think that's something to keep in mind as we kind of go through this process. Some of the things that kind of came to mind throughout all of this is that it's an or, not an and, so we always know that. The idea of the rec fees is that something that can be implemented, and we can also revisit that. The idea is that we do have data. We've had some data to start, and that is meaningful data, and we can continue to build upon that data. And so the idea that stopping one to do another one, there's already been kind of that spillover. There's already been, so that to say that, if we implement fees, that usability will go down. Well, we have data, but we can't create a correlation to that. There's not a true correlation causation to that. But it is continuous. We still will have a year of data that we can continue to put into effect that will continue to inform this body of what we need to do to move forward. So what are some things we can move forward? I don't necessarily think we need to establish a foundation. We have a partnership, as Marilyn stated, with the Douglas County Community Foundation. If there is an action item from this commission to direct staff and to what that would look like, I think there's some appetite there. To the point that was kind of brought up tonight, yes, I think these are very ambitious goals. Not saying that we're not going to hit them. I think to pause something on the hope that it's going to be able to fund a gap that then we'll turn around and just say, we'll go ahead and do this. That's kind of double work, and it seems like double work. But I have no, I have no issue with, maybe, looking into expanding what type of agreement would look like, whether it's a business agreement, funding agreement, that we would need to have staff draft to say, this is what this fund is going to be. It's going to be housed at the Douglas County Community Foundation. It's going to, and its, purpose is to do this, this, and this. And then what is the framework and the mechanism that, Marilyn talked about, committees up, subcommittees, whatnot, advisory. Yes, it's going to have all of that. We can direct staff, support, whoever, advisory boards to bring that information back to us if that is the appetite and the will of the commission. So I think that's one way to address that piece. So there's that. Another thing that came up as we talked about the funding mechanism and what these funds could be used for, the master plan did talk about, capital improvements, idea of using this to fund, whether it's for playgrounds, splash pads, upkeep of, facility equipment, things of that nature. That's why we said we need to figure out and digest through what we want these foundation dollars to use for. For tonight, I heard to make things free, to make entry free for everyone. If that's the only thing that's going to be used for, that is very admirable. But if there's an opportunity for us to expand this into something more, then I think that's something we need to discuss. Especially based on some of the conversations we've had this last year around the pool, around the CIP, around splash pads. I've heard a lot of folks talk about equity and, equality and access and all these things, and that goes back to that access and use. We have a lot of our rec centers are for the east part of town. We don't have anything out west. Newsflash, I live out west. Newsflash, there's a lot of low-income people who live out west. While we don't have concentrated areas of poverty, we are starting to see hotspots. And so as we talk about equity, South Pavilion Lawrence is not an equitable point of access for rec facilities as it relates to a Holcomb or a East Lawrence. It just isn't. So how do we dream about that? I know someone had brought up about, what do we use with what we have now, and stop thinking about what can we have for the future. I want us to think about what we have for the future. That's what we have a capital improvement plan for. So maybe we need to have a park and rec, not say a park and rec to have its own separate capital improvement plan, but there are things that we need in this community. We need more than one pool because we have so many competing values, and we're trying to put all of that in one box, and it's not working. And so I don't know if that is because we don't want to pay more for it, so we're gonna make it fit and make it work, and just, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. If that's the appetite for the community, then so be it. I think it's just we're going to continue to have these conversations like this. In my mind, I want more than one pool. I think this community it needs more than one pool, public pool. It needs more than the 3 rec centers that they have over here that are not, they're rec centers in the very basic way that they can be. We talk about we need meeting spaces for folks in the community to have access to. That's what a lot of rec centers are used for, addition to free play and programming. We're again, putting pieces into self-contained boxes that are not, and it's not working. So when are we going to start to dream bigger about what we need? Do we need a rec center in North Lawrence? Do we need a rec center in South Lawrence? Do we need a real rec center out west? Because, unpopular opinion, South Pavilion Lawrence is not a rec center. Unfortunately, I think it was presented to be that. It is not that. It is a multi-sport complex that its first goal is to drive, activities and tournaments, and that was supposed to be the self-funding mechanism to make it free for everyone, and it just hasn't been that. And so it is what it is. So, we slapped it. We put some gym equipment in there. We put a couple of ellipticals in there, and we got a track, and we want to call it a rec center. I guess so. But I know this community, there are things that we really want as it relates to health and wellness and accessibility for everyone. And to predicate it on just these 3 different buildings and trying to fit all of that and all of those competing values into those one things without really thinking about what do we need for this community to flourish, because that's not equitable. Folks out west are not going to South Pavilion Lawrence, and they're definitely not going to drive all the way to Holcomb, and they're definitely not going to drive all the way to East Lawrence. So we need to think about what equity outside of the sense of just accessibility, but also the accessibility, not of just building, but accessibility of location and travel and amenities and accessibility for those who have may have restrictions and things of that nature. So yes, we do need to think big about that. Where do we go? Just like we plan for Station 6 and Station 7 for the fire department, we need to plan for that for our Parks and Rec as well. But these things can be done in combination with such things as fees. Because as we've seen based on the presentation that you gave, Vice Mayor, all of the examples you gave, they have both. So it's, like I said, it's not an or, it's an and. It's foundation, it's an establishment of a foundation, and there's fees in order to create the mechanism that then some of these things can be free. Because there are examples of municipalities that have been able to stand these funds up to then be able to simultaneously stabilize their budgets, to then be able to come back in and say, now that we've stabilized the budget, we have and we see what our revenues are coming in from our foundation, now we can back off and we can now say things are free again. So again, this is not about not hearing voices. I think we're hearing all the voices. It's just a matter of how do we put pieces together that we can essentially create the very thing that we want instead of just trying to stuff it into a box that's not working and it's really not benefiting everybody. Because, I mean, because the very fact that we're having this conversation. So, I mean, I get it. I don't want us to pay fees for the things we have now, but I think it goes back to when we created the strategic plan and the levels of service. We put these levels of service together so that we can identify what is the appetite for the community. And that if it's for us to have a level 4 Parks and Rec service, this is what that cost looks like. And how do we create that? And so now that's what we're doing. We've now seen the community say, we want these types of levels of services. Now we're putting the pieces together to create those funding mechanisms to do that. Maybe it's a little bit of rec fees in addition to having the foundation, and then we can switch things around. But, I'm hearing everything, and I do believe we need to implement all of these things. It's the and, it's not just the or. So, other pieces of this I would add is that, I said that we can revisit the rec fees after 12 months. We definitely need to stand up and expand and establish what that foundation fund looks like, as it could be a revolving fund. I would love for us to really put into ordinance and not resolution the percent of art, because with Parks and Rec, we've talked about the Parks and Rec piece, we haven't talked about the culture piece, and we know the culture piece has come up under discussions as well as we talk about TGT. So the master plan has a whole lot of pieces into it about Parks, Rec, and culture. And as it relates to the Parks and Rec piece, I think we can do both of those. So I understand wanting to pause the fees. I don't think there's no more harm than good in continuing that, getting the data, while also directing staff to say whether it's staff working with Parks and Rec, the advisory board. I know that the advisory board has had discussions about kind of reconfiguring themselves so that they have subcommittees. If that's the appetite and the will of the commission to see that, let's encourage the Parks and Rec, the advisory board to do that so then they can start to do this work. We did a lot of this when I was part of the Human Relations Commission, where we reimagined that and we created those subcommittees to look at Chapter 10, to look at funding mechanisms for different programs to support public rights and human rights. So this is the same thing. We have to put these pieces in place so that we can have the system do the very things that we're wanting it to do. So it's something for us to kind of get the conversation going.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
taking notes.
If I could ask that.
Yeah.
Lizzie, if we were to open a community building for access for youth, so for after school, that 3 to 5, that Wednesday early release, bottom line, what are we looking at cost-wise?
We estimated it would be about $18,000 to bring staffing back in to open for that period of time during the week.
Okay.
Make a couple points, and I don't have a good PowerPoint presentation like the Vice Mayor, but do want to talk about a couple things and things I heard tonight and things I heard during tonight and during the budget. First of all, I don't like rec fees, but I don't like raising taxes. I don't like cutting the firefighters. I don't like cutting police. I don't like cutting economic development. And for some people here who said, we should be here advocating for this issue, the real time is during the budget. Because at the budget, we have to figure out, we created a fee, like a tax, and we said, well, instead of cutting the firefighters more, or instead of cutting, closing the community building completely, or as opposed to cutting 3 police officers, we're going to put these fees in. And that's the point where we're making the balancing act. And someone came earlier and said, I think we should raise taxes and pay for all these things. Well, I can tell you nobody showed up at our budget hearing and said, let's raise taxes and pay for more of these things. But the budget is the time where we make these. Now, our 2 commissioners weren't here during the budget, and so, I understand that. I want to hear that. But I would make a couple points related to the budget and a couple things that I heard during the budget, and then I heard again from people not here today, but either via email or otherwise. So a couple things, and some of this is random. First of all, the community survey. Appreciate that 3,700 people signed the survey. And people said we don't listen to the survey. Well, the survey, when it was started, and as was signed even today, says that Lawrence prides itself on equity and inclusion, but implementing fees to access our local recreation centers will create barriers to their benefits, especially for low-income residents who rely on these services. Skip down a little bit. The median household income of Lawrence is $63,000, and 17.6% of our population lives in poverty. Introducing fees could alienate nearly 1/5 of our community's families whose budgets are already stretched, and individuals who view local recreation centers as the only option for affordable fitness and recreation. We had that. That came to us during the budget, and we said, we're going to change the proposal. Remember, for those paying attention, the original proposal was to charge more for sports, Rock Chalk Park and the Pavilion, and charge a lesser fee to the other ones, and charge everybody with some discounts. We said, well, no. Folks are signing this permission saying we don't want to put 1/5 of our people out. And if you go to our recreation survey filled out by 2,600 people, absolutely true, 80% of the people said they don't want rec fees. But then if you look at why, well, the number one reason why was cost for low-income families. The number 2 reason why was cost for retired and fixed-income seniors, and the number 3 reason was cost for youth. And so we took those survey results and we said, well, what are the 3 biggest concerns by the community related to fees? And it was the cost for low-income families. Okay, let's not charge low-income families. Cost for retired and fixed-income seniors. Okay, let's give them a discount. Cost for youth. Okay, let's make the cost for youth free. And we said, well, how do we do that in the budget? Well, we said we're going to raise taxes to do that. And we raised taxes to take out the low-income families and to take out the seniors. Now, could have we raised taxes more to eliminate the fees? Absolutely. Could have we cut 2 more firefighters? Absolutely. We chose not to at that point, but we did choose to listen to what the community was telling us in those and take away some of the strongest, some of the biggest arguments. And as I mentioned earlier, I got quite a few emails today mentioned about, I estimate 20% of the emails I got were from people who said, I can't believe you're charging kids to go to the rec center. I signed that petition. Why are you charging low-income people? I responded to them, we're not charging low-income people. We're not charging kids. And their response was, oh, I didn't know that. The petition didn't say that. They thought that. So my point is, one, we do listen, and two, we made a decision at the time of this to balance those two out. And can we make a different decision? Absolutely, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I want to put out there that we did listen during the budget, and we did make an adjustment. And if you go out and look and try to find other cities, I mean, most cities our size charge for rec centers, and you can't find one that doesn't charge kids and doesn't charge low-income people. You can find Portland, Oregon that gives a 90% discount to low-income, and there's a couple that give 75% discounts, but we completely exempt them out. Okay, one point. Second point is, we have 12,000 unique users who use the cards to come in the door. Let's say that's 50% wrong. Let's say 24,000 Luensians use it. That's 25% of our community. And I've gotten calls from people who say, I've never stepped foot in a rec center, and I've never used the pool. People pay for the pool, but people don't pay for the rec centers. Don't raise my property taxes. Let them pay a fee. They use it, just like we use the pool. So it is a situation, unlike the police, unlike the fire, that not everyone uses the facility. Now, I think there's a great argument that it could be free for everybody, but to say that that I've definitely heard from people who say I like the fees as opposed to high property taxes. Now, everyone would love lower taxes and no fees, of course, so would I. But that's a difficult thing to accomplish, except in the midst of the budget. And so I will say those couple things. As I would love to have a foundation. I think foundations are great. I've been involved in the Library Foundation. I've been involved in, I'm on the Rice Foundation board. I've been involved in lots of foundations, and I think having one for Parks and Rec would be great. I personally, as all the fundraising I've done for Ballard, for Family Promise, is almost exclusively for helping people in need or funding capital projects. It is very rare that you ask people for money to fund general operations, general government, especially people who think it's a government operation, to say, I don't like paying taxes for that, but I'll make a donation to pay for it. Some people will do that, but many people won't pay just to help the average guy, who doesn't have, they'll pay to help someone they see in need, and they'll help, pay to build a pickleball court because they think we need more pickleball courts, but they don't necessarily pay just to keep things happen. I mean, I agree with Marilyn that I think $50,000 would be a really good year for the foundation in year number one. But I do think we need a foundation, and I think there's a lot of, I've been talking to people for a while about pickleball courts. There's a group that wants to build a bunch of pickleball courts. And I'm like, well, that's not on the CIP, it's hard to fund, so let's get sponsorships to build pickleball courts. Let's find corporate sponsors to build pickleball courts, and so I do think that is something you can raise money for. I think there's a group trying to raise money right now for a bunch of soccer fields, and they're having some success raising money for soccer fields because they're an amenity. I think we can raise money for stuff, for facilities. I'm not as convinced we can raise money just to for operations. The other part is, I mean, I understand that 3,700 people signed the petition, and if 100, you said if they each gave $100, we're talking less than that we're expecting to buy the fees. If each one of them just bought the fee for the $120 instead of the $100, we'd actually have more money in our budget than we're budgeting for. And bringing it back to the budget, we're absolutely right. We have 12,000 unique visitors. We are estimating that 3,000 of them will want to buy into it. So when people say, oh, people aren't going to show up, they're going to stop coming if you charge them, well, our staff said, we'd love people to show up, but if you do this, we think we're going to have a decrease in the number of people who will buy tickets. So yes, that's true. But if half the people buy them that used to use it, we're going to have income far above what we're doing. If 1,000 people buy them, then we're going to come in short on our budget. And we're going to start our budget process here in about 3 months. And by July, we are going to be setting our 2027 budget, and we're going to ask the question, do we budget any money for fees in 2027? Do we not have fees? Are we going to raise $150,000 in the first 6 months? Are we going to raise $150,000 again in 2027 and again in 2028? Or is this a one-time thing? Are people going to give every year to keep these free? I think those are all big questions that we need to know the answer to soon. And my fear about pausing is, we could be right. There could be 1,000 people who buy, if some people say 1,000 people buy entry fees, then of course it's a terrible idea. It doesn't raise any money, and we need to change that. If 8,000 people buy fees, we've raised twice of what we expected in the budget, and now all of a sudden Parks and Rec has money to do things that they weren't doing before. Don't know if either of those are going to happen. Those are both extreme examples. I expect that the staff is probably pretty close on the budgeting, but we don't know. But if we pause this matter, and especially if we pause the matter and don't raise the money, if we pause the matter and we only raise $100,000, and then we institute fees in June, well, now we're doing our budget in June, and we have no information on who's going to buy fees. We know now that we can only raise $100,000, and we have no more information. And I think that puts us behind the 8 ball on planning the next budget. And so, I think, to me, my concern is budgetary. I would love to do away with the fees, just like I would love to pay, to get more firefighters back and get more police officers back and fund economic development. And I would say that, we're hopeful that we'll be able to do that, but I'm worried about not having that information. All that being said, my biggest concern of everything is the community building closing. I think that we need, that the community building, I do think that causes more concerns for me than the fee issue, not having that open for folks to use who have counted on it and who have used it. And I think I would, be interested, I think, in putting $50,000 towards opening the community building. I do think people would give money to open the community building. I think people would see that like a capital idea, that opening the building, giving access to folks, access to youth, access to low-income people who won't have access when it's closed. That, to me, is an access issue that's pretty clear. And so I would support finding a way to reopen the community building, and then we can know when we start to do the budget in 6 months. And when I say that, opening the community building for a 6-month test period to see how it goes, see how the usage is, see how we do with the fees, and I think that I am interested in seeing what others think about doing something like that. The final thing I would say is, back to the budget, we're asking all our staff, including Parks and Rec staff, under this proposal, Vice Mayor, which I agree, and I know some of that will be done by volunteers, but we're asking them to do more work than they're doing today, and we're saying do that without a director for a year, and we cut some of their, they made other cuts, by the way. Obviously, they made cuts throughout their departments, so they're running on a much smaller staff already. And so if we're going to do these things, which I certainly think all your ideas and the master plan we should do, we also have to think about, when we get to the next budget, getting some people there to help them do it. That, again, becomes a budget issue because of all those reasons. But I guess I am concerned that we could make great progress in 6 months or even a year with the staff that we have right now on many of those endeavors. So anyway, that's my kind of thought process here. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate fees are not popular especially amongst the people who use the rec centers. Doesn't surprise me. And I agree. I don't like them either. But those other things I like less. So my thoughts.
Thanks. I don't have a whole lot more to add, but I do want to talk a little bit about these tools that Mike brought up, and I appreciate your presentation and the vigor with which you presented it, because it makes a lot of sense if you're just looking at one issue in isolation. And for me, this is really more of a larger, more complex financial issue. And I think what you have done is bring a great conversation to the community about the tools we need to improve our recreation in our community. And for me, I think that the Parks and Rec Department, commissioners, the city has been negligent in not trying to seek out more money from our great facilities, whether we should be charging more for tournaments or having put a name on the building. That's something I wanted to do when we built it. But the community was against that because it was, selling ourselves out to corporations, and so there's other conversations that come up here when we start a build. People don't want to put the name on the building. People shelve those ideas because it's an issue within the community. So you start with one issue of not wanting to build a building and then doing it, and then you have another issue. Excuse me, can you please be quiet when I'm talking? Thank you. I can't hear myself, and it's bouncing right into me. Thank you. It's hard to be talking about these items when you argue about building the building, you argue about putting the name on the building, and now you're arguing about having to charge fees to get people in that building, and it's a difficult conversation to have no matter what. And for me, we've ignored that conversation because it's been easy to ignore, and I think this is really what we've done in two phases. One, we've had this difficult conversation for over a year. In fact, years before this, they tried to do this, and it didn't happen. And now we're talking about a multifaceted approach to this, and I think I'm with Commissioner Sellers. I think this is not it needs to be a multiple faceted approach, and if we don't take a multiple faceted approach, we're probably going to end up failing again and then having to raise sales tax or property taxes to pay for this, because we have an appetite for services, we have an appetite for quality, and people, have a certain expectation of what they want from Lawrence. I don't believe that we can raise the kind of money that we need to plug this potentially $500,000 budget deficit, but really it's almost $1 million budget deficit if we don't collect $500,000 worth of fees and also spend down $500,000 worth of fund balance. We're basically costing ourselves $1 million. We're not taking in revenue, and we're spending down money that we have. So this is actually almost $1 million decision we're having here tonight, whether or not we decide to put fees in place or not. And I just want to make sure we all understand this. This is not, small change. These are big decisions. And again, the city's worked hard to plug that $6.5 million budget deficit, and this is just a portion of that. And I feel like asking us to come back and find more ways to save money is a reasonable thing to do, but I believe, we've done the most we can at this point in time. So I'm also excited if you want to start a program and you want to have people put money into it, and we're going to have a board to help fundraise for Parks and Rec, I would be 100% behind it, and I would also put my own money in there. But I've also been teased and taught a lesson by people on boards who've come to me and asked me to do something and approve the building of certain things, and then the board disappears, and then the city ends up financing 80% of this process. And, we can talk more about that if you want to, but, I sat in this dais and agreed to do something with a board that told me they were going to fund it permanently and we didn't have to worry about it, but for a small portion, and then we end up having to pay for the whole thing ourselves. So I want to make sure it's clear that you have these expectations and these board people are around, but then they disappear or they pass away or they leave town or they no longer contribute. And so for me, it's not that I don't trust people, it's just that my job is to have a larger view for this, and I feel like I have a pretty good idea of how we're going to do in the future on this, but I have no idea how much money we're going to raise. And so I don't want to put us in a financial hole after we just spent a year trying to dig ourselves out of it. And, in this case, I see it being almost $1 million worth of deficit if you put in the lack of revenues plus the spending down of fund balance. It's approximately $1 million difference to the city. And, for me, that's just hard for me to swallow, and I just don't know how I can, agree with that at this point in time. I'm really bothered by the shame in scholarship. I went to college on a scholarship. I had to pay for all my own Parks and Rec fees out of my working class life out of 6 kids. And so I spent my whole life paying rec fees and also having to, ask for money from the public. And so I was able to go to KU on a scholarship. I was able to do that because I was needy and I had the need, but I wasn't afraid to ask for help. I think it's unusual for people to think that it's we're trying to burden or pressure people by giving them, access to something which is equitable. And I think, as Commissioner Finkeldei pointed out, that was the fundamental problem with people had with these fees, was unequitable to younger people and people of low income. And for me, I thought we helped solve that problem. And yet here we are again today. So I guess for me, I don't have the faith that we can raise the monies that's going to be covered, and we're not going to be in this position. We are going to have this conversation in 4 months, not 12 months, because we are going to have to formulate the budget and I think formalize it before the time we'll have all the data in on this. So I feel like a safer scientific approach would be for us to maintain these fees, and then with the idea that we are going to do everything we can to remove these fees using other means of support. And other means of support being naming rights, increased fees from tournaments, and once we have this in place, we can easily remove it if it turns out to be A, not generating the fees as Brad talked about, or B, is unnecessary because we have the funds available to pay for Parks and Rec. And I think that's finally when I bring to people who are complaining about why we're here tonight. Why are we having this conversation? Why are we in this position? Well, we're in this position because we budgeted poorly and we didn't estimate how much money we were going to have into the city's coffers. And today we're managing that fact better. Hopefully we're actually realizing what we're going to have and we're going to spend to that budget. Unfortunately, when you prognosticate making $6.5 million more than you had, you have to find that money somewhere, and that's what we're doing tonight. So for me, I think a great way for us to kind of create a new board would be to wrap this culture contribution into this, where arts and culture becomes a piece of the pie, Parks and Rec becomes the pie, and then you get a larger audience who are willing to put their dollars into this fund and to help raise the boat and to allow us to not have these kind of fees in the future. And I think, again, another thing Commissioner Sellers pointed out, when you have an outside agency raising funds and paying for city activities, you better get those things lined out pretty clearly, because we're going to be relying on those funds on the bottom line. And unless there are, true engagements in order, then we are going to be at a loss for funds if this board decides not to give us the money that we're anticipating. So I think that's kind of where I get into concern, is having a third party when Parks and Rec are so important to us at this point. And I think it's a good time to bring in the arts and culture part of this, because I think we've been ignoring that the last 12 months or so as this kind of being wrapped up, and I think it'd be a good way to create new energy and new dynamics and contributions to this program. And then I guess the last thing I want to say is, I trust people, but my job is to verify. And in this case, I have to verify that we have the money needed to fund this budget, and I can't sit here and move forward without knowledge that we're going to have that. And I'm not willing to spend down the fund balance to do so at this time. And finally, I would be willing to keep to find the money, the $50,000 that I think might be willing to do, if the rest of the commission is, we keep the the community building open. I feel like that's an asset. I think that's something that Brad and I originally really weren't aware of. At least I didn't know that would be impacted so much. And part of the negative impacts to this program was some of those reductions in service. And so I feel like if we can get that back in the budget, get that building open as it was, and allow people to have a free building to go to, as they have in the past, would be a great addition. And again, a change and a sign of listening to people and trying to adapt our plans to better align with the community's needs. That's it.
Commissioner Pulliam?
It's a lot. It's a lot. Quite frankly, 6 in one, half a dozen another. We implement fees now, reverse them later, as it's been mentioned, or don't implement them now, find the money for 6 months. My concern, obviously, would be our vulnerable residents that can't afford the additional fees. I was recently sent, and I won't read the entirety of it, but a couple here has a disabled son who spends a great amount of time out at our 15th Street Community Center. I'm not going to belabor that the community wants them, but we have not mentioned our disabled folks. And I know we all care, but the 6 months that people have to, nobody will ever vote for fees. We know that. Detrimental impact on some of our vulnerable folks. Detrimental impact on some of our vulnerable folks. But I hear you guys, and like I said, half a dozen one, 6 in another. It is what it is. I wholly agree with Commissioner Sellers when she talks about we are trying to just, if I'm gonna take a little bit of, if you may, I'm gonna say, I think what I interpreted her saying is, we don't have a real great high level, this is where we want the community to go. We're reacting, forgive me if I'm not interpreting, but we are reacting to just these few issues where we might need a much larger approach. And I think we need that in so many areas in this community. As far as budget, I'm not worried about $250,000. First and foremost, how did we get here? Well, we got here, as Commissioner Dever said, we have budgeted poorly. I don't think anybody is ultimately responsible, but we have a community that wants what it wants. And we've had commissioners in the past that have allowed it. Now now we have to make the hard decisions. I still believe in 6 months we would be fine as we explore not just foundation and fundraising initiatives. There are other opportunities here that I think that the master plan identifies, sponsorship, etc. I have a very tough time charging people, albeit not everybody. We have carved out groups of people that won't be charged, but I have a very difficult time charging people where they may not have access to every facility, which When we start talking about all the tournaments that come in, which is a great revenue generator, that's going to limit access. I will tell you, I wholly oppose anybody making money off of taxpayers' backs. And that's what these tournaments are doing. I've run community centers plenty, and I don't let people come in and make money off of a community center. It is solely to be a benefit to the community. These tournaments are a great revenue generator, but it is on the taxpayers' back. So if we are not charging as much as we should, let's square that up. I really am just going to stick with the fact that I feel like for 6 months, we can show the community that we will try anything and everything as we explore other ways to manage the budget as it is. And I will be starting on the budget much sooner than 3 months from now. I will be working to dive in and figure out where we are with things, because we didn't really have that opportunity before with the priority-based budget, and we will proceed. So if asked how I am going to vote, I will be voting down the implementation of the fees. I pontificated long enough. I'm a little tired. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, no, and thanks, Mayor. And legitimately, to your guys' point about listening, I mean, you guys are listening because I was able to do this presentation tonight. And having this conversation with the community, having this conversation with you guys, it would have been very easy for a new elected person, I'm just one of 5, for you guys to say, pat on the head, go away. Like, you could have easily just said, like, yo, we ain't dealing with this in the new year. These meetings are too busy as is. And so I legitimately thank you for having that discussion. I agree with Commissioner Seller's point that as we start to work on how do we build Parks and Rec into the future, it has to be an and approach. What can we do, like Commissioner Polian was saying, with naming rights, with options to be able to utilize the space different, the things that are in the Parks and Rec master plan. I just keep hearing how this isn't going to work. Take this for what it is, but we keep saying hey, we don't know if raising outside money or all these other things that are in the Parks and Rec master plan are going to work. But we also don't know if fees are going to work.
Correct.
I mean, that's as risky as anything that we're proposing that comes from the Parks and Rec master plan. Everything I talked about tonight comes from the Parks and Rec master plan. The fees come from the Parks and Rec master plan. There are more of those financial options in there to try and solve this before putting fees into place. So I guess I'll just leave you with that. I mean, I do worry that, well, actually, Lindsay, how many people have signed up so far for the fee, have done the early thing?
As of this morning, we have 320 members signed up.
Lindsay, real quick, I'm reading on the website about, I know Marilyn had mentioned there was a fund at the foundation. I do believe, I understand it's Dr. Nalbanian's fund that was established in August. What do you know about that fund? I see on here what it is, but how's that implementation as far as those funds as it relates to Parks and Rec?
Specifically for that donation, we are still working with him on how that's going to be implemented. Okay. His original suggestion was to use his donation to cover individuals who either don't get, they're not youth or they're not, qualified for the qualified access rate. Okay. However, we don't have a mechanism set up at this time for people to apply for that. And so right now it's just sitting, and we have not moved forward with a plan to how to use it. I know other discussions were that it could go to the We Folks Scholarship Fund as well. Okay. So we're still working with him on those.
So the funds could be a pass-through, potentially options are, could be a pass-through to We funds, and we can expand that as far as that access piece for funding for that, or it could be utilized in something totally different. We're still working on those mechanisms for that.
Correct.
All right,
Commissioner.
The fund, just one more. Is the fund still, is it actively accepting donations into the fund?
I'm not exactly sure that it's through the DCCF. He just made a donation. It's not set up as its own specific fund right now, I don't believe. I think it's just sitting in there as a donation.
Okay.
And so we have access, people do donate through the DCCF, mainly to we folks, but sometimes it's towards specific projects and things like that. So we do have that avenue right now.
Okay.
And Commissioner Sellers, I did talk to Chip Blazer from the Community Foundation today, and he confirmed that there was a fund at the Community Foundation that if anyone wanted to make a donation today, they can accept it, they can take a tax write-off, and it is dedicated to Parks and Rec. You can either direct that to a specific purpose, I want to use it for pickleball, or like Dr. Nalbandian did, or you can just say it's for Parks and Rec. But he did confirm that people could start making a donation today. And they have their, of course, I know you know this, how the Community Foundation works. People have their own private foundations, and they say, give 5,000 to Ballard, 5,000 this, and so people put money into the Parks and Rec Fund on a regular basis from their own private foundations. But yes, anyone in the community could make a donation today to the Douglas County Community Foundation to support Parks and Rec. I think eventually we need probably its own foundation with a 501c3
Control over the money.
that's controlled. But in the short run, there is a venue that you could donate before the end of the year and get a tax deduction and still support Parks and Rec.
Mayor, in the interest of time, I do have some thoughts as far as potential directions for staff. I think in the interest of time, I will leave those to commission items, and then we can have that discussion there if that's okay with. Because this is not an action item per se, or are you wanting more action on this?
Well, I think we have a couple possibilities. One is if we do nothing, the fees go into effect. We don't have to have a vote to, if someone wanted to make a motion to make the fees go away, we could vote on that. I think my only question is, do we want to do something with the community building?
Yeah, just restore the 50.
And if that would take a motion to do that, because that's different than the budget. That'd be a budget amendment.
And can I just ask a question, and I'm not trying to gut you,
No.
gut you guys, but wouldn't that be coming out of the same fund we were just saying we weren't going to tap into?
It's 10% of it.
That's a possibility. I think it's also possible that if I think people, I do think people would donate for that, to open back up the building. I do think there's some people who are interested in donating for that purpose, so I do also hope that we get donations for that purpose. But I don't know how much we'll get.
No, I want to save, straight up, I want to save the community building. If that's all I get out of tonight, I'm totally fine with that. But
yes.
But there definitely are concerns. I know that they say, if there are fees, is this going to be a free access building? Because then they have to have 3 places to actually get fees when you're entering the building.
Yes, I think that's a question. I think what you're saying is there's 2 options. There's more than 2 options. There's several options. One option would be just open the community building for the kids in the afternoon. That's like $18,000. And don't charge fees for that. Just do that. Option 2 would be to open the community building to the hours it has now and don't charge fees. That would be $50,000 and would provide a location for folks to go that don't want to pay fees at all. I think there's a concern about that in that people might say, well, I'm not going to buy a fee at East Lawrence if I can go over to the community building, and it might, one, stop people from getting buying fees, and it might overload the community building where a bunch of people want to use it if you're not charging fees. The third issue is open the community building but charge fees, and that's probably more than $50,000 because we'd need someone at each entrance instead of just one entrance, and so we're talking closer to $100,000. I think those are the, Lindsay, am I summarizing that well?
Yes, that's correct, and that is our main concern is understanding what the revenue estimate would be if we did have one free facility. That's a concern that I know that I shared with Craig, and I think in answering some questions. Just so as long as it's, something we discuss and have in mind that it could have an impact on the estimated revenue, the $450,000 that we're expecting for the facilities.
Yes.
Maybe.
So thoughts on those options? And again, you could do something in between.
Yeah, so I just want to understand, you're worried that you overload the community building if it's free and everything else, there's fees. But then again, if there's the supply and demand will kind of work itself. The people will decide if they want to go there or not, and then they'll go somewhere else. I mean, there'll be a time where it might be awkward, but I think that cycle will work itself out from use. Plus, based on the statistics I've seen, I guess what you're saying is people will get in their car and go to the community building instead of...
It's currently our lowest use.
It's not very busy. So, I mean, I can't see that being a problem right away unless everyone decides to get in their car and drive over there. So maybe that is going to be an unexpected consequence, but I don't know. I'd be willing to say, I would be willing to guess at what might happen there and say without fees at that building, allow full access like it was. Because again, I wasn't really too excited about that to begin with. It was part of this whole phasing in of rec fees and I guess not isolating one non-revenue generating site. But I think there's no way that we can solve that problem without trying the first, which is the status quo, right?
Well, there is one other way. No fees.
True, Vice Mayor.
Without spending $500,000.
I think, I guess I would, and Lindsay, I'm putting you on the spot here, so, I guess I would be interested in, let's say, opening the community building back up for 3 months without fees, and let's see what happens. But that's one possibility. But I think there's negative ramifications for that, so I'm working on the fly here, and I'm doubting myself as I talk. But
any way you go, we're going to be learning about what happens, and we're going to continue to adjust, and we are going to look at the data, we're going to listen to people, and we're going to try and adapt. Any way we go, that should be a continuous part of our existence.
And nothing says we can't change the fees at any time as we learn and grow.
But in all seriousness, I would probably throw out that, how many times have you seen government fees go away? I know that it came up last year when we were talking about the highway, and they were removing they're making it all whatever, and people were like, oh, we paid for this back in the 50s. Why are we still paying for it? Because it's a source of revenue going forward. I do worry that if we put this into place, we're not going to be able to roll it back.
Well, there'll be budget implications for doing so, right, that we have to make a decision on, for sure.
It's a lot easier to take it away than to put them in place, Michael. I'm just giving you...
It's easier to lower property taxes than raise property taxes.
No, but in all seriousness, we've talked about, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but what's the health ramifications for the next 6 months of taking it away? There's going to be, and we don't have the data.
It's not outside my area of expertise. I can't even pretend to know that. I'm sorry, and I don't want to try and speculate.
I guess, Lindsay, our question for you is in 6 months, say if we did a 6-month touch point on fees, how will we know it's going well, it's a success? Is it going to be based on the numbers of people who show up, or where's the point for us where we're oh, we got to pull the ripcord on this, this ain't going well at all?
I think, as Craig just said, we're going to be learning as we go and analyzing the numbers as they come in. To be honest, I think the majority of our users will be buying a membership and using it over the next 6 months because it's the winter, and that's when they're most likely to use the facilities. I think starting memberships in 6 months in June, I think we may have a lower turnout for a while because not many people, would be using an indoor facility. So I'm hoping that we'll know, within the first 6 months, we'll analyze where we're at with our numbers and, have to just kind of take it one step at a time and see where we think we're at and determine how we're doing and understand the fallout if, again, as it's been mentioned, that people may choose not to come. And so we'll have to analyze where we're at against our goal of that 3,000.
I do want to bring up really quick, in July, staff did propose a no-fee option, and this is more for the public. Obviously, you guys were here and heard it, but I think it's good for the public to know some of the things that we could do. Without membership fees, the target budget reduction would be $1.8 million. Basically, reduction of $1.44 million with an increase of $370,000. The reductions, the 1.44, would eliminate 6 full-time and multiple part-time positions, reduced hours and services at recreation facilities, fewer fitness classes, sports and recreational programs, service level reductions in 39 of the 71 parks, potential removal of park amenities, shelters, restrooms, playgrounds with no immediate replacement, and rehome PPNC birds of prey. The revenue enhancements, which I think we're still implementing these. Golf course fee increases, program and facility rental fee increases. I'll give you numbers. I'm sorry. Golf course fee increases of $150K, program and facility rental fee increases of $120K, and aquatics admission fee increase of $100K. So I'm doing that for no other reason than to give a little better lens of the kind of money that we're talking about and what staff says we would need to do to not implement fees. Regardless of what we do, yes, we will be learning and we will be scrutinizing a lot from here, but that's for no other reason than just to give it back to the public in case they didn't know or forgot. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor, to your point, staff, we have a rotation of outcome updates that we get. So as far as where the rotation is, when we receive our unmistakable identity outcome update, that can be, if that is the will of the commission, that we would like that to be incorporated into their presentation, we can do that.
I would add that it would seem to me that we might want to do something like we do with some of the other departments, like get an update every month on, for the next couple months on, all the categories, purchases, youth under 17, low-income folks, and then data on usage. I mean, obviously, the data, we want to see the data. That seemed to make sense.
Yeah, static reports that we post publicly are a little easier to do than full presentations, and we're going to stay at 11 o'clock if we put too many presentations out there, and there's lots to talk about.
Hey, we're on agenda item 1 of 6. We only have 5 more to go. Okay. Well, speaking of that, I guess I would consider making a motion to reopen the community building for a 3-month trial period without fees. Period.
That's all.
And the cost of that would be, what's that math? Someone help me with math.
50?
No, I mean, 50 is the whole year.
17. Oh, for a third of it.
Yeah, for a third of it.
For 3 months, right, 25% of 50, so
12.5.
12.5.
$500.
So again, we're talking about a pretty small number there. It might have other implications, and I guess we'll find out. That's my motion.
Seconded.
Yeah, I mean,
Can we discuss something
Yep.
first before the vote? Biggest thing we need right now, as we know, is data. So even though there will be no fees, they're still going to need to sign up. So I think we need to make sure that that is at least stated so everyone understands that. I think this is a great thing. I think this is a great thing if this is one thing we can do. but we still need, especially for our youth, parents to know they still need to sign kiddos up, they need to sign themselves up. There will not be a fee associated with it, but we must have that data.
It's a good,
To know their users.
Correct.
point.
Yes.
Correct, so we can build on it moving forward. I'm only again saying that so people understand. I think what you're recommending is good. I hope it doesn't come off that I was being critical.
No. I think that makes good sense. We don't want to just open the doors and let people
Right.
wander in and not
Right.
know who's using it or how many people are using it or that sort of thing.
We have to know what attendance is. We cannot move forward without it.
And not to belabor the point, I would take this as a win. I'm not trying to sell past this hill on this, but like, what's success in 3 months?
Well, I'm actually more worried about lack of success, like too many people fighting over it. We need to add 3 staff because it's overwhelmed. I mean, I think that's one possibility. So that's the reason I'm a little worried about announcing it's going to be free all year because success, I think, is a bigger question of the whole process.
Yeah.
And so, but I do think we could get, in theory, some data points. I mean, if some people testified that folks want a free place to go but will not ask, we might, again, they don't have to ask, but they show up, they get it. We might then be able to reach out to them and get data from them through a survey or otherwise and find out who is using it and why. Have you ever been here before? Is this where you usually go? Why did you choose to come here? We can, we have information on each of them. We can then survey them and find out more about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a
So
motion.
seconded.
And a
Yeah.
second.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
No, sir.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Again, I'll leave the floor, make sure there's no other motions, but you can make one.
Might as well see if I, just Hail Mary out of the blue. Motion to pause rec center fees for 6 months based on the plan that Vice Mayor Courtney laid out tonight. Any seconds?
Second.
Okay. There's a motion by Commissioner Courtney, seconded by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say aye. Aye or nay? Sorry, say nay. Say aye. Trick vote. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion fails 3-2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously,
Taking the
thank
time
you.
again
Yep.
to reconsider it and being willing to pivot to some extent.
Sounds good. Okay, item 2 of 6. Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is related to considering our 2026 City of Lawrence Legislative Priority Statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Each year, the City of Lawrence adopts a legislative priority statement to share with our state legislative delegation. The 2026 Kansas Legislature will convene on January 12th, and so it is time to finalize this year's priority statement. The statement before you builds on the foundation of previous years, and it aligns with the city's current strategic plan. It also aligns with the League of Kansas Municipalities' 2026 Statement of Municipal Policy. The City of Lawrence does rely heavily on the efforts of tracking legislation that the League performs. In tonight's draft, there is a broad policy position that supports local control over fiscal decisions, including spending and taxation. Because legislative developments and committee hearings can emerge quickly during the session, having a clearly defined legislative priority statement allows staff to respond promptly and submit testimony on behalf of the city when it is appropriate. This legislative policy statement is your legislative policy statement, so you are free to modify it as you deem appropriate. We just want to get it finalized so it'll be ready to share with our delegation in January.
Thank you. Questions for Tony at this point?
No, sir.
And no, not questions for.
No questions?
I have a question for for commissions. I'll wait.
Okay. Well, we'll open it up for public comment. This matter is a public comment. Anyone have public comment on the legislative priority statement? Seeing none in the room. Any online?
We do have one. Chris Flowers?
Does he come over?
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't think he's accepting my invitation. Let me try it.
Is he accepting it? Or?
No, there, he declined.
Okay. Maybe he had his hand up. Okay. Well, then I'll bring it back to the commission for comments.
I was trying to think. I know last year we ended up sending a copy of this to our congressional delegates. Did we or did we not? I can't remember.
I think we typically do. I don't remember specifically.
I don't remember either. I just didn't know if we wanted to, if we needed to tailor. I don't think we do, but I mean, there could be some things we can tighten up on, but I just want to make sure if we do have a consensus on this and agree to it, that we do make sure we send a copy to our congressional delegates.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my question, I was thinking, so how do we send this? Is there stuff that we do to try to advocate for this at the state level? Or I guess this question, maybe.
Yeah, maybe Craig or Tony.
What's the best way to be helpful for these goals?
We aren't as active as some cities are. We do participate in the municipal league. They are good advocates for us. They give us regular updates on, hey, here's a legislative alert, there's a bill coming through, we would appreciate some testimony. Occasionally we'll do that. Most often we will send letters or send emails in to state our position on particular issues. The county does as well. I think there's other community groups in the community that we kind of follow, but that's the most active. There are cities that have assigned staff that spend the whole session up there. There are certainly also consultants that would be interested in working for us to represent our specific interests.
But typically, I would say, let's say a bill comes up on a homeless issue that is addressed in here. That gives the authority basically to staff, and then typically the mayor for us to draft a letter in support or a letter in opposition, and then we go ahead and sign it. If there's some issue that's not on here that comes up and we want to write a letter, or then we try to bring that to the whole commission because it's not part of this plan. So really how this is used most of the time is, one, we give it to our delegation in January at the chamber event when all the Douglas County folks are here. I'll present it to them, and they'll have that throughout the year. But then as issues come up, we then send letters. Again, in theory, we could send, I think Brandon testified at one point, Brandon went up and testified on a particular matter because it was already in this policy. So that's typically how it's used.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah. And again, if something comes up otherwise, we can always move on that.
Yeah, and you may occasionally see a department director go up on a specific bill, like a water issue or a crime issue. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments, changes? If not, I would, we adopt this, right? Look for a motion to accept.
Move to adopt the 2026 City of Lawrence Legislative Policy Statement.
Seconded.
Moved by Commissioner Sellos, seconded by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, passes 5-0. That moves us to item number 3, which is to consider a fee waiver options on 9 Dell 2 project and provide direction to staff. I'm not sure who's presenting on this. Oh, Jeff's here. Thank you for waiting.
Always a pleasure.
He says with a straight face.
Good evening, Commission. Jeff Crook, Planning and Development Services. The item before you this evening is kind of one that you saw last week and returning back to you, which is the consideration of the request for 9 Del 2 lofts. And so, don't have a presentation for you, but you see in the memo some of the different questions that were highlighted and outlined as part of that. And I'd be happy to kind of provide detail and questions as you have those, but otherwise we'd be happy to stand for questions.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, one question. So in the middle here, it says that these funds were previously designated and allocated to the Homeless Solutions Division. The Commission may consider reallocating. Do we know what that $80,000 in the Homeless Solutions Division was meant for?
I might be speaking a little out of turn, but I believe it was slated for storm shelter for 256 North Michigan Street, which is also Pallet Village up there.
The total fund balance. The total fund balance was this would take $80,000 out of that fund balance.
Correct. I believe that to be the case. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know if we've moved forward on that project? Do we have cost estimates? So that's just it's 2026, so we haven't got that far yet.
We're either getting bids or preparing to go out for bids on that.
Okay. So we don't know the final cost on that yet.
Correct.
Okay. Jeff, my question was last week when we talked about this item, I believe Tony, who is representative, said they thought the total fees would be around $110,000, of which they're seeking an $80,000 waiver. So that'd be maybe $30,000 in excess. Is that at all accurate? Do you have any idea?
I don't know that for sure at this point in time. I know the information that we did provide in the memo gives an idea based on some of the information that they provided and some of the estimates that they have, but I wouldn't be able to speak to that with surety at this point.
Okay.
Okay. We have an agreement from last year, right? We funded $450,000 for 29 units to be affordable out of 36, right? And that was per the city's definition at 80% AMI or below. The application that he's put in now says 26 units, right? So this is outside of the agreement that we have. Our city attorney isn't present here. I don't know if she can come back or if she's gone. But if we approve this, we're going to have a tough time clawing back any money because now we're at we're at 26 units instead of 29? Mm-hmm. Is that making sense, right? So, sure. And I think the applicant's saying maybe 88% of AMI. So we had AHAB designate who would receive these monies, right? And last week, the developer was very concerned about these points, missing out on these points for KHRC, not getting the project funded. What I have been told is that not one project in Lawrence has gotten points, and they've still been awarded. So I just want to make sure that, because we said 29 affordable units at 80% or below, and now I think the application's saying 88% of AMI, and we're at 26 units. But we've already funded for 29. And they said they cannot reimburse us that. I believe that was stated last week. I think it's already been expended, maybe, I'm not sure. So I just want to make sure that all of these issues are highlighted, because it's not just where are we going to get the money from, right? Because it's a different agreement.
Well, for you, yeah, I think that's true. I mean, for me, it's more about what led to the reduction in the number of units. Do you know why he cut it to 26?
No, absolutely. No.
There's a lot of historical information out there. This is a project that I really didn't know much about until it became a problem, and that HRC basically cut the building down in size so that we could allow us to comply with our HRC rules and some of the governing subsections regarding, building and massing. He cut off a portion of that building in size. And if he was able to build the entire unit out, if we didn't have our own set of HRC rules, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Right, I got that.
There'd be even more affordable units, but our own HRC regulations put us in a place where this building had to be smaller than it needed to be, than it should have been because of massing. And then now we're down to a place where he needs to make this cash flow somehow because the building is smaller, because things have gone up in price. And from what I understand, the AMI we're talking about, again, we're talking about, he's not going to charge 2 or 3x the AMI. We're talking about a few dollars more than what is regulatory acceptable. So it's not that 26 units or 3 units are going to be suddenly $300 or $400 more. It could just be $50 more, but it would still allow that person to stay in that housing development without having to leave because they're above the earnings threshold. So I think that was his philosophy in this. It allows people to start earning more money, stay in the same place, and not have to get kicked out because they're now above the acceptable limit on earnings. And I think that's kind of where he stood, and I think that makes more sense to me as a guy who wants to see people rise up. And, if you are putting a thumb down and say you can't make more money or you have to move, then you're going to have more movement throughout the community in that same light, I think. So I felt like it gave us more flexibility personally, and I was kind of shocked. But then I went and looked up kind of the history of how this project has been downsized, and I felt comfortable in understanding that. Now that change was new to me as well, but I think it's reflecting the pro forma on the project at this time, and I think that's what we can get. But we contributed $150,000 to 2 tiny homes, and we're going to get 26 units for $80,000. I guess I'm questioning the math if you're going to use a unit per unit basis. I think the bang for a buck is still far greater in this endeavor than it would be on some of the choices that they made on some other decisions. So for me, it's not about that question because I tried to figure that out a long time ago. But if you want to dive deep on that, you don't need to trust me. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying I've done a little of my own homework because it did bother me as well. And for me, it's just about how do we maximize our chances of getting this. Again, the funding pool for these tax breaks are drying up, and this is going to be probably our last chance to get it. So again, I don't like to gamble. I think you saw this earlier. I am trying to go for the sure thing here, and I really am, confident that that without this, we may get it. But I think with it, there's even a greater chance we can. And why wouldn't we want to contribute to the success of more affordable housing in our community rather than take it away and actually potentially jeopardize the whole project when we could actually help move it forward? So the fact we've never had to contribute is more of a reflection of the environment with which these things are competing rather than the fact that the project doesn't need it. I think it may need it now more than ever is what I'm getting from this process, because there's so much more competition on these things and so fewer dollars to go around. So I think we're just readjusting for me, the formula so that we can still participate in this project, which may not even happen still. He still may not get the project and it may never happen, and these dollars may not be funded. So this could all be a moot point for us, and that's what I kind of got out of my conversations with him. So.
Okay.
Well, just want to make sure we get to questions, and then questions, and come back to comment.
On that one, I was
yes, no, I understand. Yeah. Any other questions?
I did have a legal question. I know Tony has stepped out, and I saw that Randy is on. Just in just the section on the fee waiver, we talk about the revenue bond covenant. So that resolution 7231. I want to make sure I understand its application or applicability to the given for the discussion at hand. So I needed a little bit more edification on that.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I believe it's been Gilmore and Bell's interpretation of that language that it does prohibit the waiver of fees for connections and things like that related to MSO. Was our language. And I think we
Randy,
hold on.
Randy, we lost you there for a second. You just. Can you get closer to your mic, Randy? We're missing you still. You're good at the beginning.
You may need to ask Santa for a new laptop.
I don't think you muted. I think it's just not picking you up.
Yeah, you started out real strong and then it started to fade away.
Okay, now we can't hear you. Anyway, I think you were saying Gilmore and Bell is interpretation. We can't hear you, Randy. We lost you. We can't hear you. No. We can't hear you, Randy, sorry.
And there's a delay, as you can see by his response, so. Rochelle has her hand raised.
Maybe yeah.
Yes, if I can step in to assist with Randy, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Rochelle.
Yes, it is Gilmore and Bell's interpretation that the language in the bond covenant that we cannot waive fees for access to our utility systems that are funded by revenue bonds. We must charge a reasonable fee for access to those systems.
Okay. And then Randy, if there's anything you want to add to that, you have to call us again.
But if you don't, Randy, that's okay.
It's okay.
Okay, other questions? This is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on this item? Oh, it looks like Leah wants to say something, but Leah, we'll come back to you in just a second, just so we can get public comment, then Leah will come to you. Any speakers online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission, and I will ask Leah, she had raised her hand to see if she wanted to add something to the discussion.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Just wanted to offer one point of clarification. Commissioner Deaver had said that the units were reduced after HRC.
Yeah, it wasn't after. I didn't mean to infer that. That was a part of the whole sizing of the project to begin with, the massing of the project, and the total number of units I was inferring, not the reduction from 29 to 26, just so you understand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for, because they still have not finalized the construction drawing, so that hasn't gone to the HRC. The units were originally reduced from the original application to 29 based on the award that was provided, the $450,000, and in negotiations with Tony, he agreed that he could do 29 units for the $450,000. The city was not consulted about the reduction in units from 29 to 26, and per the agreement, any changes in the project has to come back to the commission for consideration. So just wanted to offer that point as it may be relevant to the discussion.
And Leah, I was thinking as we talked about this that we would make this, if we make a motion for this, it would be consistent with the 29, which is what's in the current agreement. That way they're consistent. He could always, in theory, come back and ask for 26, and we could give it to him. But I think if we're making this motion, we probably want to keep it at 29 to make it consistent with the agreement we have with him. Is that your thought?
I might ask for Randy to chime in. It's my understanding that because the application for 2026 was submitted for the reduced number of units, that by approving the fee waiver, the funds, that was essentially approving the reduction in units. And that then, in addition to the agreement for the additional funds, that we would then need to amend the original agreement to reflect the reduced number of units.
Okay, that'd be the other way to do it.
So I would suggest that it would likely be very helpful for the commission to explicitly weigh in on that matter.
Got it. Okay. So one or the other. If we approve it at the 26, we're giving that permission to amend the original agreement.
Yeah.
If we do it at the 29, then we'd have to do that later if we want to do that later.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Devo, I think you
to infer that. I'm going to make sure he clears. What I was trying to get is we could have even more affordable units in that building if we didn't have to worry about massing and scale at the HRC. So if we really want to worry about more housing, we could actually revisit it, change the rules, and allow them to build a bigger building and get more units out of the site, not less. So theoretically, that's what we could do. I don't really want to back off of 29 to 26, and I don't know what the genesis was. As Leah pointed out, that was the first time I heard about it. But after hearing Tony speak, I think what he mentioned was he wanted the flexibility to have 3 units so that people didn't need to move out. And I think that's the conversation we need to have, not the failure. And if we're okay with 29 being the lock point, I'm fine of holding them accountable if that's what you want to do. But I kind of understood the 26 reduction was actually a beneficial thing for us truly wanting to allow people to be housed and housed in a way that is not more difficult on them just because they are at an AMI, at a certain AMI. It's for me, was kind of a gateway to that next point and then another. And so for me, I'm looking at stuff different than, what their task is. But for me, I just want to make sure you understood that we could have even more housing here if we weren't dealing with other regulatory concerns and not just this funding. So
I wanted to be sure they were consistent.
me too, so I'm good either way.
Yeah.
Well, and
That's the consistent part.
to that point, and Leah, feel free to chime in. I think where we got stuck here is the interpretation. So to your point, what the applicant was saying is that there's still 29 affordable, it's just 3 are floaters. But never in the application was that articulated, that those said 29, that of those 29, 26 are locked in at this AMI, and that we'll have these 3 floaters to do that, which in theory, I get that, I understand that. I would not be against, I think an applicant that wants to build that in so that no one doesn't have to lose their housing because they make $5 more. I don't know if that's more of an ideological thing, or if there's like the affordable housing police will come in and see that somebody's making $5 more and they'll tell the applicant that they need to kick them out. But I think from the application point, and I think that's where I'm trying to get to, Leah, based on that interpretation, or at least that's what Mr. Kirshnick said last week, did that language need to be articulated in the application so that it could then be considered as part of the deliberation and allocation of funding? Or again, is it the idea is that it's so many at this AMI and that the three floaters were non sequitur and that it just is what it is? That's what I'm trying to get to, is where was the lost in translation where Mr. Kirshnick thought that was implied, and where the AHAB board is saying, nah, not so much.
Well, so the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the Affordable Housing Advisory Board makes recommendations for funding for affordable housing as defined by the City of Lawrence, consistent with HUD, which is defined as AMI limits at 80% AMI or below. And so the Affordable Housing Trust Funds don't go to market rate housing. And I understand that Tony is saying that the market rate units that will be available, he is considering will be, quote, affordable for people at a certain AMI level, but it's not income qualified, rent restricted, affordable for a certain period where we can guarantee that the rent will be 30% or less of the household income. So, and to clarify that there's a total reduction in units. Again, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund agreements only specifies the number of affordable units because that's what the city is putting funding towards. It doesn't have anything about the number of market rate units. My understanding, and I'd have to go back and compare, but I believe that the overall number of units for the project has been reduced, not just the affordable units.
Okay.
Okay. Well, while we think about the 26 versus the 29, I know the issue is, one of the issues is they need the letter that we will pay this by the application period. I guess on the funding side of it, I want to wait, I think, and see what we get back on the shelter unit. I mean, I don't want to cut some program only to find out we have money, that we can use, because the storm shelter comes in at $200,000 instead of 280. When do you think we'll have that back?
I don't think we'll have it back by the application deadline.
Yeah, but can we make a motion to, write the letter, dedicate the funds, and then come back later to decide
Where it comes from.
where it comes from? Fund the balance or otherwise?
Yes, the location of how we fund it?
Yeah,
Yes, we could determine that at a later time.
yeah.
But the commitment letter, I think, is
Yeah, what we need to do
faith
now.
telling them that this is.
Yeah, we're going to commit to it, where it comes from.
Yeah, and it couldn't come, as Rochelle said, it can't come from the proprietary funds.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So I just want to say, and it may not be an appetite to discuss this, but where my heart is just kind of right now is that this application that was approved to the prior year for $450,000, to the point that it's been shared in different iterations on this dais, that the project was for $450,000 for 29 affordable housing units. It's now coming back to us that it's going to be 26, because 3 is floating. It's not affordable, it's floating. And so we're getting 3 fewer affordable housing units, not necessarily in theory, just in fact, because there's no guarantee, there's no likelihood that these will be utilized, they may not be utilized. What is a mechanism that we could require them to be utilized? And so essentially, we're getting 3 fewer truly dedicated affordable housing units for money that was allocated based on that. And so we're assuming that the advisory board would have made the same recommendation based on that fewer number. And it just doesn't seem right with me. It's just not sitting right. And so, I understand, Tony's done a lot. There's so much to be said about these light tech projects, but for a lack of a better word, it's a little bit of sleight of hand. Mm-hmm. And that somebody's getting the same amount of money and it's coming back to the coffer to ask for more, but we're still not getting the original promised amount of 29. So, we could have more because of regulatory, we could have even more, but I'm saying that we're getting 3 fewer, and there is no ability for us to say, give me that money back, because the applicant's now saying, well, I've already spent it. And by the way, if you give me 80,000 more, this could really help. So I tend to agree with you, and except I'd say this. I think we should make the motion contingent on the 29, but, nodding to Leah that he can come back and ask for the 26th. And if he gets, if AHAB recommends it, if they want to send it to us and consider, we could consider that at a later time. He might not come back and ask, but I guess I would tend to leave it to 29 at the moment, because that's what the other agreement is. Mm-hmm. And, as I understood it, Leah, is that correct? Could he later come back to the city at some point during the process and ask for that agreement to be amended?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So I think for now, we keep it at the 29, and if he wants to come back and, get it amended, and we all think it's a good idea, we can make that decision later. The key is to have the 80,000
on paper
now. So, I tend to agree with you, Commissioner Sellers. Okay. Any other comments or motions? And I can.
I'm going to say, are we just putting in that we're considering the fee waiver, not necessarily, and direct staff to bring back something to us?
Yes. So I'll try a motion and people can join me.
Yes.
I would move that we approve an $80,000 fee waiver, as, again, not a technical waiver, but a fee waiver as consistent with the application for the 9Del 2 project at the 29 units, and ask the staff to bring the item back for funding determination after we know about the
Result.
sales, the results of this sales tax fund matter. Is that close enough?
So contingent, for some clarification, if I may, it's contingent on going back to the agreement that we had last year,
Correct.
The 29,
29 units.
the 29 unit.
yes.
Okay,
We'll see what happens after that.
okay.
Then he can come back and talk to us about that if it's not, we don't, he's not here, I don't know. I think you're right, it's a change, we should talk about the change.
Right.
And have a conversation about it, but also we need to get the motion in, so we get the letter in of support, so then we can then agree that if it's a $80,000 fee waiver, fine. If not, then vote no. I mean,
Right.
that's kind of where we're at, I think.
Yeah.
Because I think that's.
Yeah.
That Commissioner Sellers, does that address, because I agree with you, does that address?
I always say, trust the process. Trust the process.
Okay, then I'll second it.
It just needs 3 votes, so.
A second.
So-
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion on the fee waiver, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, item number 4, consider a request to approve ownership authorization of Central, Watson Park and Constant Park. Lynn?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My presentation's only about 55 minutes long. Hopefully this won't take very long. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. We have had some people come forth and want to nominate what I call Central Park, which is most commonly known as Watson Park, and Constant Park to the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. Watson Park is the only originally platted park in the city of Lawrence that's not already listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. South Park is listed, Clinton Park on 6th Street is listed, and even Hobbs Park is all listed on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. What we're doing this evening is the way Chapter 22 is written when the Historic Resources Commission adopts a resolution to initiate the landmark process. They are required to the best of their ability to get the owner authorization, or at least notify the owner that the process is starting. So what we're here this evening for is, because the city is the owner, is to get your authorization, your owner authorization to start the process. Whatever you do this evening, whether you vote for that authorization or not, does not commit you to a vote when this eventually comes back to you, because it is the City Commission that makes the final determination on landmark listing in the city of Lawrence. So there was a calendar provided to you. We've updated that a little bit, trying to get this on an agenda. Hopefully this will come back to you in March after we've had meetings with the Old West Lawrence Neighborhood Association and a public meeting. Hopefully it'll be here at City Hall or at the library sometime in January, because Watson Park and Constant Park aren't really neighborhood parks. I think most people in the city think that they're their park. Everybody has, or almost everybody has, a story about Train Park or the train. Or the other thing I just wanted to put out there, I know there was a lot of questions and confusion about, well, we do have this really big Jayhawk watershed project coming through, and it is going to impact Watson Park, regardless of which direction they take. Listing a park or a property does not prohibit action from taking place in that area. It creates a review process so that the historic implications can be considered along with other implications like financial implications or sizes of buildings, and ultimately all of those things come back to the City Commission. So if it is, a consideration on the size of a building and the HRC says it's too big, to be this close to a property listed on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, that gets appealed to the City Commission, and the City Commission gets to say, okay, here's what's best for the park, here's what's best for the historic, here's what's best for the farmer's market, and like your budget, you get to balance all those issues out with all that public comment and come up with what's hopefully the best determination for the city. So this is just the beginning of the process. Think of it kind of like initiating a text amendment. We're going to move forward. We're going to have public meetings. It gives staff the opportunity to look at all the information the applicants have submitted, whether or not they even meet the criteria for listing. You know, that hasn't been determined yet. So like I said, this is the beginning of the process, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions you might have.
Questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. And for the love, I need to stop talking because I'm exhausted, but I can't help it. Do you expect a lot of contention with this action in terms of community having issue?
I do not. We have, with all the other parks, when we went through the listing process, we didn't have any concern about listing those parts. Even when we did Clinton Park, we had to go to the school board because they own part of that property adjacent to it. I think the concern when it's a city property is that we want to make sure we are having those larger conversations and those public meetings so that everybody can have input, so that by the time it gets back to the City Commission, you have a feeling of a process that has taken into account, you know, different individuals' opinions.
My apologies if I'm asking you to be repetitive, but what is the downside here? What would someone say the downside is here?
Well, the downside is it does add a little bit of process. For example, with the Jayhawk Watershed Project, although our MSO is an incredible organization, and I've already been working with them on this project for years now, even though it wasn't required, but it does have to get a review for its impact on the historic property. If you're going to do something that requires a building or a demolition permit, or if it requires like digging the deep trenches for the watershed project, those type of things, they get a historic review. And so typically those are done at a staff level. If it's a major project, it may have to go to the Historic Resources Commission, and they would make a determination whether or not it impacts the listed property. If they say that it does, they would deny that application, and then the appeal is to the City Commission, who gets to look at a lot larger issues. So it does add a little bit of process to projects.
Yes. Okay. Now I understand, and it does add a process for sure, one that is arduous to some people's standards. So thank you very much for clarifying. That's what I needed.
Two follow-ups to that. One would be, so that would apply even to a project like the Jayhawk Watershed that's already in process? Like, would it cause us to stop?
No.
In the middle?
That project is already in process. I've reviewed those plans, and when they do changes. So our city is really good about looking at historic resources and saying we better check with Lynn, or and so I look at most of those things for our city-owned properties that are historic, whether they're listed or not.
Again, not saying this would necessarily garner a lot of, but the other process would be, there would be, and I think you answered this in one of the commission questions, there would be some areas that would, properties outside of the park that would now be in a context area that weren't previously in a context area. So there are some properties that would be affected by this designation that are not city properties.
That's correct. And I think there were 4 properties that aren't currently within a context area or within other historic review areas. And that's another reason we do the public meetings and the process and having that available for those owners to come and understand, you know, what would they have to have reviewed? Because the question I get all the time is, well, I won't be able to paint my house the color I want to, and we don't review paint color. You know, so there's a lot of education that goes into those public meetings, which is great, and I think it's very helpful for the community at large.
Okay. Any other questions?
Real quick, I know. This is our HRC, right? This isn't state and this isn't federal. So an extra layer added of what some people would say protection, others would say bureaucracy. I'm not saying either, but that's what this does. Is that's who is managing this? That's you and the HRC, yes?
Yes, it is the local level.
And why are we wanting to do this again? Just to protect the park?
Well, it's park protection. It's also, we use it some with, when I work with the Chamber of Commerce or Explore Lawrence, we have a list of properties that are historically significant. It's kind of like your child being on the honor roll. They don't necessarily get a scholarship to college, but they do get to put the bumper sticker on mom's car that says my child is on the honor roll at whatever. So, you know, there's a lot of that with historic resources. The other great thing is, oftentimes we'll use the Lawrence Register as a stepping stone, and then we can look at whether or not it would be eligible for the Kansas Register. If you get listed in the Kansas Register, then you're available to tax credits. And so, for example, when we were talking about the community building earlier, I quickly sent Lindsay an email. I was like, oh, we need to talk about this because the community building is listed on the Lawrence Register, but it's also listed in the state and national register. The state just redid their tax credit program. So if we can work on a grant to actually do the planning for the ADA compliance for that building, then when we do the construction of that project, we can do that as a tax credit project. And right now it's a 40% tax credit. So you get a 40% tax credit. Well, great, you know, the city doesn't pay taxes. However, in the state of Kansas, you can sell those tax credits. And right now, it's really fluctuating right now. Over the last couple of weeks, I had someone sell them for 82 cents on the dollar, but then we also had somebody from KU when they were selling some of theirs for 92 cents on the dollar. So you can use, and we've done that with the Carnegie. We've done several tax credits projects. We've done them over at UP Depot. So that's a really great thing for historic properties.
And that's on the Kansas Registry, yeah, not necessarily the Lawrence Registry. And
Correct.
I do appreciate that we could, honestly, we could put a park on a pamphlet and it doesn't, I'm going to be honest, I don't quite understand the HRC, so I do look forward to, and please don't anyone like lose their mind, but I'm very interested in exploring that third level. I am all about maintaining, you know, and protecting the character of this town. That is one of the best parts about it. But I'm not about adding layers of difficulty. So this is just me. I'm not very familiar with the HRC, so but I look forward to potentially exploring that if you don't mind, and we can talk about the benefits.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Vice Mayor?
So, and this is just probably my ignorance on the matter first, that map that was in here is just so fantastic. It put a smile on my face. So around the city, so one, you were saying there are tax credits available for something that goes on the state rolls when it comes to that, the state registry. Are we just trying to put all of our ones that are on our registry there too?
No, there are different criteria. One of the reasons that we're looking at the local register for this particular property right now is that we have looked at it for state and national register in the past. As you know, originally the park was 2 blocks long, and we have the aquatic center in part of the park now. And so there have been some significant changes to the park that may or may not impact its listing on the Kansas or the National Register. So when we have volunteers that want to do the research and give us information on properties, we usually start out with the Lawrence Register. That way we get a lot of research, we get a staff evaluation, we get the Historic Resources Commission opinion on whether or not it's eligible. Most of the time when they're looking at that Lawrence listing, they say whether or not they think the city should pursue being on the state or national register. So you get a lot of professional opinions through the process on whether or not it's something that the city should pursue, or is this really just a locally listed property that we want to make sure that we're recognizing and looking at the historic character of it when we make land use decisions in the future.
Gotcha. And then just one more question. When you're on the Kansas registry, is there also this buffer around those projects as well?
No, the state preservation law removed the environs component of the state preservation law, so it is just if the property is actually listed that it has to go through a review process.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Lynn? Seeing no questions, this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on this item? Dave?
David Baston, 66047. I don't know. Me personally, it sounds like a lot more work for everybody to have a park listed that you already own. So I don't. It just, the whole thing doesn't make any sense to me, other than you're making more work for yourselves. Thank you.
Any other comment in the room? Any online?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'm kind of against doing this just because you were talking about just from the past. I was here at a commission meeting once where someone had to fight to change the roof. And the reason they had to was because it was so close to within something that was on it was either an environment or something that was on the historical list. But the person had to come here to the commission to change the style of their roof on their own house, just because of how close it was to something else that had to do with the historical thing. So I'm kind of against that because the city controls the park, and if you don't want the park being changed, then don't vote to change it. So if you're adding this layer, it makes it harder for people around the park to do stuff with their property. So I'm against it. Thank you.
That's all the comments.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for discussion and, I guess, motions.
I guess I'm just, so a question would be,
Yeah.
I guess the question would be, if we wanted to make changes in the pool in the future after we go through this designation, is this going to take an act of God?
An act of God.
No, just St. Joseph. No, I'm just kidding. No, as a matter of fact, the part of the park where the aquatic center is now is in a context area for Fire Station 1, which the city owns, which we have listed in the Lawrence Register. So we already review all those changes to the aquatic center. There are almost always administrative, and they get done with the building permit or with the master plan or with somebody from Parks and Rec calling me saying, hey, we want to do so-and-so. I say, send me a picture, and we approve it online at the same time. It's it's really not cumbersome and burdensome for city projects. And it can be challenging when you're in residential areas with different changes, but then that's why we do have that process where if the Historic Resources Commission is saying that's not appropriate for the context of this historic neighborhood, the City Commission can say, we don't think it's an issue. So, there are checks and balances along the way.
Quick question, Mike, I'm sorry, go ahead. You had,
okay.
ready.
This is my last one on this. Is the basketball court where it's currently positioned part of this?
It would be. It's in the park, so it would be. But there again, removing the basketball court or leaving the basketball court or making changes to the basketball court aren't going to impact the historic significance of that park. So it's a non-issue, really.
Who has brought this to the table? Has staff brought this to the table? Has the community brought this to the table? Any members of the commission brought this to the table?
We had community members bring this to the table. The previous city manager and a historian and planner that live close to the park brought this to staff and said, we want to initiate this process. What's the process? And so that's when we started down the road. That's where you have the calendar that's presented in your packet this evening, when they had to have all the historic information in, when the Historic Resources Commission adopted a resolution, getting the City Commission to understand that the process is ongoing and what that looks like.
Do the people that brought this to the table recognize that this is Lawrence registry and not the Kansas registry?
Absolutely.
Yeah? Okay.
They're very knowledgeable individuals.
Okay. Okay.
Comments?
I'm not feeling the need to move forward with this personally. I just feel like we're kind of busy right now. We're facing staffing issues, and additional staff time on this is something that I'm not comfortable with this time, especially since I want to look forward to evaluating how we're looking at HRC issues, specifically lands that are not specifically on the list, but might be potentially nearby. So for me to be starting the process of adding more sites would be not in conjunction with what I want to do in the future, which is lessen this burden, not increase it further. And this just adds additional properties that may or may not have any major or small burden, but I am uncomfortable with some of these requirements currently, and so I wouldn't support going forward with more regulation at this point.
Lynn, has there been any other communication for other properties or landmarks when the city that members of the community have brought to the city's attention of wanting to add to the Lawrence Registry?
Yes, when we get those requests, we follow up like with any application. It was people from the community that brought South Park forward. Hobbs Park was a member of the community that brought that forward. And just to be clear, that the Historic Resources Commission has already adopted a resolution, which they can do by city code, to start this process. What we're asking you this evening is for the owner authorization, but they don't have to have that to move down the path. But ultimately, it is the city commission that will make that determination whether to list it or not, both as the property owner and as the city commission, who is the authority that landmarks properties, when this comes back to you in March or April, whenever it works its way back through the process.
So maybe one more question. I mean, could we do the same buffer that the state uses? I mean, aren't we just being onerous for no reason to be onerous to the people who live around the park?
Well, the state doesn't require, they don't have any kind of buffer around listed properties. Lawrence has 250 feet. When the state had a buffer, it was 500 feet. Lawrence has 250 feet, and actually we're coming up on an anniversary in February. We just redid the code 2 years ago, and we had a lot of public meetings and a lot of discussion about the area that was that 250 feet, and we actually changed that from an environs review to a context review, and it's a much lesser review. It's only for projects that are visible from the public right-of-way, and it has its own set of standards. All the projects get reviewed administratively except for demolition, new construction, and additions that are greater than 20% or second-story additions. So we made a lot of changes to the Historic Resources Code to make it less onerous or confusing or burdensome or whatever adjective you want to choose, so we can look at protecting the historic character of historic areas in the city of Lawrence, which really does help us promote the city of Lawrence, and while making it easier.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Floyd.
I have zero interest in having staff spend any time on this, truthfully, at a time where I would like to see our planning and development, as we have a lot of growth coming in. I want to focus on that. I don't see a downside of at least not moving on this right now. I fully respect the community members that are interested in this. But we have a lot going on, and I totally agree with Commissioner Dever. I don't want to see staff time used on this right now, and maybe we circle back mid-year. Those are my thoughts.
Other thoughts, motions?
Yeah, I mean, I concur with Commissioner Poley and Commissioner Dever on this too. Let's circle back in 6-7 months, but we got a lot on our plate. And staff has a lot on its plate.
We want to revisit.
Well, looks like we have 3 there. Do we need a motion, or do?
It's on the agenda, right?
I mean, that'd be a motion if we were going to direct staff to do it. But I guess my question is, if we don't want to take action, do we need a motion not to take action, or do we only need a motion if we're going to do it? I'm happy to do it either.
Do not take action, but it's probably cleaner to say that you're not giving authorization.
Okay, so would someone make a motion?
Please, go ahead.
I make the motion to not authorize staff to use resources of any kind at this time to put, Watson Park in the Lawrence Historic Registry.
Second.
Question.
Is that good enough? Because you just
let me just see if I can. I'm sorry, I might not have been clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Historic Resources Commission has already adopted by resolution the initiation of this landmark. So it's going to go through the process. They can do that by code. That's in our city code. Mm-hmm. What they have to do is they have to notify the property owner and try to get the property owner authorization. And that's what we're doing this evening.
We're not authorizing that.
So you cannot authorize it, but the process is still going to go forward until it comes back to you after the HRC has made a determination.
Can you explain why the process needs to move forward even though the owner does not agree or want this process to move forward, please, so everyone can understand this?
Yes, in Chapter 22, it gives the Historic Resources Commission the authority to initiate the landmark process, even if the owner is not a willing or participant in the process.
Okay,
now, for the City Commission to approve a nomination against the ownership objection, it can still do that. It just has to have a supermajority. And the reason behind all of that is that you're looking at the historic character and the historic importance and balancing it with other things. And so the process has already been initiated. You can determine not to give owner support And then when it comes back to you after the HRC public hearing with a recommendation from the HRC, you can deny it, or you can approve it, or you can ask for more information, or you can, table it. You'll have all those options available.
It doesn't read that way, and that's very good explanation. That makes it much clearer, I think, where responsibility is. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Craig, were you going to say something?
I was just going to suggest a motion, but I think you just...
Motion not to authorize.
You're moving to make it a supermajority if it comes back to you to deny it, I think.
Yes. So maybe we want the motion to be a motion to deny authorization.
Yes.
Just deny.
Yeah.
So I'm going to recant on the motion that I had. That everyone's good. We just don't put it in. Okay, so I make a motion to deny authorization to proceed in this endeavor. Sherry, can you fill that gap in?
Yeah.
Not thinking very well right now. Okay.
Seconded.
Okay, there's a motion by, I can't even think now, Commissioner Pullian.
Yeah, whatever my name is.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Courtney.
So for clarification,
yes.
the vote is to deny owner authorization as it relates to the landmark nomination of Central Watson Park. And Central
That's
Watson
correct.
Park. Exactly.
Just that.
That was much better said. Yes, that's the motion. Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Okay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you. That brings us to item number 5, which is to consider an update into the order of the City Commission meeting. Sherry, it has your name on it, but I'm happy to lead off here, unless you had something you wanted to say.
No, other than
Okay.
this was something that you had asked for, the commission agreed on, and there is a draft resolution attached based on what was discussed, but we can
Yep.
move forward based on your discussion.
After Vice Mayor, I should have brought a PowerPoint, but I didn't, so I'll just say, this is what I brought up in the commission items a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week, I don't remember what I did. But the idea is to move the city manager report and the city, what I'm calling city commission reports, ahead of the consent agenda. And this would be similar to what the school board does. And this would allow some more information to be given out earlier in the evening about things going on. We get this Friday report internally that talks about road projects and, awards and other things. I think those things can be shared, should be shared with the commission, with the community. And in the same way, I think city commission reports would do two things. This would not be commission items, that's still on the agenda later, but commission reports would be two things, in my opinion, or my thought process would be, here in a little bit, we're going to talk about what boards we're going to be on. This would give us a chance to say, hey, I had a KUIP meeting last week, and here's what's happening at KUIP. We don't always do a great job, because by the time we get to commission items, it's 11 o'clock, and we miss some of that. And two, I think it allows us to comment at that point on either the recognitions that happened before or the consent agenda that's happening next, that we could say, hey, I don't want to pull this off consent agenda, but I'm really excited that, on the consent agenda, we are approving X or Y, and I just want to say, that I want to bring that to the attention of everyone. I'm excited about that. And so we can talk about both of those things. I really don't want either of them to take a long time, and I've asked Craig not to make really long city manager reports.
Famous last words right there.
But I do think getting those two things early in the meeting, and again, watching the school board makes me see the advantages of that. So that's my theory. Any questions for me?
In regards to the point under the city commission report, so if we're are these just essentially are they parlayed memos, or are we just doing a simple verbal report out? Are you wanting some type of documentation from?
No, I was just thinking verbal reports, but I'm not opposed to something else, but I think verbal reports, I mean, I have seen like at a school board meeting, someone pull up a picture, they went to something, and hey, here's a picture, and you've done that kind of before in the commission item. Like, I think that would be fine. Hey, here's a picture of something that happened, or this is something going on, and I want to share it with the community. I think that would be fine. I don't think not every time does it have to be written.
Right. Okay, so then for the sake of minutes, would it be, and Sherry, excuse me if I'm overstepping, so it would essentially be if there was a report out, then under the minutes, it would just be Commissioner Sellers or these following commissioners provided report outs in regards to this, or is it just that these following commissioners provided commission reports and just list their names?
I imagine I would do it if that was for me.
That's what I'm wanting.
Okay.
Yeah.
The same way I do commission items, I try to capture the general topic, of what you're saying. But, we've talked about it's an art, not a science. So if you're
Talking
not
about your
happy
minutes.
with it, you can always, ask for that. I know years ago when we did the city manager's report, it really was just a discussion and one long list of sort of general topics. And I would try to capture that in the minutes a little bit, like these things were discussed, and it wasn't a public comment item then, which is, I think, something you're discussing for both of these, correct?
Yes.
They would not be public
Yes.
comment items, they would just be reports out. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
And I think the essence you really mentioned was it allows us to actually talk about this stuff at the beginning of the meeting while we're not, towards the end of our fuel source. And I feel like we can do a better job of communicating what we're doing as you go to meetings and then talk about it, rather than feeling like you're burdening us because it's towards the end of the meeting. I think that's really flipping the script and allowing us to have more engagement with the community, which is, doesn't happen very much. I kind of like this idea, and then people can get this stuff talked about, and then we can move on to the business. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I like this idea too, just because it's probably going to be when the most amount of people are actually here at the
Exactly.
beginning as well. I guess one of the comments I did hear from somebody about this though was around, is this going to be like our positive communication at the front? Should still like the business part of things be at the end? So it's more, we're talking about what we're doing in the beginning, but then sort of like more of like the staff business stuff that people may not be interested in. Maybe that stays at the end.
I'm not sure what you're saying, though.
Is there staff?
Let's open it up for public comment, because someone here in the public might want to say something that spurs that, and then we'll come back for discussion.
yeah.
Any public comment on this item? I know we got a letter about it, so I'm guessing, I see Christina coming. Okay.
Good evening, Christina McKenna, 66046. On behalf of the Coalition for Collaborative Governance, I'm here to speak about the proposed changes to the order of business for City Commission meetings. We share the city's vision of an unmistakably vibrant community with you and believe the structure of these meetings is a key part of making that vision a reality. We understand and support the Commission's desire to highlight important leadership discussions. We appreciate that these vital conversations often require more time than a strict agenda might allow, and we're grateful for your flexibility in extending discussions to ensure they're handled with the care they deserve. We also value and appreciate the immense time commitment you already give to our city. At the same time, we see a wonderful opportunity to use the agenda structure to actively advance the city's stated values. The city's mission to create a community where all enjoy life and feel at home, and a key part of that is making civic engagement as accessible as possible so that all viewpoints feel of equal importance. This brings us to the shared challenge we all face. We acknowledge that general public comment has already been moved to the very end of the meeting. With that in mind, the current structure of placing high-interest public agenda items near the beginning has become an even more critical lifeline for participation. It allows working families and any other engaged citizens to have their voice heard on specific issues without facing the significant barrier of staying for an entire meeting. We are all for leadership conversations and further information to inform constituent opinions, but we also value the precious time where we can share those opinions with you. This is especially true for our youngest residents. We want our future leaders to be able to participate and have their comments heard prior to bedtime. While we're always open to collaborating on new ideas, we strongly believe the current agenda order is the more effective solution to this challenge of providing an equitable voice in governing for the citizens of Lawrence. It strikes a thoughtful balance by allowing for leadership discussions while still preserving a meaningful window for the public to engage on the issues that brought them here. Therefore, we respectfully ask you keep the current order of business. By doing so, you demonstrate the value of collaboration and commitment, creating a meeting structure that's truly transparent, equitable, and responsible, one that makes all residents feel they have a voice and a place in our community. Many times it warms my heart when I see little kids who are able to come in and make their opinion be heard and felt, and that's one of the things that might get lost if it's moved to a later time. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, David Baston. I would like to see open public comment televised so people can watch it and participate in it more. And just like, I mean, there was something I remembered back in, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I go on the website and do searches. So since you guys aren't televising the open public comment, you can't search for anything regarding that on the website at all now. So that kind of sucks, because trying to go back and actually listen to it all through Lawrence Times, since they do that, takes forever, and it's just not feasible to do that, when before you could just search it and bring it up, and it'd be a lot easier to do that. And I'm just, I wasn't a fan of getting rid of it in the first place, and for tons of reasons, just echoing what she said. I mean, it does give residents just a time to come in and voice their opinions. And I know, there's been people that come in here and voice their opinions a little bit too strongly, and kind of, and even on that, I mean, I don't approve of what those people I'm talking about say a lot of the times. I mean, they yeah, it's late, and I'm brain dead too.
Appreciated.
We know what you're saying. Thank you.
So I want to move.
Patrick? And we can finish the item.
Oh, we can.
Yeah, we can finish the item before we have to make the motion.
Hey, so I'll get up here. I think for all the reasons why you guys want to move your updates to the community to the front of the meeting, the community would also like to share in that same space. I think it was a great tragedy that we decided to move it to the end. There are multiple instances over the last year where people have wanted to come and say something before this commission. And I mean, look, it's like past 11 o'clock. Aren't we supposed to have already declared that we're going to stay longer? I mean, you can't have people come here to tell people what's going on with the community when we're staying here this late. And if we're serving the community, then we should put that up at the front. I know it might throw off some of the timing and everything else that we have to discuss here, but maybe there's other ways we can get around that. We can add a fourth meeting. I don't know. But I think if you guys decide to move your announcement period up to the very front and deny the community of that same space, then that's just a terrible look, in my opinion. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know, it's late. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, so I thought I'd chime in on that. I think there's a lot of other public commenters that would feel the same way. And to the people that maybe contributed to that being sort of mitigated and pushed back, I would hope that they would respect that the rest of the community would like to reclaim its public spaces to be able to voice their concerns on the community and celebrate things going on in the community, just like with what the commissioners are discussing right now. So, thank you.
Appreciate that. Looks like we have another comment.
It's like,
Yeah, of course.
Hi, I'm Dominique. I've already spoken a little bit today. Personally, I don't care if you do like a commission meeting at the beginning, because I would be interested to see what the commissioners are doing at the beginning too, and I think it's a good olive branch to the community and like helps foster communication, so we can see what you're doing, you can see what we're doing, and I think that's fine as long as it stays like short. We're not getting into like 40 minutes, again,
Yes, I
tonight is all about time. The city manager report, I think, could probably just stay at the end, because I don't know how much engagement you guys really do with it besides just like looking at it. I don't know if that's like the top priority, unless there's like an action needed to take on it. So I would say I think it would be interesting, and I would be interested to see what the commissioners would like to report to us as the community for like a little verbal, or even if it was a written commissioner report, and just say, oh, here's what I've done, here's what we're doing, here's what I'm actively interested in, and it can give us kind of a greater understanding of what you guys are doing and your roles. And so then the community can also appreciate the work that you're doing, because we can see it outside of like kind of when we get into like the consent agenda, or not the consent agenda, the general agenda. It's like a very punchy sort of, like yes, no. There's not like a lot of humanity in between sometimes, where it's you guys have to make a decision. We're presenting an opinion. It's always going to be very friction pointed. So that's just my opinions. But I think the city manager report, personally, I don't care for it. I think it's just like a city business. I think it can stay at the end. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments online?
Yes, we do have a few. Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and you all were talking about moving the commission, what you want to talk about, I guess, as a commission or whatever, to the beginning because you're too tired at the end. So does that mean instead at the end when we're talking regular agenda items, you're going to be too tired for that instead? So, because that's what I'm just wondering, like something has to go at the end when you're tired. And I think these reports where you're not making an actual decision on anything, you're just reporting back what's happened. I think that's something that should be, at the end, because it's going to be less important than you all making a decision. And let's see, also, that's true. I'm trying to think. I had another point. Also, if you're going to move stuff around, you need to move public comment to the beginning. And also, when we move public comment to the end, part of the reason is, well, people are here for the regular agenda items. It's not fair to make them sit through that when they're here for such and such. Well, now you're going to be making them sit through your comments instead. So I just want to point that out. That when we move public comment towards the end, it's because we need to make it so that the people showing up for the regular agenda get their items as soon as possible. So I just think it's kind of hypocritical to move your speaking about stuff to the beginning while moving the public's to the end, because we need to make it as fast as possible for the people on the regular agenda item to get their agenda item so they can go home. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66049. I gotta say, I have.
Oops.
Oh, did we lose her?
We lost Julie. We'll see if she it's
here, let me.
back on. Is she back on?
Yes.
We lost her though.
That was me. Sorry.
Oh,
I removed her instead of.
Sorry, Julie.
It kicked me out. I don't know what happened.
I did, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
That's okay. So I wanted to say, first of all, I have thoroughly enjoyed seeing people laugh on the City Commission panel and board. I have never seen, in all the years of watching this, I've never seen people laugh so much. Just joking and laughing about things. It's very awesome to see. In this reference to the meeting, I'm going to say moving the public comment to the end. I don't think it made a difference of whatever you were intending to accomplish. We haven't seen those people in a while, and things have kind of calmed down. But, you know, I agree with the reporting stuff. Put that at the end. Put the main agenda items at the beginning. Thank goodness I don't work anymore, so I can sit up till 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't care. But for some others, you know, as much as I promote these meetings, they're like, I have to go to bed at 9 o'clock, at 10 o'clock. I can't stay up for that. And I'm like, okay. So I hope I'm much more clear now. I got a new computer.
No, you're good. Thank you.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the commission. I mean, I think I think the points are fair. I mean, you know, putting this up does, you know, push other items down. I think it's worth trying. I think it's, you know, one of our speakers actually did a better job than I did at articulating why it might be helpful to have the public know what we're doing, more than what we do just on this dais. And that's a lot of what people see and talking about who we're talking to and how we're doing things. That being said, it's on us not to go too long, and Craig, not to go too long in the city manager report. And if we do, we can change it again. But I think it's, to me, I think it's worth trying. I understand the comments, and I understand there's some negative, could be some negative consequences to it. But that's where I'm at. But it's not a hill to die on if others don't. I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea too. I'd be open to have a discussion about what public comment, even at the beginning for like a limited amount of time, looks like. And then I think we would have to have a decorum discussion so that in case things go back to the way where it was really, you know, an awful experience before, that, you know, yellow card, red card type thing if people are using inappropriate language. But I'd be open to having, you know, that discussion to see what that looks like. And it may be that this is, you know, first step, we try this, see how this works. I think this is going to be great. I love the idea of letting the community know what we're doing, because I believe a lot of us are doing things that people have no idea about. But I would be interested, you know, in the next half year, having a discussion about what does a decorum-based general comment, so that people who are working, if they want to come here, if their kids want to come here and give a comment like that little kid did with the basketball court the other day, to see what that looks like. So I would be open to that.
So like a limited 30-minute public comment up front, sign up for it, use it up, you lose it.
First come, first served, like
right,
City Wichita does it that
that's
way.
the only way we could really do it is to sign up. And then also, we can control the length of our conversations to some of the commenters' point. No, we can control ourselves. I mean, in fact, the mayor's job is to control it in some ways.
Yeah, shut it down.
To try to keep us on the path. And so I'm cool with all that. I just want to make sure I understood we have that power to limit ourselves and the city manager, which is some of the problem is the city manager really wasn't getting a chance to communicate, and we weren't giving him a chance and asking him to communicate, and that's on us too. And so I think it's by highlighting those, we then give our new city manager, and no offense, but you know, an opportunity to meet the community immediately, and then us to let them know about how we're participating in other ways, instead of just hoping at the end of the meeting we're awake enough to remember to do it. I think that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Sitting back and listening to public comment requires a little different level of communication skills towards the end, and so I feel more comfortable with that than trying to talk about how great we are and, you know, what a great job you did here or whatever. I feel like that's what I was trying to get at is to tell people what we're doing and not just focus on the negativity, but also the positive things that are being said. And I think that was Brad's point all along. So I'm good either way.
Well, I'm interested in trying this, and then let's, you know, I'm certainly open to bringing back a commission item at some point to talk about public comment. But
yeah.
I think let's see how this goes first and then iterate that. That's my thought.
If I may, I love the idea. I truly do. Our comments, though, should never supersede the public's. So I am very comfortable right now moving public comment and then up in the same area, put a limit of 30 minutes. Each person still gets 3 minutes, first come, first serve. Again, multiple cities do it that way. I don't feel comfortable, though, saying that it feels like, and I don't think this is what anybody intends, certainly not you, Mayor, but it feels like, again, like our comments are more important than the public's. This is a broader issue, I think, and I certainly understand why we moved public comment initially to the end. We needed to get business done, and it was very difficult to do. I still feel, though, we've got some precedent under our belt as far as First Amendment issues. If we limit what people can do here, I really believe in people being able to come and communicate with their government, especially kiddos. So I would love to have public comment up back where it used to be. Totally in favor of bringing up city manager and commission report, commission business, however you want to have it up with that, but I'm a proponent of getting public comment above that. So I hear you. Let's try it. I don't know. I may shoot it down, truthfully, but I certainly appreciate what you want to do and love it, but not before public comment.
Other thoughts?
Couple of thoughts here. One, to the point being made, parliamentary mind is telling me that if we were going to entertain moving anything other than what was presented here, that it would be an amended motion. So I hope that that is the course of action that we take if there is a commissioner that has the appetite to amend the motion that is on the agenda. So that's one. Two, I think it's been said that words do matter. The premise of saying that commissioner comments should not supersede open public comment, I think is a bit non sequitur. One, because again, open public comment is not statutorily required. And then two, there's the 2B, the assumption is being made that the city commission report is comments. The statement is that it's a report. So this wouldn't be time for us to, for lack of better words, kiki. That can be under commission items. The idea is that city commission report means you as a commissioner, you're presenting on whatever matters, whether it's a conference you went to that was paid for by the city that you were reporting out based on what you were edified on, as well as providing any updates from your board and commission responsibilities. So to kind of concentrate that into saying that my comments should not supersede the comments of the community, I think is a little bit reductive to, one, your elected role and responsibility that you were sworn to do. So there's that piece. Three, and I've said this before, and I will continue to say it, open public comment is simply one of many ways that the community can engage with us. If the intent is for you to engage with us collectively, then yes, your only option is to come and to sit and to wait when we get to the agenda item of open public comment and to give your comment. However, as elected officials, we have multiple channels and opportunities for community members to speak to us on matters that relate to the business and body. So the conversation, I think there's some continuing conversation that needs to be had about kind of the history of what the commission has, and that even predates us, of how this has come to pass and some of the modifications and changes that have been made, that is a discussion to be had. I don't know if this is the time and place for it. But as it relates to city commission reports, I take that line item on the agenda to mean that we are coming to, as to one of the conferees stated, that we are bringing business back to share to the community, not just comments. That can be saved for commission items.
Well, that's certainly my thought. I think if we want to consider, changing public comment, we should just defer this item and bring it back at some other point to see what that would look like in a resolution and how that would be. I don't think we would try to draft that on the fly. So I think we could defer that and come back and have that discussion later.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger
Okay.
topic, for sure.
Do we need a motion to defer something or not?
So you're not wanting to approve these and then consider that later? You're wanting to defer the entire?
I think we want to try to take it together. Sounds like what I heard. Let's have that discussion together.
Yeah, to hear past experiences, understand the dynamic, it is a much bigger topic.
Well, let's, I don't know, I guess, so motion to defer this item to a future agenda.
And if you could give a time frame of when you want that back, that would be very helpful.
45 days?
Let's do 60 days to give us some flexibility. I mean, so we can have some discussion on that. So bring it back within the next 60 days. I mean, this is not something we have to do. We want to give ourselves a decent agenda to do it on, give ourselves some flexibility. There's no reason to rush this on a long agenda night.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the only other item you want to consider at that time?
Yeah, at this point, yes.
Two that you have listed, and then put moving public comment.
I would like to also review, if we may, live streaming again.
Yeah.
Just as discussion, this is an opportunity for everybody to explain experiences, reservations, et cetera, but
And I think, again, my thought is, given this discussion, we bring it back for a discussion and not have a resolution to vote on that night, and we direct staff, because I also think there's, again, people have said different things. If you move public comment up, do we want to make it 30 minutes so we don't, that was one of the issues. Do we want to have signups like some cities do? Do we want to limit people to once a month like some cities do? I mean, there's a lot of things we could talk about. I'm not suggesting doing any of those things. I'm just saying, let's just bring it back as a general discussion item as opposed to a resolution, and then we can go from there.
Yep.
So in the next 60 days, we'd bring it back as a discussion item.
I love that.
So the motion would be to move to defer the adoption of Resolution 7645 and to have staff bring it back to us for consideration in 60 days?
Yes, that's a motion to me.
It sounds like
I'll
one.
second it.
Second, motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we are past our 11 o'clock witching hour. We still have one action item, a few other things to discuss, and open public comment. So I'd look for a motion to extend the meeting.
Move to extend the meeting by 25 minutes.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Definitely reluctantly votes aye. Noted in the minutes. Okay, that brings us to item number 6, which is to related to the consultant on the city manager recruitment. And again, this has Sherry's name on it, but I'm not sure Sherry has anything she wants to start with?
No, you all were going to do a little bit of research, I think, and then come back and share that information with each other and make a decision.
Okay. So we'll open this up to public comment in a second, but I did think we brought this back, and so I will ask questions of either Commissioner Sellos or Pulliam if you had any more research or information you found that you want to share with the commission before we open it up.
Yeah, I would just share that in my conversations with staff from the city of Wichita, that overall, they were satisfied with the interaction that they had with their consultant. The only kind of sticking point that they spoke to with CPS was that the point person that they had through CPS was not someone that there were some concerns with him and just kind of their interaction. So they felt that if they had another point of contact, that they felt like the process would have been a lot more smoother than it was, but it didn't take away from the overall service that CPS provided them.
Okay. Commissioner Pulliam, anything to report?
As I've said, I've worked with SGR and MGT in the past on multiple ways. I don't mean to discount the quality of service of any of the vendors, but when it all looks very similar. So I would much rather, if one of the other commissioners are pretty passionate about one vendor over another, I don't really want to take it away. So I think, I think
Okay.
we're good.
Well, let's open it up for public comment, then we'll bring it back for discussion. Any member of the public like to speak on this matter? There was one person who's been waiting since.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. My name's Clay Pearson, and I am the representative for Strategic Government Resources. I just wanted to be here in person. I watched the meeting last week from home, but thought it'd be important to be here in person, and I would be your point of contact. Our CEO, Darren Atterbury, wrote an email to you that amplified some of the points that came up last week. Ironically, he's a veteran of Fort Collins, which was mentioned in your work earlier, but very similar university town. Myself, I've been in local government myself for 30 years, and so I've been a manager in 3 different cities and had that experience. Over those years, I feel like I've got a great network. And as mentioned, I think the point person is the key point of contact that you need to think about. Our processes are very similar. I'll stipulate to that. I do think that SGR has a very well-founded process that's been honed over the last 20 years. We are a local government exclusive firm, which I think also gives us credibility. We've got a great reputation in the field, and so I feel like we do very strong work. I would do a great job for all of you, and really committed to this project, and I will stand by for any questions or anything else that I can amplify on that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, that brings it back to us. And comments from the commission? I know Commissioner Pulliam already made a few comments. Any other comments, thoughts?
I mean, is it appropriate to ask? I know we just hired Susie Carson, kind of your guys' experience with SGR? Or is that?
We can ask staff on that.
Yep. Brando was primary contact on that. Clay helped us with that recruitment.
Yeah, so I guess just overall, what was your experience? If you've worked with ones that have tried hiring positions like executive positions like this, what was your experience?
Yeah, overall positive experience. We got somebody we could hire. That's always what you look for.
That's a good.
And I think we've worked with we've not worked with CPS. We have worked with, or which one have we worked with before?
MGT and SGR.
CPS might be new on the block. I don't know if I'm familiar. There's a lot.
They're out of California.
They've been around, reputable firm. All 3 of those are very reputable and have done a lot of searches, so that's why they're on that list.
Yeah. And again, obviously CPS has done Wichita search. SGR is doing a latest search, has helped us on a search. MGT, I think, is from Chicago and has some regional.
We're working with them on an HR recruitment right now.
Oh, on OHO.
And we've worked with them before on the fire chief recruitment.
Okay. Well, any commissioner has a have a strong opinion, or?
I will just go on the record again. I've always felt that we would hire a consultant, lacking an HR director right now, especially. I don't think that, we could handle it, but we really shouldn't, right? As far as appropriateness. I have wanted an interim. I still do want an interim to reduce the pressure. I do believe in the next 2 years of this particular commission, in the next 2 years, this will likely be one of the most important, if not the most important decision that we make. I don't want us to feel rushed, but me wanting an interim and me not wanting to rush the city manager search does not prohibit me from voting in favor of whomever the other commissioners decide on. As I said, I think SGR does a great job, MGT does a great job. Not familiar with the other one. I'm comfortable with whatever you guys decide.
Any?
No, I'm pretty, these are all pretty similar. I think someone pointed out they're very comparable in what they do and who they've worked for and the sizes of the government. So I think it's a matter of what we're comfortable with, the personality or the service we get. And don't have experience, so I'll have to defer to others who might.
Commissioner Sellos, Vice Mayor?
My thoughts on this. One of the things I've just kind of been looking through and really honing on is two things. One, language as it relates to a DEI piece, because yes, it does matter. And I think oftentimes, and especially in this case, I think we've had several cases of this come up with individuals who have come and have since left leadership positions within the city that they didn't feel welcomed. And that there were individuals in our community who hold the banner of being unmistakable and being welcoming and opening that have used dog whistles to essentially tell some of our staff that they actually don't belong. And that is concerning to me. The idea that there is only a certain look, there's an identity politic around who can govern us is a very slippery slope. It is not a thin line. And a community like ours, if we're going to talk the talk, then we damn sure better walk the walk. And I would like whoever we choose to be intentional and be encouraging in bringing us candidates that don't fit the identity or the respectability piece that we feel like is deemed to be someone worthy of serving in our community. So that is a piece. As far as I know, there are several of the applicants did have placement guarantees. So I don't necessarily feel like we are being rushed. There is two of the applicants still strategically and explicitly stated in their proposals that if we don't have a candidate that can serve out those 12 months, that we will start this process again at little to no cost to us. So that is a point of, that is something that I can rest assured on, that however long this process takes, it's backed up by the applicant's ability to ensure that we do land someone that works with us. So whether that's CPS or SGR, I think that is a conversation for us to have. But those are my two, CPS and SGR.
Okay.
Well, seeing no strong proposals and trying to move us along, I guess I'm going into the process. I was leaning towards SGR because of the work in Olathe and the work across the community. So I was kind of leaning that way, but again, I'm not. I could be convinced otherwise, but that's the way I was leaning. And I had to. And Craig, this is a question for you. You and I talked a little bit about this. The action is award the consulting services for the city manager recruitment, could we, knowing that there are some options there, could we direct, somebody, the mayor and Tony, or somebody and Tony to work on awarding it, or how should we word that motion?
Well, I think any of them would want to negotiate what do you want?
Yeah.
There's a whole variety of things as community engagement pieces, assessments, things that are beyond but are on the menu.
Yeah.
And I think that's a discussion that the consultant can help lead with a contact, but then.
So the way this is worded gives us that opportunity, it gives us the opportunity to come back on the exact scope.
Right. And
Okay.
I think what I shared is typically this size contract doesn't come back to you. We take care of it, and this is just an odd thing because you're looking for one person. You could, Tony, I'm sure would be happy to help work with you on that.
Okay.
If you wanted to designate one of you to have that interaction. But I think it'll probably be something that the consultant would facilitate with you at a later date.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have, everyone will want to weigh in, I think, on exactly what that scope of scope of work is and what they do to gather community input and stuff. So when we say award the consulting services, that's implied in there that we're going to have that discussion. Just want to make that clear.
To the representative that's here from SGR, can you kind of speak to kind of your DEIPs, how, I know you're working with Olathe and some of your municipalities that maybe have a similar look and feel of Lawrence, how have you been successful in finding diverse candidates?
Right. So developing that pool is obviously a core function of what we do. I would start out with that SGR's got the reach and following with our newsletters and other publications. So people around the country look for leadership lessons from SGR. So we've got an automatic with that. On top of that, our outreach is with a lot of the affinity groups that exist in the profession. We likewise, our sponsor, real involved with that, so I think we've got a good rep there. I just personally did the Portland, Oregon search, and very complex environment, and I was proud that we brought them 3 minority candidates, finalists on that one. So, I think that speaks to our track record, our openness, and I think it's just the way we live our careers and our paths. People look to us and know that we're progressive in that sense in terms of welcoming diversity. We've got a servant leadership perspective and heart, and I think that also opens to encouraging not only minorities, also women. We're very strong with the Women's Affinity Group and the professional management, so we report on that, we'll share about that, and we're proud about our track record there.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I also note I did, the other one that SGR has worked on recently is, in progress now, is Waco, university town, obviously in Texas, so a little different, but also university town, so there could be some candidates who have some desire there too, so.
And I mean, I like companies that are hungry. I mean, the fact that brought a representative here today, CEO wrote a letter, it just shows that they want the business. To me, for me, that makes SGR the standout, because a lot of the stuff was the same, to Commissioner Seller's point, which I think is exactly right. The placement guarantee to me stuck out. It has this. It looks like they're hungry for the business. They just work with us. I'm comfortable going with them.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say that SGR definitely has the reach. Ron Holyfield used to be running. Is he still around? Ron, is he?
He's a force, yes. Darren Atterbury is the CEO, and Ron's stepped back a wee bit.
Has he?
Also talk to him probably every week.
Okay. Well, he's pretty good. So I would say their reach is great.
Yep. Thank you. He's a big speaker at the MARC group every year for the new elected officials, and looking forward to that again this year, too.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
You willing to make a motion?
Yeah, here's a big old decision. Motion to consider awarding the consulting services for city manager recruitment to
SGO.
SGR. I just want to make sure I get those letters right. To SGR, an executive search firm included in the TX Share Cooperative Purchasing Agreement.
So second.
Second that motion.
I just want to note.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not that we're considering, but that we're actually awarding.
Awarding it. But we're going to bring back a contract.
Right.
That will finalize
Gotcha.
with the scope.
Gotcha.
Okay, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Devo. Thank you. I couldn't remember your name.
I should.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. That brings us to commission items, future agenda items, and the one thing we do have to finish tonight, which is appointments, because a lot of these will meet before we meet again, and we've put that off. So I want to start with that real quick. When I say real quick, and then talk about commission items and future agenda. So again, for the new board members, new commissioners, I mean, obviously you can see these are the ones we serve on. All of them have one member except MPO there on the bottom of page 1, top of page 2. There's 2 members on that, and we need to divvy these up. The mayor does serve typically on the library board by statute, and so my plan would be to serve on that board. And then typically, typically people serve on 2, maybe 3 boards to make it work. I guess I'll start by saying I'd be very interested in serving on the Explore Lawrence board. It's one board I have not served on in my 6 years on the commission, and 2 with, so I'm interested from that point of view, but 2 with the World Cup and the things going on, I think it could be more, something I'd be interested in, but also maybe having the mayor serve on that would be helpful to some of the things that they're doing and the interactions we might have with some of the World Cup things. But if other people really want to serve on it, I'm open to other thoughts, but that'd be the other one I'd be most interested in.
And so, Mayor, question. So do we go through and vote for each person?
No,
or like
we usually do it by some sort of agreement here.
Yeah.
And Sherry's taking notes, and then
Human interaction.
human interactions.
And I guess I would say from the new person's perspective that, I mean, I kind of defer, and I don't want to speak for anybody, I don't want to speak for you, but like I defer if you guys believe that there's good work to be done on the boards that you're currently on right now and you want to continue that, totally understand that, and would defer to you guys to make choices first.
Commissioner Sellers?
I don't want to make any choices for anybody, but I will say I would like to retain my seat on the EDC board, and I am open to serving on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council.
Okay. That's when I'm leaving.
That would take you, that would be a good swap for you if that, you take over the
Because you had been on
library
Explore
board. Yeah.
Lawrence.
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about that. I've kind of served on that, I think, for my whole time on the commission, and we've done some good work. We've talked about the strategic plan. We've talked about World Cup. We've talked about funding agreements. So we've made some good headway, and I feel like this is a good time for me to kind of slide on out. Sure.
Okay.
Perfect. Another perfect.
Commissioner Devo, anything jumping out?
I would say that I would yield my seat to you on the board, the library board, as expected, and I would like to stay on the C.5 and try to do a better job of communicating their mission to us, especially with the new commissioners, since I also was around when that started, and I can hopefully convey some of that. But I'd be willing to offer that to somebody if they wanted it. But I would also like to be involved in another board, so if you want to put me on one that's missing due to commissioners leaving, I'm happy to fill one of those positions. I'm not stuck on 1 or 2. So if you would like to be on at least 2 boards, you could ask me to be on one, and I'm happy to join. So whether it's destination management, I could do that if that's easy enough. I've done that before.
Let's see
I don't know
what,
how active that is.
let's see what Commissioner Polian or Commissioner, Vice Mayor Courtney have a strong opinion on.
You guys, you want to do MPO board? We'll rock that out together.
Yeah, I do want to do the MPO board. I know
You two want to do
I
MPOs?
like MPOs, yeah.
2 MPOs, that's good. Those, and I think that's a good board also because you learn a lot.
Yeah.
You learn a lot and you learn about a lot of things early on because they come to you first. Okay, any other, that Sister Cities,
Oh, I could do that too.
fun board to be on, and it's going to be a particularly good year because Japan is coming this year. But anyone, you'd be interested in that?
I'd be, happy to take it or yield it. I'm very excited and
I can
interested.
also do it. But if you want it, Commissioner Dever, by no means.
If I have to be on another board, that would be the one I would pick. Does that make sense? So, but if I only want to pick 2, then you're welcome to take the third. It's up to you.
Well, Mike and I can do MPO, and then
So
I can do Sister Cities. Are you good with that?
Yeah, no, please, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
so you do Sister Cities?
Sister Cities and MPO, unless Commissioner Sellers, you wanted Sister City.
No, they did.
If I wanted it,
CJC and EDC. Okay.
I don't want it.
No.
Right.
I know
So-
my schedule.
Yeah.
Right.
So Vice Mayor, and so we have Destination Management, Inc., which is obviously related to, I can't speak tourism, and then the Community Health Plan Steering Committee, which is the CHIP, which is a much larger committee made up of county, city, school district, and it oversees it meets quarterly and helps oversee the community health plan led by the health department. But pretty diverse, you meet lots of people on that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so then, Mike, that gets you in destination management, is that okay?
Yeah, I'll take that if it's okay with everybody else. I do know a little bit about that.
Okay, so, Sherry, do you have that? I wrote down,
I got it, Sherry, if you did.
I've got it, but I'm happy to read it back.
read it back and make sure.
So the mayor is on the library board. Commissioner Polian is on Sister Cities. Commissioner Sellers is with EDC. Innovation Park is Commissioner Dever. DMI is Commissioner Dever. Explore Lawrence is the mayor. MPO is the vice mayor and Commissioner Polian. CJCC is Commissioner Sellers, and the Health Plan Steering Committee is the vice mayor.
Very good.
There we go.
Good?
Very good.
Well done. It almost.
Okay.
midnight.
Any commission items or any comments on the future agenda?
I did have a few commission items for us to entertain in the next minute or so, just to see if there's a consensus for staff. My first one is, I know that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, they were having discussions around kind of building out their framework. And so I think maybe, this is not necessarily putting the cart before the horse, but maybe giving them some direction or putting at least our stamp on approval of it. They're wanting to build out subcommittees, so I know that work is happening, so I just wanted to see if the commission, sorry, my protein is wearing out on me. If the commission is, are we okay with us having the Parks and Rec Advisory Board kind of look at that restructuring as far as subcommittees? I do know that some of that discussion was happening as it relates to some of the bigger discussions we've been having about Parks and Rec and Parks, Rec, and Culture, and how do we start to implement some of these pieces of the master plan. So I think it's just a matter of us stating that we are in approval with them bringing something to us as it relates to their subcommittee structure function, since they did bring that up in their meeting. So I don't know if we need.
I'm happy to learn more about it.
Okay, so, I mean, I think if that they can bring something to us, or at least
Yeah.
kind of lay that out to us, so if they can, I think at their next meeting, if they can kind of lay that out and provide it to us to review, I think that would be great. So there's that. Second was, this is kind of the titchy one. I talked about directing staff to draft, a funding agreement on a way for us to sustain or supplement Parks and Rec programs. It kind of gets to the funding, the fund piece that we have with the Douglas County Community Foundation. I know that is a separate piece, so I don't know if there's an appetite for us to have direct staff to work with the advisory board to bring back what a draft agreement would look like and what that entails. If we want to just sit on that, at least, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to see if that's something, if the commission would like to see. We don't necessarily need to address it now, but is that something that would be of interest for us moving forward?
I mean, I think if we spend as much time as we can in 2026 helping around that budget, however it looks, I think that's a positive thing.
So I think a lot of this will be predicated, again, on staff capacity,
Yep.
but what that would look like as it relates to our Parks and Rec Advisory Board. So there was that. The other one was that I was interested in having, directing staff to bring us back a draft ordinance on our percent of art program. We've talked about this kind of in and out the last 4 years. We currently have a resolution. We've kind of played with language on that. I think as it relates to, as we continue to elevate our culture piece of Parks, Rec, and Culture, that I think it would give us some more staying power if we transition that resolution into an actual ordinance. So I would like to see if staff could bring us back a draft ordinance of the percent of art program, since that was also outlined in the master plan.
Yeah.
Hearing?
I'm not particularly, I'm not sure I'm supportive of it, but I'm supportive of at least hearing it.
So maybe.
I mean, maybe a discussion before they actually draft an ordinance. or I don't know if
Discussion and an unmistakable identity update?
I mean,
We
I'm
talked
not-
about.
I mean, you can be voted down and still be friends. It's okay. on
Yeah,
Parks
that's
and
what I'm
Rec,
saying.
Time frame?
60 days, 90 days,
Okay.
Yeah.
before we start getting real itchy into the budget. So before.
90
April.
days. We'll bring a discussion back to you before we draft an ordinance.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's have some discussion on an ordinance, a percent of art ordinance.
Yeah, I want to understand it before we actually draft.
Sounds good. And in addition to that, can we also have staff bring us back, have a discussion on what a sponsorship and naming rights policy would look like? Since it came up, I know.
I think we have a sponsorship policy.
Do we?
We have detailed files.
That don't sound like policy.
Even since I've been here, that was a hot topic that had been kind of dismissed as was discussed. So we can resurrect those and bring
I think just for
state of the art, what's out there,
Okay.
in, again, a 90-day time frame.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure, why not?
That's fine.
Maybe 60, just to make it easy.
And maybe you were clear, Craig, but what, the second item, I wasn't clear on.
Just to bring back discussion.
Discussion within 90 days.
Is it 2% for park?
On the percent of art.
No, prior to that, the funding,
Oh, the Parks and Rec Fund?
Yeah.
Establish a draft agreement? Well,
Okay.
We'll sit on that.
Yeah, sit on that. Nothing to do with,
okay,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that
I'll
later.
have to massage some people here.
okay.
Not
Just want to make
literally,
sure.
Okay.
Okay.
But as it relates to the sponsorship policy,
What's the name?
90 days,
homeless initiative, unhoused, where we are, like what we're doing is, I mean, just kind of like a high level of, and be able to ask questions about the homeless solutions team. You know, we talked about this.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll prep that.
Yep.
Happy to do it. It's been a little bit, wintertime is always a time when, we're very intensively working in it.
to bring it like like one of the
A work session update.
work session update.
A strategic plan update.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Still talking about the RFP for advisory services. Have you guys issued that? Hopefully not. You're just
No.
putting it together.
I don't think it's done yet, but it's really close.
Yeah.
Said, and I hope she's not listening right now, but
Well,
she said it's very close. She's excited to get it out there, so.
again, so I can reach out to her and you specifically. Again, there's some things I want to make sure as far as like the criteria that we are evaluating them on more than anything, and then who the panel is. And this might go beyond convention of what you guys are used to in issuing your RFPs, but we haven't had this RFP come across any of our desks, 2 decades at least, so I want to make sure. And we can have a sidebar conversation on that. As far as 9th Street, I think if the commission is open to it, 9th Street is a huge project. I think having periodic updates on it. Again, we've got some businesses that are suffering. It's unfortunate. So if we can know that how things are going, progressing, I think the public and at least myself, if the commission is open to that, to getting maybe once a month updates.
Like a memo?
A memo, I think, would be okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just how are things going, et cetera. And if there's hot issues, we can obviously talk about them as
Sure.
necessary.
We could do that.
And then I'm just saying openly that please, please, please support those businesses on 9th Street as we go through a very difficult project. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I went to dinner at Blade and Timber the other night. It was fantastic. Lasagna, like Garfield, was great.
Blake, you said, are you talking Fork and Tumbler?
Fork and Tumbler, yeah.
Fork and Tumbler, yes.
We know what you mean. Good.
Amazing.
Lasagna is good. Okay, city manager's report.
Just the utility billing. Happy to answer your questions.
Any public comment on the utility report? Any online?
You're going to have to make a motion because you
Oh, 25 minutes?
passed your 25 minutes.
Okay, another motion to extend so we can get public comment in?
Motion to extend by 90 seconds.
We have public comment we need to get in.
Okay.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
Okay. Yeah. Get to that. So no public comment on the city manager's report. Any online?
No.
Okay. Brings us to commission calendar. Any comments on the calendar? No comments on the calendar.